voice. Mr. Lin, what's going on? I happened to be here for tea when I heard your call. Lin Chuqing endured the strangeness. Showed a forced smile. Mr. Xu, thank you. If it weren't for you, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't talk about this yet. Xu Hao interrupted what she was about to say. He said with a concerned look on his face. Looking at your condition, should I take you to the hospital now? Lin Chuqing also wanted to go to the hospital. But she felt so weak that she could no longer walk. The watery eyes looking for help looked at Xu Hao. Xu Hao pretended to be puzzled and looked confused. The two stared at each other. In the end, Lin Chuqing was defeated. He whispered in shame, Mr. Xu, can you help me? I feel like I can't walk. Xu Hao suddenly. He reached out, put one hand on her shoulder, and then hugged her waist. Get ready to walk out the door. Lin Chuqing was trying to hold on. Xu Hao's attitude is so close. Smelling the manly scent that hit my face, I was instantly intoxicated. Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Please respect yourself. Ding Lin Chuqing is extremely shy, her mood value is +999. This night is destined to be uneventful. Zheng Fifan was arrested at the police station on suspicion of beating an old man. After checking the two old men, they found no injuries. The investigation revealed that they were two habitual offenders. Zheng Fifan was acquitted. At this time, the sky had darkened, and a full moon gradually rose. Zheng Fifan was walking on the road, thinking about things all the time. He couldn't figure out why those two old guys wanted to have S**X with him. You have to order something when you touch porcelain, right? One of you is lying on the ground, and the other one looks beaten. The police were attracted. You are all habitual criminals, so you will definitely be able to get to the bottom of the case. In the end nothing was caught. What are you picturing? Zheng Fifan couldn't figure it out. Those two old guys came for him. No doubt about it, he could still think of the way the two looked at him at that time. But why? In the end, I didn't even get half a cent from him. It was as if he was brought to the police station specifically. Sudden. Zheng Fifan paused. He thought of seeing Bingshan CEO Lin Chuqing driving away before he was taken into the police car. He felt empty at that time. Is it to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Take advantage of my absence to attack Lin Chuqing. Thinking of this answer, Zheng Fifan's feeling of emptiness became stronger and stronger. The more I think about it, the more I realize this is the truth. Someone wants to deal with Lin Chuqing. We must rush to save people. But where is he going to find Lin Chuqing? What is the difference between looking for a needle in a haystack in the vast magical city? No matter what, go back to the company first. See if you can find any clues. Zheng Fifan ran to the company anxiously. After some investigation and questioning, my heart became more and more serious. No one knew the whereabouts of Lin Chuqing. Don't even answer the phone. Finally, Zheng Fifan got some news from Lin Chuqing's little secretary. Lin Chuqing went to see the eldest son of the Chu family, saying that he wanted to resolve the conflict between the two parties. But it didn't say where exactly. Zheng Fifan clenched his fist fiercely, murderous intent surging in his eyes. I don't know where Lin Chuqing is. Zheng Fifan did not wait blindly. He arrived at Chu's house in a vigorous manner. He beat the eldest son of the Chu family, but his curiosity did not lead to strong revenge from the Chu family. He just gives him a little trouble from time to time. But in order to deal with the Chu family's revenge that was coming at some unknown time, he did some research. Know where the Chu family is. Easily bypass the doorman. Zheng Fifan broke into the Chu family villa. Instead of going through the main door, he climbed in through a window. When he landed on the ground and saw clearly the scene inside, Zheng Fifan's breath was stagnant. This is a side hall of the Chu family villa, similar to a study. There are many bookshelves around, filled with books. Sitting in front of a desk was a young woman with quite mature charm. She has a beautiful face and a great figure. Especially that mature temperament is heartwarming. It was Yao Xinrui who rarely returned home. She usually lives outside her home. She would only come back unless Chu Shang came to see her for something. Today, Chu Shang came to her to discuss cooperation with Xu Hao of the Xu Group. After the discussion, everyone went about their own business without disturbing each other. Like a familiar stranger, Yao Xinrui was reading in her exclusive study room when she suddenly saw a stranger breaking in. Zheng Fifan originally came to investigate. But when I saw such a beautiful woman, I felt a lot of relief. Showed a forced smile. 640. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person, I'm here to see Chushong 11. Then he opened the door and walked out. Chushong was watching TV in the living room. Suddenly I saw a man coming out of his wife's study. My head feels green. Before he could ask, Zheng Fifan asked angrily. Where is your son? Yao Xinrui said lightly. This guy suddenly climbed in through the window. I don't know who he is. Chushong's expression softened. He frowned and looked at Zheng Fifan. Seeing this somewhat familiar face, the information about Zheng Fifan that I had read over the past few days came to mind. Immediately he knew the identity of the visitor. Asked calmly. Why are you looking for my son? I have never beaten him since he was a child. You sent him to the hospital the first time. Are you not going to let him go? OD. Zheng Fifan sneered. You'd better pray that he didn't do anything stupid, otherwise it won't be as simple as a beating. I want him to know how to write the word death. Chushong's heart sank. This guy broke into his house indiscriminately and threatened to kill his son. What do you think of his family? While he was angry, he was also a little worried. Still feeling a little scared. He promised his brother that he would protect his unmarried woman. Zheng Fifan was heartbroken. Ask about the good things your son has done, and what are you planning to do by asking Lin Chuqing out? You know the virtues of your good-for-nothing son better than I do, right? Chushong knew that good-for-nothing son very well and quickly took out his cell phone to call him. He had warned not to mess around during this period. He felt guilty for the rest of his life. He still caused trouble. The more Zheng Fifan thought about it, the angrier he became. The young master of the Zhao family was most likely K*LLED by him. Hope to be here today too. I couldn't help but wonder what my son had done. Zheng Fifan was furious. If something happened to Lin Chuqing. Her face was reddish, her eyes were moist, her brows were furrowed when she walked, and her posture was awkward. Chushong's face was as dark as water. After so many days of peace and quiet, why did this guy suddenly come to your door? No one heard. He could only wait for Lin Chuqing to come back at the company. Secondly, he has developed different feelings for his brother's fiancée. Chushong looked ugly, annoyed that his son was ignorant. I waited until the afternoon of the next day. But there was no evidence, so he couldn't be arrested. You'd better give me an explanation, or I'll call the police and accuse you of illegally breaking into a house. Chushong knew that this guy had brought down Zhao Media. However, several more calls were made, but still no one answered. Can't find anyone now. After warning the Chu family, he returned to the company angrily. Li Xiao sometimes stays with his son. Say so. Lin Chuqing drove to the company. I made 3 calls in a row. Then he thought of his confidant Li Xiao. Don't be so absolute, maybe it's just a meal together. Chushong became anxious. 135 The effect of training. Get the iceberg heroine plaything in the palm of your hand. Chapter 135. The effect of training. Control the iceberg heroine plaything in the palm of your hand. Chu family. Chushong couldn't contact his son and felt heavy. Did something happen? It is still true as Zheng Fifan said. Did that traitor ask Lin Chuqing out to attack? Don't dare to answer your own phone. It's going to be difficult now. His son messed up and ruined his plan. It is inevitable that Zheng Fifan would jump over the wall in a hurry. Chushong decided to take action in advance. He didn't want to end up like Zhao Media. These days, he has made a lot of preparations to deal with Zheng Fifan. Zheng Fifan is a master of dark energy and is very powerful. But his tens of billions of family members are not vegetarians either. What else do you have to say? Chushong made several calls but no one answered. Thinking of it, President Lin Chuqing didn't answer either. Zheng Fifan was furious and looked at Chushong coldly and asked. Chushong remained calm on his face. What do I need to tell you? If I can't get through on the phone, it only means that my son is in trouble and is probably asleep. If you have anything to do, find someone tomorrow and ask him in person. Also, this is my home. If nothing happens, please leave, otherwise don't blame me for calling the police. Chushong started to chase people away. He, a billionaire, was questioned by a small security guard. What was going on? Since they are destined to be enemies, there is nothing to say. Zheng Fifan was so angry that he laughed instead. I can leave and wait for the results tomorrow. If I know that your good-for-nothing son hurt Lin Chuqing, I will definitely skin him. After saying that, murderous intent emerged from his body, overwhelmingly pressing on Chushong. Although Xu Shang has been in a high position for a long time, he has a majestic momentum. At this time, under this momentum, he was still a little frightened. After warning Xu Shang, Fan left. Before leaving, Ruo Yurui glanced at Yao Shinrui, who was standing aside watching the show. Such a beautiful woman is actually this guy's wife. The good cabbage has been eaten by the pig. Zheng Fifan left. Xu Shang sat on the sofa and started to contact people. Yao Shinrui took a glance and went back to her own exclusive bedroom to sleep. She didn't care at all about what happened to the Chu family. I wish I could be K*LLED. She can be free again. With Xu Hao. Ba, how could I have such an idea? Yao Shinrui said ba, twice. After several in-depth exchanges with Xu Hao, the figure of Xu Hao always pops up in my mind from time to time. Otherwise, why do people say that the passage into a woman's heart is? It's obvious Xu Hao's conquest is working. Zheng Fifan returned to the company. It's very late. If something happened, it would be too late. I don't know where Lin Chuqing is. Then he could only wait until Lin Chuqing arrived at the company the next day. This night was destined to be painful for Zheng Fifan. The same goes for Lin Chuqing. Until dawn. Staying up late is not good for your health, so Xu Hao often stays up all night. Due to my excellent physique, I don't feel any fatigue. At this time, he was playing with a pinhole camera in his hand. It turns out that when he came in just now, he never picked it up. I recorded some of the process. Just some, many corners have no perspective. Xu Hao hesitated for a moment. Delete all videos without hesitation. This is a fusion urban novel world. Who knows if a hacker protagonist will pop up. It would be funny if that video was stolen. Wait for him to gain SK*LLS about hacking. You can actually collect some romantic stories with the heroine. Forget it now. There is also a pinhole camera, which Xu Hao pinched lightly. Under his engine's strength, he instantly turned into countless fragments and threw them into the trash can. He looked at the iceberg heroine who was sleeping soundly. A wave of sleepiness came over me. Xu Hao fell asleep with his sweet-smelling heroine in his arms. I slept until the afternoon. Lin Chuqing's eyelids flickered and she opened her eyes. After experiencing the initial confusion, the focus gradually returned. Then he felt something and frowned slightly. Memories of last night flooded into my mind. She came to Chu Shaoshan's appointment, but was accidentally drugged. Just when she was desperate, Mr. Xu happened to appear. Drive Chu Shaoshan and that little brother away. Then she expressed her gratitude and asked Xu Hao to take her to the hospital. Just when Xu Hao was supporting her and about to walk out, she couldn't suppress the power of the medicine and took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. The next memory is a bit exciting. Under Xu Hao's deliberate guidance, Lin Chuqing's impression was that she had always taken the initiative. Xu Hao accepted it passively. Oh my god, I actually pushed Mr. Xu back. Lin Chuqing's expression changed and she had mixed feelings. Don't know how to face the facts. You know, Mr. Xu is about the same age as her father. She has 7 daughters. He has a wife and a family. He actually did such a thing. What to do? Thinking of how Xu Hao had given her a sum of money in advance in order to help her, he trusted her very much. But he BGFH may destroy his family. Lin Chuqing felt guilty. The effect of the medicine yesterday was too strong and lasted until dawn. Fortunately, Xu Hao's strength was amazing, so she was allowed to dissolve the power of the medicine. Ba. Lin Chuqing, what are you thinking about? You are still thinking about that at this time. Think about how to face Mr. Xu. I don't know if it's because the medicine hasn't worn off yet. I was obviously feeling guilty about Xu Hao, but I thought of that incident and felt guilty. Immediately, Lin Chuqing focused all her negative emotions on Chu Shaoshan. If he hadn't drugged him, how could he have deduced Mr. Xu? Lin Chuqing gritted her teeth with hatred. Now it was no longer because the security guard was beating people, but because the two sides were enemies. It still made her feel guilty. Even if the Chu family wanted to reconcile, she wouldn't do it. Chu Shaoshan must pay the price. Suddenly, Lin Chuqing found that Shang Shuao moved, which was a sign of waking up. I suddenly became nervous. Xu Hao pretended to be tired before waking up all night. Mr. Xu, I'm sorry, I was drugged yesterday, that's why I treated you like that. Lin Chuqing's character is destined to not evade responsibility when things happen, she admitted frankly. Xu Hao sighed. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. I'm fine, but Lin took you. His eyes fell on a plum blossom. Lin Chuqing looked over, her pretty face turned red. You are still a young girl. How can I, an old man, feel so good about having something like this happen to you? Xu Hao looked remorseful. Mr. Xu, please don't be so. Lin Chuqing was startled. She has always had a clear distinction between grudges and grudges. If Xu Hao gave her the medicine, she will not forgive him even if he is beaten to death. On the contrary, Xu Hao not only did not harm her, but was also her savior. But for Xu Hao's timely appearance, I'm afraid she was ruined. There is only gratitude and guilt for Xu Hao in my heart. Therefore, seeing Xu Hao blaming herself, she quickly stopped her. I don't blame you at all. You saved me, and I still want to thank you. Xu was very happy. This iceberg heroine has already been manipulated to a great extent by him. Lin Chuqing has an iron-blooded wrist and acts vigorously and resolutely, and is known as the CEO of Bingbingshan. But as a heroine, she has very upright views and clear grievances. If you make this heroine extremely grateful to you, or extremely guilty, then you will kill her. If you ask her for a meal, a date or something, you won't refuse her like you did to Chu Shaoshan. Even agree to some other conditions. This is the breakthrough Xu Hao is looking for. Through constant close contact with her, he gradually got into her heart. Until she is conquered. However, Xu Hao felt that it was still not enough, so he spoke righteously. How can that be done? After all, it was me who hurt you. Otherwise let's announce the news and I'll marry you. Xu Hao discovered. This is a universal word to gain favor. I have a family and a wife, but I am willing to give up everything and marry you regardless of the world's eyes. How great, how affectionate, and how responsible. Aren't you so moved that you burst into tears? Of course, speaking like this also depends on the area. If it's those yandere or vain women, the other party will agree if you tell them. Lin Chuqing was confused. Seeing Xu Hao looking at her sincerely and affectionately, I couldn't help but be moved. It was obviously his fault, but Xu Hao blamed himself. He even said he wanted to marry her. You know, Xu Hao has a happy family. His wife is noble and dignified, and his daughters are all charming. Even so, Xu Hao felt sorry for her and expressed his willingness to be with her. Mr. Xu is so kind. Touched and moved, Lin Chuqing would not allow Xu Hao to do that. It was her fault. What's the point of destroying Xu Hao's family? There is also his identity. Xu Hao is a business legend and is also known as the most affectionate. He often participates in charity activities and makes numerous donations. It is an idol worshipped by many people. If he divorced his wife and stayed with himself, his character would definitely collapse. He ended up being despised by thousands of people. Lin Chuqing would not harm her savior, she said quickly. Don't, Mr. Xu. It's not good for you or me. Let's just treat this as a dream and nothing happened. Okay. I'm begging you. Lin Chuqing spoke sincerely and with a look of prayer. Okay, but, Xu Hao was helpless and suddenly changed his voice. Lin Chuqing felt worried. Afraid that Xu Hao would announce it, he heard Xu Hao speak slowly. Let me treat what I did to you as a dream. I can't do it. Since you have done something wrong, you must admit it. If you don't want me to marry you, I will make it up to you in other ways. You can't refuse. Call. Lin Chuqing exhaled, feeling slightly relieved. It turned out that Xu Hao felt guilty and sorry for her and wanted to make it up to him. It's better than exposing the two of them. Lin Chuqing didn't refuse anymore. I just have mixed feelings. She has not forgotten that everything is because of her. Xu Hao blamed herself and felt guilty for her, and she felt even more. Add guilt. Seeing her promise, Xu Hao smiled. Mr. Lin, I'd better call you Chuqing. It's awkward to call you Mr. Lin. As long as Mr. Xu likes it. Lin Chuqing felt relieved and showed her first smile since waking up. Don't call me Mr. Xu, Mr. Xu. You are about the same age as my eldest daughter, and your father and I are also about the same age. Just call me Uncle Xu. Xu Hao began to draw closer to the relationship between the two intentionally or unintentionally. And if you call me uncle, you are also interested in bonus. If only Lin Chuqing had been an uncle last night. That is not to hold on until dawn, but to set the sun. Lin Chuqing was stunned for a moment, but still said. Uncle Xu. I feel a little weird in my heart. I couldn't help but think of last night, with Xu Hao, who was an uncle. Even more shy. Xu Hao agreed. Then he just stared at Lin Chuqing. Lin Chuqing didn't hear Xu Hao's voice and raised her head in confusion. Found Xu Hao staring at him. Only then did Lin Chuqing realize her state. He quickly picked up the quilt and covered himself. But was caught by Xu Hao. Chuqing, you are so beautiful. Ding. Lin Chuqing feels guilty, her mood value plus 789. Ding. Lin Chuqing couldn't help being ashamed, her mood value plus 987. Show a pair of Xu Hao's guilt. Lin Chuqing only struggled symbolically. Then it was up to him. Later, after washing up, the two went to the restaurant to have a meal. Xu Hao saw that she was inconvenienced and offered to send her back. Lin Chuqing refused, said he had no problem. And she is going to the company now. The day's work was left unfinished and accumulated again. Regardless of her current relationship with Xu Hao, it cannot be exposed in front of the employees. Xu Hao expressed understanding. Uncle Xu, goodbye. After saying goodbye to Xu Hao, Lin Chuqing drove to the company. At this time, it was at the door of the company. A haggard figure was sitting there. From last night to now, Lin Chuqing's phone calls have not been answered. Zheng Fifan felt chilled in his heart. How has this horse been bullied? Just when Zheng Fifan was worried and planned to call the police to find someone, Lin Chuqing drove up and showed up. After looking at the security guards around him, Zheng Fifan opened the door to let him go. Follow alone. After driving the car to the parking space, Lin Chuqing got out of the car. He took a long step and suddenly frowned. It was supposed to be until dawn last night. Xu Hao was with her again in the afternoon. As a result, the injuries are now getting worse. A voice with obvious trembling came. Lin Chuqing looked back. I saw Zheng Fifan, who was stunned. Zheng Fifan was heartbroken at this time. He could see Lin Chuqing's state at a glance. Her eyes are moist, her face is slightly red, she frowns when she walks, and her buds exude the aura of a young woman. I definitely got fucked last night. Strange, why did he see it at a glance? Because of Lin Chuqing's state, he had seen it in the beautiful landlady Lian Wanling. A strong feeling of guilt and regret came over me. It was him who failed to protect Lin Chuqing. This is his goddess. Being harmed like this, I feel like my heart is throbbing and the pain is severe. Immediately, all emotions were replaced by fire. Mr. Lin, what happened last night? Was it Xu Shaoshan who did it? Xu Shaoshan. When it comes to this person, Chuqing can't hold back her fire. It's all because that guy drugged her. Take a deep breath and calm down. Lin Chuqing said coldly to Zheng Fifan. You don't have to worry about what I do. I reiterate, you have been fired, get out of my company. Zheng Fifan beat two old people yesterday. If she hadn't appeared in time to deal with it, it would have had a very bad impact on the company. This Zheng Fifan is simply a broom star. Last time, he had enmity with the Chu family. This time it was because of him that the company's reputation was almost ruined. This guy needs to be fired. Zheng Fifan saw what she was thinking and explained quickly. Mr. Lin, those two old guys had an affair yesterday, and I was wrongly accused. That also means that you are not very smart and don't know how to deal with any emergencies. Can I safely leave the work of the security department to you? You can go to the finance department and get your salary and leave. Don't force me to report it to the whole company. Lin Chuqing stopped talking to him. Turn around and walk into the company building. Zheng Fifan was left in place with a look of despair on his face. And on the other side, a small hotel. Li Xiao and Xu Shaoshan were in a state of panic. 136 The heroine's last promise. Conquer secrets under the table. Chapter 136 The heroine's last agreement. Conquest the secret under the table. Li Xiao lay on the ground lifelessly. If he wasn't still breathing, he would definitely think he was a dead person. His eyes were dull and lifeless. It was obvious that he had been severely tortured. To know, Lin Chuqing just drank a cup of tea, and the effect of the medicine lasted until dawn. Xu Shaoshan drank 2 glasses. The effect can be imagined. Li Xiao's heart was filled with despair, and Xu Shaoshan also looked like a fool. What has he done? I should have known this would happen. He would never drug Lin Chuqing. No, it should be that no one likes Lin Chuqing. Xu Shaoshan thought. Bingshan CEO Bai Yugong will never be interested in him again. Because, every time he thought of Lin Chuqing, he would naturally think of drugging. Then I think of Li Xiao. This experience left an indelible psychological shadow on him. Regardless, things have happened. Avoiding is not an option. Xu Shaoshan and Li Xiao admitted their mistakes. Brother Li, I'm sorry. I lost control yesterday. You also know that the medicine was very strong and I couldn't control it at all. And that medicine was given to me by you. Speaking of the medicine Li Xiao gave him, Chu Shaoshan was filled with resentment. If it wasn't Li Xiao's idea, how could he drug Lin Chuqing? We ended up in this situation now. As soon as he thought about this, his guilt towards Li Xiao gradually diminished. He asked for it all. Li Xiao twitched and slowly came back to his senses. His face was expressionless and calm. Because his heart is already dead. I originally thought that I had drugged the iceberg goddess, but I watched helplessly as Xu Hao attacked Lin Chuqing. It's sad enough. Unexpectedly, the more heartbreaking thing was still to come. Damn, I was beaten by the little villain. Li Xiao even wanted to die. No one can understand that despair. Chu Shaoshan suddenly went crazy and was stronger than usual. And because he was left with a secret energy by Xu Hao, he couldn't exert his strength and couldn't resist. He is a pure man, but he has also experienced what it feels like to be a strong queen. Li Xiao wished he could die. But he still had concerns in his heart. If he died, no one would expose Xu Hao's true colors, and his family would always be deceived. His sister Li Yunshu will be played by him. If it weren't for Xu Hao's sneak attack this time, which prevented him from using his strength, he wouldn't be so miserable. So he can't die. He wants revenge. To rapidly improve your strength. So what if Xu Hao is now a master of Anjin? He has the golden finger to quickly increase his strength. It won't be long before we can catch up. Li Xiao's eyes were firmer than ever before. In the room, the two of them were each thinking about their own thoughts, no one spoke, and the silence continued. Suddenly a bell rang, startling them. It's Chu Shaoshan's mobile phone. I picked it up impatiently and saw that it was my father making a show of calling. Take a look at the prompts. Good guy. From last night to now, I have made dozens of phone calls. None answered. Chu Shaoshan was so frightened that his hands shook and he almost threw his phone away. He is still very afraid of this old man. With so many phone calls, you can see how angry his father is. Chu Shaoshan was annoyed that he went crazy yesterday. He was only focused on torturing Li Xiao and didn't pay attention to the phone call at all. Li Xiao heard the phone ringing, but didn't have the ability to answer it. After restraining his emotions, Chu Shaoshan answered the phone. You still have the nerve to call me dad. Chu Shang's roar came from the opposite side. What did you do last night, you traitor? Chu Shaoshan was frightened. He looked at Li Xiao who was miserable. Could it be that the father knew that they were a boy and a girl, right? Think of the impossible. If my father knew, it wouldn't be as simple as making a phone call. Instead, he committed suicide in person and k*lled his relatives out of righteousness. Nothing. You still don't admit it. That Zheng Fifan came to the door and said, why did you ask Lin Chuqing out? Did you do anything to her? I warned you not to act recklessly during this period. When you... Chu Shang was furious. This traitor will really cause trouble for him. We have reached this point and are still getting better. Sooner or later he will be pissed off. If it weren't for the fact that I can't do it now, I really want to scrap this account and practice a new one. If you were like my old friend Xu Hao, having a few daughters would make people worry less. After hearing his father's words, Chu Shaoshan relaxed. It's not just a matter of discovering what happened between him and Li Xiao. Dad, listen to me, I really didn't do anything. He paused and continued. Okay, I did invite Lin Chuqing out and wanted to drug her. But before I made a move, I happened to meet Uncle Xu Hao and drove me away. So I didn't do anything. Chu Shaoshan expressed that he was wronged. I still have anger towards Xu Hao in my heart. He was almost successful in capturing Lin Chuqing. When the time came, Lin Chuqing followed her heartbroken. Think about the lofty female CEO of Iceberg, the goddess in the eyes of countless people, who listens to her own words. Just thinking about it brings me to heaven. If he hadn't been driven away by Xu Hao, why would he be thinking about finding a woman? Then Li Xiao took him to this small hotel, but the door lock was broken. Acting as a strongman locking down men. Europe. Thinking of being with Li Xiao, Tian Shaoshan almost vomited. Chu Shang frowned when he heard this. This treacherous son really attacked Lin Chuqing. The son said he didn't succeed. He didn't believe that his son would lie to him at this time. Xu Hao happened to show up unexpectedly and saw that his son was going to attack Lin Chuqing. Stand up and stop it. Chu Shang breathed a long sigh of relief. He was not ready to deal with Zheng Fifan. I thought I would fight to the death in advance. The son didn't succeed, and there was still room for redemption. You should be grateful to Uncle Xu for showing up. If you really attack Lin Chuqing, see if I don't break your legs. Chu Shaoshan shuddered. It seems that he did not listen to the warning and really made his father angry. In this way, Xu Hao is not to blame for all this, but he must be thanked. But he really couldn't bring himself to thank him. What are you doing out there? Why don't you get back here? Chu Shang cursed, hating that iron cannot become steel. After a pause, he suddenly came up with a question. By the way, is Xiao Xiao with you? I called him but didn't answer. Chu Shaoshan was afraid. I looked at Li Xiao who was cleaning up in the bathroom and couldn't admit it. Brother Li, I don't know. Are you still pretending to me? Xiao Xiao is my confidant and will never refuse to answer my calls. Did you say something to him or collect his cell phone? Chu Shang knew this son very well. His guilty conscience was immediately hurt. It's good that his father didn't think about it that way. Chu Shaoshan gritted his teeth and was willing to take the blame. Out of guilt for Li Xiao and to prevent his father from thinking too much. He did not say that it was Li Xiao who had the idea to drug Lin Chuqing. I want to come to Chu Shaoshan. Li Xiao was also doing it for his own good. I don't want him to continue to fall. Everything was going smoothly, but at the last moment, it was ruined by Xu Hao who appeared out of nowhere. Therefore, Chu Shang still trusted this confidant as always. The son didn't say anything, thinking it was his acquiescence. Chu Shang was even more furious. I asked Xiao Xiao to follow you, not to be your little brother and to be at your mercy. Be more respectful to me in the future and call him over too. Hang up the phone. Chu Shaoshan looked longingly at Li Xiao who had packed up and came out. Li Xiao said lightly, let's go. Now, in addition to Xu Hao, there is another person who wants to kill. That is Chu Shaoshan. I was tortured so badly by this guy. If you don't kill him, it's hard to get rid of the hatred in your heart. But not yet. Li also plans to use the power of the Chu family to obtain starting funds. But he could use this matter to ask Li Xiao to give him some money. Anyway, I already have a pout, so the benefits should not be wasted. Then, through the information he knew, he wasted money. Wait until he grows up. Chu Shaoshan and Xu Hao must be cut into pieces. Night. Xu Hao came to Chu's house again. It turned out that he had received another invitation from Chu Shang. He said that he wanted to thank him for stopping his good-for-nothing son from making mistakes, and by the way, he talked about the cooperation between the two parties. Xu Hao agreed. It was just in time to go to Chu's house to fulfill the last agreement with sister-in-law Yao Xinrui. 4 exchanges took place. The guide for this heroine is almost complete. Especially the last 2 breakthroughs were huge. One time I was in a beauty salon with my good friend Su Wancho. Once in her company's office. During this period, she also met Chu Shang and employees who came to see her. Little did he know what the wife and the CEO, who were separated by the same door, were doing inside. That day, the blow to Yao Xinrui was huge. I felt like my whole body was in a state of confusion and I was about to go to heaven. And after that, Yao Xinrui's misogyny is still there, but her emotions towards him are much weaker. Xu Hao has no intention of treating his sister-in-law's misogyny. Disgusted with other men, but he is passionate about himself. Wouldn't it be more interesting? The first 2 times worked great. For the last time, Chen Hao wanted to conquer completely. Must choose a good place. Where else could be more suitable than the Chu family? Before getting off the car, Xu Hao gathered 2 bottles of Maotai drawn from the system in his carry-on space. Prepare to get brother Chu Shang drunk. After that it's time to fulfill the promise. In order to express my gratitude to Xu Hao, I brought my whole family with me. Including his son Chu Shaoshan, his wife Yao Xinrui, and his confidant Li Xiao came to greet him. I saw Xu Hao coming out with 2 bottles of Maotai. Take a look at the year. Good guy. A bottle of wine is worth at least tens of millions. Xu Hao gave away 2 bottles at once. Mr. Xu. Brother, you come here, I specially invited you here to thank you, but you gave me a gift. Xu Hao said with a smile. Brother Shang, you have misunderstood. This wine is not for you. We will drink it together later. He sneered inwardly. Give you a gift. You're thinking shit. If I don't want to do something in front of you, wouldn't put out such good wine. Chu Shang didn't know what Xu Hao was thinking. I thought Xu Hao said it deliberately so that he could accept the wine. So he said boldly, what brother Xu is saying is that I have taken advantage of you. I haven't had a good drink for a long time. I won't go home until I'm drunk today. Xu Hao nodded with a smile. His eyes fell on his sister-in-law Yao Xinrui without leaving any trace. He had no intention of going back today. Sensing Xu Hao's gaze, he trembled. A bad feeling arose in my heart. Li Xiao looked on coldly. I can no longer complain about this big brother. Do you consider them good friends? But they are trying to take advantage of your wife and give you a hat. Although Li Xiao was already heartbroken. But when I saw Xu Hao, I couldn't help but feel angry. When he was in the hotel, he was tortured so badly that his mind was a little unclear. He felt very strange afterward. Why was the door still intact when he sent Chu Shaoshan into the room? Can't open it when it comes out. And why did Xu Hao give him a sneak attack? Inject a dark energy into his body, preventing him from exerting his strength. If you cripple him, he won't say anything. It happened when Chu Shaoshan went crazy. He has the ability but cannot show it. I can only watch the tragedy happen. If Xu Hao and Bingshan hostess were in charge, they were afraid that they would barge in and disturb them. It's simply impossible. He also has a personal bodyguard standing guard outside. Then why did he temporarily cripple his strength? Combined with the hotel room door suddenly not opening. Xu Hao did it on purpose. Deliberately let him and Chu Shaoshan have more men. I thought of this answer. Li Xiao's popularity is about to explode. What exactly did he do? Xu Hao wanted to torture him like this. It seems that I have never offended him, right? He has always been the one causing all kinds of trouble for himself. He threatened his sister-in-law and asked him to cover up, bullied her sister, and drugged the heroine Bingshan. Not only did he have people calling him around. In the end, I had to punish him like this. Li Xiao was furious and furious. Ding Li Xiao's mentality exploded, his emotional value plus 1000. Ding Yao Zigrui is feeling uneasy, her mood value is plus 666. The Chu family welcomed Xu Hao into the villa. Chu Shang was really grateful to Xu Hao for stopping his son. Chu Shang invited Xu Hao to the table. There is no need to worry about Lin Chuqing. Uncle Xu, thank you for interrupting my stupidity yesterday so that I didn't make a big mistake. Next, we eat and drink. He clearly cut off his goddess's beard, but she still caused him such misery. Shanzi, your conditions are not bad, why do you hang yourself from a tree? The atmosphere is very harmonious. But Xu Hao stretched one hand under the table. But he wanted to thank himself. What are you doing standing still? Why don't you quickly thank you, Uncle Xu? Xu Hao looked a little strange. He took a step forward and looked at Xu Hao with some fear. He said this in an educational tone. Chu Shaoshan knew that he was in the wrong and did not dare to hide when his father beat him. Not long after, the food was ready and a large table was filled. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Xu Hao sat next to his sister-in-law Yao Xinrui. He often plays tricks on the heroine, pulls the strings behind the scenes, and plays tricks on Zhen Hao, the hero who saves the beauty. Xu Hao felt weird in his heart, but he didn't show it at all on his face. The heroine hates him deeply, but feels guilty about herself and is willing to make any compromise. Chu Shaoshan listened humbly. Uncle Xu is talking about. He is an old man, very sensible and has no problems. Young people are easy to be impulsive and will inevitably make mistakes. As an uncle, I still want to remind you. 1.6 But that Zheng Fifan is very difficult to handle. If you make people laugh, help him drug the heroine. When pursuing a girl, you can use normal means and don't use evil methods. If one doesn't work, just use another. Logically speaking, it is you who should thank him. After Chu Shang said to Xu Hao, he kicked his son who was following him. Brother Xu, I really want to thank you for yesterday. If you hadn't stopped me in time, I might have done something wrong. It is said that young people are easily impulsive. This little villain became his complete pawn. He was not ready to face Zheng Fifan head-on. It's just so amazing. Chapter 137, The Master of Suffering in person visit the mistress's bedroom. Firewood meets fire. Seeing that his son sincerely listened to Xu Hao's opinions, Chu Shang nodded with satisfaction. This traitor just doesn't let him worry. I hope Xu Hao's education can have some effect. Expressing his gratitude to Xu Hao, he remembered another thing. Brother Xu, hasn't your company been vigorously producing electric vehicles recently? You also talked to Xinrui last time. I wonder if you have any intention to cooperate with Xinrui Company. In terms of price, don't worry, brother, you will never suffer a loss. Xu Hao brought him 2 bottles of motai worth tens of millions. His tone was very generous and he was more friendly to Xu Hao. This is exactly what Xu Hao wants to see. The purpose of Chu Shang's cooperation with Xu Hao was not to make money. The company managed by his wife Yao Xinrui is just one of the small companies of his Chu family. He managed Yao Xinrui, just as a facade, and didn't expect to make any money. The reason why I asked Xu Hao to cooperate was because I didn't want Lin Chuqing to cooperate with Xu Hao. The Xu family is on par with his Chu family. He is now suppressing Lin Chuqing if Xu Hao cooperates with Lin Chuqing. That would be embarrassing. You can't start a fight with the Xu family over a trivial matter, right? He heard last time that Xu Hao met Lin Chuqing at the business expo. We also talked alone in the office for a while. Although no cooperation was reached in the end, he still had some concerns. And just yesterday, Xu Hao saved Lin Chuqing again. Maybe he felt disgusted with him and agreed to cooperate with Lin Chuqing. So, to avoid embarrassing situations, he decided to find Xu Hao to cooperate in advance. Considering the friendship between the two, Xu Hao should not refuse. Xu Hao really won't refuse. New energy electric vehicles are an emerging industry. Before many people noticed the cake, he decided to eat it in a big way. Lin Chuqing's company, and the electronics company controlled by the Chu family in the hands of her sister-in-law. They were all regarded as something in his pocket. Xu Hao smiled and nodded. He looked at Yao Xinrui and said meaningfully, I just entered the tram industry. I don't know how deep the water is. I need my sister-in-law to give me some guidance. It is my honor to cooperate with my sister-in-law. I hope we can win together. Yao Xinrui noticed Xu Hao's eyes. Hearing what he said, I felt frightened. To die. A hint of above-boardness. What if Chu Shang finds out? Someone did hear it, but it wasn't Chu Shang, but Li Xiao who was standing next to him. He knew the relationship between Xu Hao and his sister-in-law. I immediately thought of something from the words. Seeing Xu Hao teasing his sister-in-law, Li Xiao gritted his teeth. Are you too brave? He even teased his sister-in-law in front of his eldest brother. Do you want to eat chicken like this? The poor eldest brother is buried in the dark, and he still talks about his younger brother. They are bullying your wife. Chu Shang didn't know about Xu Hao and Yao Xinrui, and he didn't think about it in other ways because of one sentence. He smiled happily. Okay, you are in the same industry and should cooperate deeply. Yao Xinrui's face turned ugly. Does it get deeper? It can't go any deeper. At this time, the chef brought the food. Chu Shang greeted Xu Hao to the table. When the family usually eats, in order to show harmony between husband and wife, Xinrui always sits with Chu Shang. However, a safe distance of 1 meter was maintained. Xu Hao was pulled by Chu Shang and sat between the two of them naturally. On the left is sister-in-law Yao Xinrui. On the right is my brother Chu Shang. Chu Shang didn't think too much. He wanted to drink with Xu Hao, and Ao Ran wanted to get closer. Chu Shaoshan was autistic and didn't pay attention at all. He had been holding back the discomfort. After torturing Li Xiao all night, he felt extremely painful. He usually enjoys too much, but because of taking medicine, he loses his mind and is reckless. I felt powerless from behind and lost consciousness. What to do if you are holding a fire? The only way to vent anger is through violent means. This is why Li Xiao is so miserable. Otherwise, why would he feel guilty? If it was just because the flowers bloomed, it was Li Xiao who asked for it. Who asked him to make up his mind? When you lift the clothes, you can definitely see that Li Xiao is covered in scars. So cruel. Yao Xinrui noticed something was wrong. I always feel that it is dangerous to sit with Xu Hao. She just felt something was wrong. Li Xiao, who knew Xu Hao very well, guessed what Xu Hao was going to do and made a thump sound. His face was full of shock. No way, right? Does Xu Hao really want to do that? Isn't it too crazy? After serving, Chu Shang opened 2 bottles of Maotai. The rich aroma of wine filled the air. Chu Shang's eyes lit up. It is indeed a fine wine worth tens of millions. Chu Shaoshan, who was feeling uncomfortable, heard this and his ears moved slightly. I wonder what kind of wine is worth tens of millions. Seeing his father pour the wine for Xu Hao, his mouth was watering. He quickly handed over the cup. Dad, give me a drink too. Why did you come here? It would be a waste to give you such a good wine. Chu Shang frowned and became angry when he saw his son. He wanted to continue reprimanding, but was stopped by Xu Hao. Min said. Isn't wine just for drinking? Since Xiaoshan wants to try it, then pour him a glass. Anyway, there is so much, it is enough for us to drink. Xu Hao was very interested. Today he specially took out 2 bottles of wine. He just wanted to get the father and son of the Chu family drunk, so that he could stay and fulfill his agreement with his sister-in-law. As for Li Xiao, who has the strength to do it, he won't get drunk easily. Xu Hao didn't want to get him drunk. Anyway, he has something to hold on to. We'll listen to him obediently. By then, he was with his sister-in-law and had no time to talk to the Chu family and his son. The protagonist also needs help clearing the table. Put these 2 guys up and rest. To avoid Chu Shang finding out something was wrong the next day, the wine was sent by Xu Hao. After he spoke, Chu Shang poured a glass for his son and Li Xiao. The movements are so cautious, afraid of spilling a drop of wine. Wine worth tens of millions, every drop is money. Smelling the aroma of wine, Tian Xiaoshan thanked Xu Hao. Thank you Uncle Xu. This time, the tone was somewhat sincere. Suddenly his heart moved, he raised his glass and said to Xu Nian. Uncle Xu, thank you for yesterday, I want to toast you. This little villain wants to drink with him. Xu Hao did not refuse and raised his glass with a smile. Chu Shang's expression softened slightly when he saw that his son was quite sensible. Sensing his father's expression, Chu Xiaoshan felt happy. It seems he was right. As long as he pleases Uncle Xu, his father's disappointment in him can be changed. Chu Xiaoshan felt energetic, decided to toast Xu Hao a few more cups later. Brother Xu, one of us will leave too. After eating for a while, Chu Shang also picked up the wine glass after seeing Xu Hao take his time. He couldn't wait to try the taste of this tens of millions of fine wines. Touched a cup lightly. The wine is sweet and mellow in the mouth, with endless aftertaste. Chu Shang let out a sigh of relief. Better than anything he'd ever had. He was deeply touched that Xu Hao could bring out such good wine. Say hello. Brother Xu, don't be polite to me, just treat me as if you were at home. Xu Hao nodded with a smile. In fact, he was not polite to this old man. You really think of this place as your home? His left hand reached under the table without leaving any trace. Put it on your legs and enjoy the silky smoothness. Yao Xinrui was busy eating alone. She had nothing to say to these people. Seeing Xu Hao chatting with Chu Shang, she felt extremely ridiculous. So hypocritical. While calling Chu Shang brothers, he threatened her, his brother's wife, to fulfill various agreements. Played all kinds of tricks. While eating, Yao Xinrui suddenly froze. A hand was felt. He followed the hands without leaving a trace. If not Xu Hao, who else? Yao Xinrui's heart was in his throat. What is the occasion? Chu Shang was still beside him. How dare Xu Hao do this? His eyes hinted to Xu Hao not to mess around. Xu Hao remained unmoved and pretended not to see it. Yao Xinrui was helpless. I had to pretend to eat normally. Try not to show anything unusual. She disguises herself well. It's no different from eating normally. Every move is dignified and elegant, showing the temperament of a lady. Chu Shang and his son didn't notice at all. From time to time, I would drink with Xu Hao. Xu Hao also welcomes everyone. Sitting opposite, Li Xiao has been observing Xu Hao. Suddenly I saw him reaching under the table with one hand. Then he noticed something was wrong with his sister-in-law Yao Xinrui, and suddenly frowned, his eyes filled with resentment. Li Xiao's heart trembled. He knew that Xu Hao would not feel better if he sat next to his sister-in-law. Now it comes true. He looked at Xu Hao's sister-in-law on his left, and then at his elder brother on his right, who looked happy. Li Xiao was numb. Ding Li Xiao is furious, his mood value is +888. Ding Yao Xinrui is uneasy, her mood value is +666. A meal. Li Xiao was furious after eating. It was very uncomfortable to watch Xu Hao deceive his elder brother and bully his elder sister-in-law. How he wished his eldest brother's chopsticks would fall to the ground. Stoop down and take a look. What kind of collapse scene will you see? Unfortunately not. Chu Shang is still drinking with Xu Hao. There was already some drunkenness on his face. Brother Xu, keep drinking until you get drunk. I started to get confused when I spoke. Brother Xu, I'm not bragging. You can't spoil a woman. Give her a little sunshine and she will shine. Like my wife, if I ask her to cooperate with you, she must cooperate with you. In this family, I have always said that this is the family throne. Ah, yes, yes. Xu Hao smiled and agreed while delivering the silky smoothness. Li Xiao was too embarrassed to watch anymore. Are you still bragging about your horse? Tell the truth. Family throne. Do you want to see what your wife is going through? See Xu Hao with a smile on his face. It is not difficult for Li Xiao to imagine his eldest brother in Xu Hao. What a clown in the eyes. There was a bang sound. Yao Xinrui has been in a state of tension. When I heard the sound, my hands shook in fright, and I almost threw the bowls and chopsticks away. Everyone is looking for the car to see. I saw that Chu Shaoshan had drunk so much that he fell unconscious on the table. Useless trash. Chu Shang cursed secretly and then toasted to Xu Hao. Brother Xu, let's continue drinking. After touching it, he raised his head and drank the wine. By the way, I just talked about the family throne. Where are you, brother Xu? Your siblings are not looking after you, right? After speaking, Shang looked at his wife. Yao Xinrui has been paying attention to him from time to time. When I found him looking over, I suddenly panicked. Normally, Shang Ding would have noticed something was wrong. But he is drunk now. There was a double image before my eyes. In sight, Chen Hao and his wife were close together. Shaking his head, he gave Yao Zigrui a look that said, "Give me some face." I hope Yao Xinrui won't expose his boasting. After all, the two are an agreed couple. Having said that, I still have to say hello. However, Yao Xinrui had no intention of paying attention to his look. Me, Xu Hao whispered, thinking of when he was at home. The daughters took turns massaging and washing his feet. In the evening, the protagonist's beautiful stepmother put on a new uniform and was waiting for me. Lately it's been for him. I deceived your wife into my arms. He also needs to find a harem concubine for him. Because I need to control my pregnancy, I found my daughter's best friend. Wait for your daughter to fall asleep and knock on the door. Xu Hao feels. This is no different from ancient emperors, right? Of course he would not say these things out loud, he just said them casually. It's okay, pretty good. Chu Shang misunderstood. Thinking that he had revealed his family's status, Xu Hao was embarrassed to speak. So he started bragging again. Xu Hao continued to guide him to drink. Not long after, Chu Shang also got drunk. He was lying on the table still confused and said keep drinking. They drank the father and son down, but nothing happened to Xu Hao. Feeling more energetic, there was something to do to keep him refreshed. His eyes fell on Yao Xinrui. Xinrui, I know you have a separate bedroom, take me to visit Shang. Seeing Chu Shang drunk, Yao Xinrui felt relaxed. Finally no need to worry anymore. However, she didn't wait for a breath of relief. I felt helpless when I heard Xu Hao ask to visit her bedroom. Sure enough, I still can't escape. After 4 appointments, she was no longer so resistant. Going to the bedroom is better than being in the living room. He glanced at Chu Shang worriedly, afraid that he would suddenly wake up and find himself with Xu Hao. Yao Xinrui stood up and led the way. Xu Hao smiled slightly and waved to Ji Xiao. Wang Chenjiao, I'm going to visit the bedroom. You clear the table and send them back to their rooms. Li Xiao's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He couldn't bear it anymore and said coldly, won't your conscience hurt if you do this? Chu Shang treats you as a friend, but this is how you treat his wife. He had long been holding a fire in his heart. Being plotted by Xu Hao, the man was added to the man. Just now I watched Xu Hao bullying my sister-in-law again. Now I have to go to the bedroom again, what to do? It goes without saying. Li Xiao could no longer suppress his temperament. Forget about other places. He wouldn't say that if Xu Hao threatened him. But this is the Chu family. Although Chu Shang was drunk, he was still at home. You just go to his wife's bedroom. Simply not human. Xu Hao paused as soon as he took the step and turned to look at Li Xiao with a playful expression. Are you teaching me how to do things? Isn't it better to be a watchdog? Do you have to meddle in other people's business? Li Xiao's face was ferocious, and veins were pulsing on his forehead. Xu Hao really wanted to treat him like a dog and control him for the rest of his life so that he could not stand up. Ding Li Xiao is so angry and furious, his emotional value plus 1000. Xu Hao smiled, jokingly. Just do whatever I ask you to do, and don't give me any other ideas. You don't want your and Chu Shaoshan's little secret to be exposed, right? Li Xiao's pupils shrank sharply. His teeth were almost broken by his bite. It was indeed this guy's plan. It was a guess before, but now Xu Hao admitted it personally, and Li Xiao exploded instantly. I really wanted to yell at him and rush up to kill him. But he is no match. Thinking of Xu Hao's threat again, Li Xiao could only hold back his anger. Xu Hao stopped paying attention to him, turned and walked towards his sister-in-law who was waiting for him in front of the stairs. He held her waist and went upstairs. Yao Xinrui took out the key and opened the door. This is her exclusive bedroom. To prevent anyone from touching her things, the locks were changed. Walk into it, Changyi. A raging fire is out of control. 138 Complete surrender. The heroine calls her husband. The protagonist is numb. Chapter 138. Complete surrender. Isn't it enough to spend one night communicating on horseback? Ding Li Xiao's mentality exploded, his emotional value plus 1000. Ding Yao Xinrui is extremely ashamed, her emotional value is plus 987. This night is destined to be very long. Xu Hao enjoys the tenderness of beauty. Li Xiao worked hard to clear the dining table and helped the Chu family father and son to the room to rest. After finishing everything, he gasped for air and looked embarrassed. His strength recovered. It didn't take much effort to move the Chu family father and son. Li Xiao was tired. He knew clearly that Xu Hao bullied his sister-in-law, but he was unable to stop him. They are also threatened to do various things. It feels like the future is dark. Li Xiao was so suspicious of life that he sat quietly in the living room all night. Until dawn. The sun is rising. Husband, you hate it, it's dawn again. Yao Xinrui said with a grimace when she saw the sunlight coming in from the window. No matter from her demeanor or tone, everyone can see the meaning of surrender. Xu Hao smiled slightly. This is exactly what he wanted to achieve. No matter which heroine it is, once he discovers it, he has no intention of letting it go. We made a promise back then. I am sure that I can conquer this heroine within 5 days. Although not as desperate as Su Wancho. But I have accepted my fate. You just need to slowly improve your good feelings. That's right, Yao Xinrui surrendered. She finally saw it. 5 appointments, each time different. This last time it was at home. Almost in person. Based on her understanding of Xu Hao. He would never let her go like this. If she still doesn't accept her fate, Xu Hao might as well threaten her to do something. Yao Xinrui was afraid. Being afraid of Xu Hao is one thing. And her instincts. She has become dependent on Xu Hao. Xu Hao stretched out his hand and lifted her chin with a playful tone. Why, don't you like it? Yao Xinrui's eyes dodge. I feel like a pet, being manipulated by Xu Hao at will. But she's used to it. But how can people go to work like this? I feel so sleepy now that I won't be able to wake up until the afternoon. What if Chu Shang finds out? I don't want to stay here to rest. I feel sick when I see them. Xu Hao stroked her hair and raised his eyebrows. Just discover it if you find it. Wouldn't it be more interesting? Yao Xinrui was startled. One of the reasons why she no longer resisted Xu Hao was that she was afraid that Xu Hao would try other tricks again. Now it seems that it is indeed true. He actually had the idea of letting Chu Shang know about their relationship. Think about it if Chu Shang knew that she was with Xu Hao behind his back. Are you still angry to death? He can't do anything to Xu Hao then. He will definitely take revenge on himself crazily. Being retaliated by a billionaire, Yao Xinrui couldn't imagine how miserable the end would be. Looking at Xu Hao's eyes, his surrender became even stronger. Said pleadingly, husband, please stop teasing me. Don't you want to cooperate with the Chu family? I can fight for more benefits for you. Yao Xinrui thinks too much. Xu Hao is just talking. Although he doesn't care about Chu Shang. But he didn't want to deliberately provoke an enemy of the same level just for the sake of excitement. He wasn't that stupid. If Chu Shang had to know, it would be time to send him on his way. Xu Hao still wants to find evidence. Send the Chu family father and son in. Let my sister-in-law inherit the Chu family property naturally. What's my sister-in-law's, isn't it his? Seeing that his sister-in-law was particularly obedient today, Xu Hao decided to give her a reward. A flick of the wrist. A marrow cleansing pill appeared in his hand. Eat it and it will solve your troubles. Take the pill. The strong medicinal fragrance hits your face. Yao Xinrui was a little confused. Her current trouble is that she has back pain, is very sleepy, and wants to take a long nap. Is this pill really the solution? She was doubtful, but she decided to eat it anyway. She said she would no longer resist. Xu Hao probably wouldn't harm her. Yao Xinrui came to the bathroom, opened her mouth and swallowed the pills. Melts in your mouth. It turns into streams of warmth, flowing to the limbs and bones. She felt bathed in the soft sunshine, and her whole body was warm. Gradually, she noticed something was wrong. A layer of fine dirt appeared on the body. She was so frightened that she quickly turned on the nozzle to clean it. Finally understood why Xu Hao asked her to come to the bathroom. After cleaning, Yao Xinrui was shocked to find out. My waist no longer hurts and my legs are no longer numb. And even though she didn't sleep all night, she didn't feel tired at all and was full of energy. Yao Xinrui also discovered something incredible. That's why her skin got better. Charmed to the next level. Involuntarily, she thought of her good friend Su Wancho. I haven't seen you for a few days, and I've become so beautiful. I remember that Su Wancho wanted to make her a comrade who carried the gun together. He also said it was because he was with Xu Hao. She obviously took the medicine Xu Hao gave her. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Yao Xinrui's favor gradually improved. It seems that Xu Hao is not always so bad. It's just like Su Wancho said. Xu Hao is very good to his women. For example, she just showed her surrender today and gave her such a magical medicine. Yao Xinrui felt like crying but had no tears. If she had known, she should have compromised with Xu Hao earlier. No need to always be on tenterhooks. Back in the bedroom, Yao Xinrui expressed her gratitude to Xu Hao. Xu Hao also touched her head and accepted. I glanced at the sky outside, and saw the sun rising higher and higher. It is estimated that the Chu family's father and son are almost sober due to their drinking capacity. Xu Hao washed up and planned to go home. After checking my sister-in-law's bedroom, I came out. Li Xiao, who had not slept, opened his red eyes. Seeing Xu Hao, he ignored him. One night, he was numb. Xu Hao ignored him. I didn't get much emotional value from the protagonist all night. The use value is almost gone. If it has no value, it should be disposed of. Not long after Xu Hao left, Yao Xinrui also packed up and came out of the bedroom. That medicine works very well. At this time, I feel full of energy and fatigue is gone. She doesn't want to stay at home and is going to work in the company. Just when she was about to go out, Li Xiao suddenly called her out. Yao Xinrui turned her head in confusion. Li Xiao asked with a painful look on his face. Sister-in-law, are you just giving in? Xu Hao, he threatens you so much. The reason why Li Xiao stayed up all night was because he was waiting for news. Look at my sister-in-law's performance. He knew about the 5-day appointment between his sister-in-law and Xu Hao. Today is the 5th time. It was also the last agreement. In fact, Li Xiao knew that the 5 agreements were just Xu Hao's excuses. He would never let his sister-in-law go no matter what. Li Xiao could guess what Xu Hao was thinking. Mostly I think I can conquer my sister-in-law within 5 times. Li Xiao scoffed. He admitted that Xu Hao was very strong. Worse than an animal riding a horse. But so what? He understands the character of his sister-in-law. She is not the kind of vulgar woman who indulges in sexual pleasures. There is also misogyny. How could it be conquered by Xu Hao? When he saw his sister-in-law coming out of the bedroom, her face was filled with a happy smile. Li Xiao was dumbfounded. I repeatedly confirmed that it was not because of Xu Hao's relieved expression that the 5-day appointment was over. It is indeed a joy that comes from the bottom of my heart. Damn, this is not being conquered by Xu Hao, what else could it be? Yao Xinrui was a little surprised. Hasn't this guy been doing things for Xu Hao? Send her to Xu Hao. Let her change into new clothes to enhance Xu Hao's mood. Cover them at the door. She thought Chu Shang's confidant had been completely conquered by Xu Hao. It seems that he has a lot of resentment towards Xu Hao. Yao Xinrui has resigned herself to her fate and decided to follow Xu Hao. Got into the same chariot. When one is prosperous, both are prosperous. When one is lost, both are harmed. You need to tell Xu Hao what this guy is thinking. But judging from the fact that he had different intentions but had to do things for Xu Hao, Li Xiao was very worried about the leverage in Xu Hao's hands. Then there is nothing to worry about. Yao Xinrui looked at him sideways and said coldly. Don't say it so harshly. What does surrender mean? My husband and I truly love each other. In order to avoid this being a test arranged by Xu Hao. Yao Xinrui said this deliberately. If you surrendered before, it was out of fear of Xu Hao and physical instinct. After Xu Hao gave her the marrow cleansing pill, then I thought of the words of my good friend Su Wancho. If Xu didn't bully her like before, if you're nice to her, it's not impossible to follow Xu Hao. This is the result of Xu Hao's training over many days. It resolved the misanthropy in her heart towards herself. That's why she had such an idea. When Li Xiao heard this, his face was full of disbelief. Couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What did he hear? Do you truly love each other? Look at the happy expression on my sister-in-law's face. If he hadn't witnessed the whole thing. It was Xu Hao who threatened his sister-in-law all the time, but he actually believed her. The 2 words Yao Xinrui said next made him even more uneasy. Husband. Of course Li Xiao knew this title, it couldn't be for Chu Shang. It's talking about Xu Hao. Li Xiao was numb. Have you always called Xu Hao like this? Do you want it to be so exciting? She thought it was Xu Hao who forced her to say it, in order to increase the interest between the 2. But my sister-in-law said it with a happy face. This horse riding was completely conquered by Xu Hao. Ding Li Xiao is mentally unstable, his mood value is +852. Ding Li Xiao's mentality exploded, his emotional value +963. My sister-in-law's surrender was like a bolt from the blue. Li Xiao felt like he was struck by lightning. All along, he believed that his sister-in-law would not give in to Xu Hao. I still think that when I grow up, I can save my sister-in-law from the fire and water. Reality gave him a blow in the head. Although I don't know what leverage you have in my husband's hands, I still advise you to be honest. If you anger my husband, you will not end well. One bite for my husband. It was so well said. The real husband never shouted a word, but he called Xu Hao so intimately. He coldly warned Li Xiao not to talk nonsense. Yao Xinrui took her bag and went out. Li Xiao froze on the spot in despair. A voice brought him back to reality. Li Xiao's face was haggard, disheveled, and he turned his head with despair. Chu Shang walked out of the bedroom. It is indeed a good wine, and I don't have a headache at all when I wake up. I still feel refreshed after a good night's sleep. Seeing my confidant look like this, Shang Ercho. Xiao Xiao, you haven't slept all night. Li Xiao said nothing. Even a fool can see the way he looks now. Chu Shang asked again, where's brother Xu? Remember we were all drunk last night, so I asked him to rest in the guest room. ITBJ. Li Xiao said hoarsely. In my heart, I scolded this big brother like crazy. Where's my brother Xu? 0. What do you mean by being drunk? That's because you and your son were both drunk. Xu Hao, nothing happened. You were in great spirits and played with your wife until dawn. Brother Xu said, why don't you just have a meal before leaving? Forget it, he is a busy man. I have to say that the wine brought by brother Xu is really good, I can't owe him a favor. It seems that next time I will have to prepare a few bottles of good wine to entertain you. Chu Shang whispered a few times and asked again. Where's Xinrui? Didn't she go to the company? She was just drinking with brother Xu last night and forgot to let the 2 of them communicate. Li Xiao was speechless and condensed in smoke. You don't need to remind them. They communicated all night. Isn't that enough? Do you still want to entertain Xu Hao for a drink? I'm afraid it's because I think my head is not green enough. A forced smile appeared on Li Xiao's lips. Sister-in-law just left. Chu Shang nodded. His wife spends very little time at home. Even if you call me back to have a meal together. The next day I also left home early in the morning to go to the company. Suddenly, Chu Shang couldn't help but look at Ji Xiao suspiciously. Xiao Xiao, I asked you why you didn't sleep all night, tell me honestly. Could it be that I saw brother Xu living at home and was worried that he might do something bad, so I stayed here all night? After he finished speaking, he felt it was funny and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you are overthinking, brother Xu is not that kind of person. What doesn't he have at home? He doesn't like these things from me. Say so. Chu Shang was inevitably moved. This confidant is so loyal. It seemed that he was right in treating the other party as family. Replace sincerity with sincerity. Li Xiao reluctantly smiled along. Should have been ecstatic. Chu Shang frowned and looked at his son's leaving figure. His eyes fell on a girl not far away, with a halo of luck surrounding her head. Are you still here speaking for him? After that, he hurried to the parking lot. Follow the sound and look. Xu Hao left Chu's house and was on his way home. He might as well have K*LLED him with a piece of tofu. At this moment, Chu Shaoshan wanted to step on the accelerator and rush to the hospital. That means his little brother may be disabled. He drove a car and ran away in a hurry. But he has a crush on your wife. Chu Shang looked at this good-for-nothing son with an unhappy expression. Chu Shaoshan panicked. His eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. They were all bullied and surrendered and called themselves husband. Ask him why he has to go to the hospital so early in the morning. What are you doing? How old are you? How frizzy are you? Xu Hao really doesn't like the things at home. Only anger and frustration. If you said you didn't feel anything yesterday, it means you overused it. With such a big brother who trusts him very much. At this time, a burst of tapping, footsteps came. If you become a eunuch from now on. When he got up early in the morning, he discovered something terrible. It turned out to be Xu Shaoshan, who hurried downstairs. Dad, I remembered that the company has something to deal with today, so I will leave first. Li Xiao was very upset. At the same time, if there is still no response until today, something is wrong. The expression on his face was panic. He usually doesn't like women. Suddenly Bai Ling, who was driving, was stopped. But he didn't feel happy at all. 139 Can't escape the palm. A quilt for my bestie. The heroine comes to your door in the middle of the night. Chapter 139. Can't escape from the palm of my hand. Best friends join the battle. The heroine comes to the door in the middle of the night. This is a bustling commercial street. Upon hearing Xu Hao's order, Bai Ling parked the car on the side of the road. Xu Hao looked not far ahead. A girl was holding flyers and handing them out to passers-by. The girl was wearing an ordinary, white t-shirt, blue jeans, and Shawan canvas shoes. The clothes are ordinary, but they can't hide her beauty. She has a delicate and beautiful oval face and bright eyes, showing her pure temperament. The childish look on the face is still there. 18 years old. This age is enough. Xu Hao's eyes flashed. A virtual property panel appears. Character: musician. Identity: who is a scumbag after being reborn. Heroine. Charm: 93, full value 100. Strength: 9/10 for ordinary people. Physique: 9/10 for ordinary people. Spirit: 10/10 for ordinary people. Favorability: 0. Since she is the heroine, Xu Hao naturally did not let go. After pondering for a moment, he decided to become familiar with him first. To create an opportunity. So he gave some instructions to his personal bodyguard. Bai Ling nodded, took out her mobile phone, and ordered her management staff. Xu Hao has now drawn out a lot of dead soldiers. Many of them were arranged to collect and gather information in various places. But there will always be a few left around to be dispatched. Mu Zijin is in his 3rd year of high school. I have half a year left to take the college entrance examination and am working hard to save for college tuition. She has been dependent on her mother and grandmother since she was a child. Grandma's serious illness wiped out all her savings. Even if the family conditions are difficult, her mother still has to arrange some training courses for her. Dancing, music. Mu Zijin did not disappoint his mother either. His academic performance has always been at the top of the grade. He also ranked first in various training courses he participated in. Mother was very pleased. But she works overtime every day and is overworked, and she has had some health problems recently. But my mother still forced herself to go to work. Because my daughter's college tuition has not been collected yet. Mu Zijin has been very sensible since he was a child and does not want to see his mother so tired. So, she decided to work part-time outside to make money. Part-time jobs are not that easy to find. Because she didn't graduate from high school, many companies didn't want her. In the end, I only found a job distributing flyers. Distributing flyers is not easy either. It depends on the expressions of passers-by, they are often ignored. Mu Zijin experienced work for the first time. Somewhat hit. But she didn't give up. Think about how tiring it would be for her mother to work overtime every day for her. Mu Zijin gritted his teeth and endured the grievance. Put a smile on everyone you meet. Even though he was ignored, he didn't show it. She is beautiful and has a pure temperament. Therefore, when it is sent to many boys, they cannot bear to refuse and accept it. On the contrary, when issued to girls, I saw her handing the flyer in front of me. She would be ignored, ridiculed, slapped her hand away, etc. Mu Zijin didn't know why. But she is very smart, and if girls don't accept it, then she will give it to boys. But she will not ignore the group of girls, but the number will be reduced. She wanted to post as much as possible. The more you send, the more money you get. The more it can reduce the mother's stress. In short, there is too little experience. Once, when Mu Zijin sent it to a boy, he almost got arped. At that time I saw a couple coming. Mu Zijin sent the flyer to the boy. The boy saw her and took it blankly. At this time, the girl next to him suddenly broke out, pointing at her and calling her a vixen. I almost beat her. She was still stopped by the boy next to her. Zijin felt aggrieved. She just handed out a flyer. What did she do wrong? Want to do this to her? Like the female classmates in school, they don't play with her and look down on her. Calm down your mind and quickly eliminate these distracting thoughts. Mu Zijin smiled again. Continue to hand out flyers. Then she saw a dressed-up woman walking towards her. Finding a smile on her face, Kang Zijin instinctively thought that she was easy to talk to. So he handed over the flyer in his hand. However, the woman suddenly turned her back. Go away, he said coldly, stretched out his hand and pushed her. Mu Zijin was caught off guard and fell down. The stack of leaflets in his hand fell from his hands and scattered all over the floor. Mu Zijin was angry. Just as he was about to question him, the woman had disappeared. Looking at the flyers scattered all over the floor, she had the urge to cry. He pursed his lips, thinking of his sick mother who was still working, and gritted his teeth to get up. At this moment, a hand stretched out in front of her. Mu Zijin was slightly startled. 100. She saw a mature and charming uncle, smiling and extending his hand to her. The uncle is very handsome and has a smile on his face, which feels very healing. Mu Zijin can get up by himself. But she never refuses others' kindness. Someone was kind enough to pull her away, but it would be rude if she got up on her own. Reach out for that hand. When she was about to touch him, she suddenly paused. She saw that the handsome man was dressed in an extraordinary way and had a majestic temperament. Afraid of getting the other person's hands dirty, Xu Hao saw what she was thinking, took the initiative to hold her hand, and pulled the little heroine up. Feel the warmth coming from the palm of your hand. Mu Zijin's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Apart from her mother, this was the first time someone grabbed her hand. It felt different from when her mother held her. Mu Zijin came to his senses and thanked him politely. Xu Hao smiled. The little girl is very sensible. How old are you? She started to work and share the burden for the family. Being praised, Mu Zijin felt warm in his heart. This handsome man gave her a different feeling. Unlike those boys in school who had their own purposes and were eager to please her. Mu Zijin replied. 1718. Xu Hao nodded. Pretty much what he thought. Bai Ling had already picked up the scattered leaflets and handed them to Xu Hao. Xu Hao gave it to Mu Zijin again. Mu Zijin was surprised. He looked at Xu Hao and then at Bai Ling, who was standing silently aside. This handsome uncle is indeed a big shot. There was a secretary following him. Mu Zijin couldn't help but become nervous. It's like facing a teacher at school. Facing these powerful people, she was a little scared. Mu Zijin quickly took the flyer and thanked him repeatedly. Xu Hao waved his hand to say you're welcome. Then he pointed at the stone chair not far away. Sister-in-law Liang, can you sit over there for a while and chat with me? Mu Zijin lowered his head. His fingers were entangled with the hem of his clothes. He responded quietly. Then, holding the flyer tightly, he and Xu Hao came to the stone chair and sat down. Because of her nervousness, she only sat halfway down. Don't be nervous, I'm not some man-eating monster. I heard a joke from Xu Hao. Mu Zijin's tense body relaxed slightly. He looked at Xu Hao doubtfully. I don't know what he wants to say to me. My daughter is older than you and is already in college, but she always doesn't let me worry. It would be great if you were so obedient. Xu Hao once again brought up his two twin daughters as a starting topic. It was still the time before the two daughters. Now the poetic and picturesque mood is extremely good. Mu Zijin said ah. His little face was full of shock. In her eyes, this uncle is only in his 30s. Unexpectedly, her daughter was older than her. Uncle, don't say that. In fact, this is my first time working out today. The chat box just opens. After some small talk, we became familiar with each other. Xu Hao suddenly asked, by the way, I still don't know what the little girl's name is. My name is Mu Zijin, uncle, where are you? Xu Hao smiled and extended his hand to her. After Mu Zijin became familiar with it, he was no longer so nervous. Looking at the hand stretched out in front of her, she was stunned for a moment, then she reached out her hand as well. Give it a gentle squeeze. After chatting for a while, Xu Hao left. Looking at Xu Hao's leaving figure, Mu Zijin was a little reluctant to leave. Her mother told her not to talk to strangers. Especially men. Anyone who approaches her has bad intentions. Now, she wanted to tell her mother that she was wrong. Uncle Xu is a good person. She had always been vigilant. Xu Hao really just had a brief chat with her. I asked for her name but didn't ask for her contact information. Shake his head and put away his thoughts. Mu Zijin began to distribute leaflets. The reason why Xu Hao did not communicate with her in depth. It was he who noticed the vigilance of the little heroine. The purpose is to gain a familiar face. He was in no hurry. Isn't it easy to get in touch? Just like now. Xu Hao asked Bai Ling to turn the car around and head to the company. While on the road, a message was sent. It's the information about the little heroine Mu Zijin. It was the intelligence network he arranged that worked. Name: Mu Zijin, gender, female, age, 17 years old, lives in. There is a mother and a grandmother at home. In order to treat the grandmother's illness, I spent all my savings and went back to work even though I was sick. Looking at this information, Xu Hao was thoughtful. In fact, what he likes most is this kind of little heroine with no strength or background. Because it's easy to conquer. Spend some money and use some tricks, and you can almost do it. It's difficult to deal with heroines who have character and don't need money. For example, Bingshan CEO Lin Chuqing and sister-in-law Yao Xinrui have relatively difficult strategies. You can't escape from his grasp anyway. Come to Xu Group. Xu Hao first inspected the work of the employees. He once again urged the newly established New Energy Tram Department to speed up the production of trams. And work hard to develop new technologies. I worked on documents in the office for a while. There were 2 bang-bangs outside the door. Li Yunshu walked in. This little heroine has been in the company for quite some time. Learned a lot. This includes observing words and emotions. Seeing that the teacup in front of Xu Hao was empty, she stepped forward to pick up the teapot and fill it up. Xu Hao took the teacup and asked with a smile. Yunshu, what do you want from me? It's about the last demolition. Li Yunshu's eyes showed gratitude. The previous person in charge of the demolition had divided the villas, and my parents moved in. All this is due to Uncle Xu. My mother asked me to invite Uncle Xu to be a guest at home tonight. Our whole family would like to thank Uncle Xu. Only then did Xu Hao remember that there was such a thing. The last time the Li family was demolished. He asked the butcher Lao Mo to hint a small gang to cause trouble. He appears again as a hero to save the beauty. A leader of that small gang, in order to resolve his anger. Expressing his reasons, he compensated the Li family with a villa. That's what you deserve. What do you want to thank me for? Xu Hao didn't care. Li Yunshu looked serious. She will never forget that day, a gang of gangsters looking for trouble. If Xu Hao hadn't appeared, the consequences would have been unimaginable. That villa was compensated to them just for Uncle Xu's sake. Otherwise there would be no hair at all. The demolition of their old house was simply not worth it. Uncle Xu, you helped us get that villa. Thank you. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes looked over her body. Li Yunshu is wearing a work uniform today. She has the intellectual temperament of a white-collar worker and the youthful vitality of a girl. Li Yunshu finished reporting his work. Walk out of the president's office. And soon after she left, Sha Qingge also came to the door. Xu Hao looked at her and smiled. Xiaonizi, when will you convince your best friend that you won't have to go to such trouble? Sha Qingge rolled her eyes charmingly. She also wanted to convince her best friend. But my best friend didn't listen. As soon as the topic came up to Xu Hao, she lied like crazy. She was afraid that telling her best friend the truth would scare away her timid best friend. And you can't just count on her. It's obviously cheap for Uncle Xu, but he doesn't work hard himself. You have to figure it out yourself. Uncle Xu, I have tried my best, but I still have to rely on you. What do you rely on me for? Xu Hao asked doubtfully. Sha Qingge said charmingly. Uncle Xu is so powerful, can't we just conquer her? Haha, you think I don't want to. But Yunshu will cry. This was also the first time Sha Qingge heard that someone would cry silently at that time. I was very surprised. I can't help but eager to see that picture. Should be fun. Afternoon. Xu Hao accepted Li Yunshu's invitation and came to the villa assigned to the Xu family. The villa is not big. But for a family of 4, it's totally enough. The location is also good, worth at least several million. It is really not cost-effective to demolish an old house. Li's father and Li's mother naturally knew that their house was not worth the price. The reason why they were able to move into this villa was because of their daughter's boss, Mr. Xu Hao. In order to thank Xu Hao, the old couple bought a lot of vegetables and cooked a sumptuous dinner. Today is equivalent to a housewarming celebration. Li Xiao was also called back. Watching my parents get excited about a small villa Xu Hao got. Xu Hao is almost grateful to God. Li Xiao was very unhappy. And what made him even more unhappy was Sister Li Yunshu came back with Xu Hao. The happy smile on her face and the touch of young womanly style deeply hurt him. Father Li and Mother Li invited Xu Hao to eat, and they knelt down and licked him. You can see their excitement about moving into this villa. It's getting late at night. Xu Hao was left to rest at home. In that shabby house before, the reason why they didn't stop Xu Hao was when he left. That shabby house is not worthy of Xu Hao's status. Xu Hao probably wouldn't want to live there either. This time the villa is different. Xu Hao pretended to hesitate and then agreed. He blinked at Li Yunshu and winked. Li Yunshu understood and lowered his head shyly. At night, while Father Li and Mother Li were sleeping, a slim figure sneaked into Xu Hao's guest room. 140 Xu Feiyan is ashamed to ask for advice. Daughter's opportunity to conquer. Throw yourself into your arms. Chapter 140. Xu Feiyan is ashamed to ask for advice. Opportunity to capture her daughter. Throw herself into my arms. Ding Li Xiao's mentality exploded, his emotional value plus 1000. Ding Li Yunshu's heartbeat speeds up, emotional value plus $88. The next morning, it was just dawn. Li Yunshu quietly opened the door a crack. The probe took a look. My parents haven't woken up yet. Go out carefully and slowly close the door. I didn't go to bed with Xu until midnight last night. She was going to catch up on her sleep. When passing by the corridor, I saw a figure standing there in the background. Li Yunshu was startled. It's not completely light yet. The room was dimly lit. Suddenly seeing such a figure, it was like seeing a ghost. Li Xiao turned his head and looked at his sister with a sad face. Sister, why are you willing to surrender? Are you still entangled with Xu Hao? Li Yunshu immediately knew that it was not a ghost, but her good-for-nothing brother. She frowned when she heard Li Xiao's words. Please explain clearly, what does it mean to surrender? Uncle Xu is a very good person. Is not it? Li Xiao asked excitedly. A pair of eyes that will spit out fire. In order not to let his parents hear, he deliberately lowered his voice and seemed a little hoarse. What if my parents knew that my sister was with a 50-year-old man? Even sneaking into other people's bedrooms at night. He will definitely become so angry that he becomes seriously ill. Xu Hao has many women out there who deceive ignorant girls, threaten and coerce them, and shamelessly drug them. I won't tell you. Xu Hao has a family, a wife, and a daughter. Besides, he is already so old. There will be no results at all if you two are together. What else is it if you don't surrender? Li Xiao knew that his sister. It should be said that the whole family had been brainwashed by Xu Hao. Everyone was very grateful to Xu Hao. If you say bad things about him, the whole family will not believe it. So Li Xiao took issue with Xu Hao's family. Sincere words. I hope my sister can recognize the reality and stay away from Xu Hao. Li Yunshu fell silent after hearing this. As for what this good-for-nothing brother said, Chen Hao has a lot of affairs with women outside. She didn't believe it at all. To slander Xu Hao, has Li Xiao not done enough? Without saying anything, she has been struggling with Uncle Xu's family. This is how she persuaded her best friend Sha Qingge. Now the pressure is on myself. Keep her away from Uncle Xu. 250. Li Yunshu asked herself, she couldn't do it. Every time she was with Uncle Xu, she was very happy and felt very safe. Ever since we accidentally got together that day in the hotel. Xu Hao's figure is even more imprinted in my heart. What is the gateway to a woman's heart? It does make sense. Li Yunshu has never been in love. But she feels. If you ask her to tell you what it is like to be in love. Just be with Uncle Xu. She can't leave Xu Hao and doesn't want to leave. Her best friend's words came to mind again. As long as he's with the person he likes, how can he deal with other people's opinions? Li Yunshu agreed very much at this moment. He said calmly. The age issue you mentioned is not an issue at all. I don't care about the age gap. Besides, Uncle Xu is not very old. He looks like he is only 30 years old. He is younger than you, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Li Xiao hasn't had much sleep for 3 days and nights. His face was haggard, his skin was sagging, and he had 2 big dark circles under his eyes. Otherwise, would Li Yunshu have thought he saw a ghost just now? Li Xiao's breath was stagnant. He knew he was in a bad state now. What puzzled him even more was Xu Hao. A 50-year-old man looks the same as he does when he is 30, and his skin is even better than his. I really don't know what magic elixir I took. Logically speaking, Xu Hao looks for women almost every day, and it takes a long time every time. Consume energy every day. It will lead to mental fatigue, physical breakdown, and aging faster. Xu Hao showed none of these symptoms. He never tires of finding women and is full of energy after every appointment. If you let him know, Xu Hao has a system. If you can become stronger by collecting emotional values, there will be no such doubts. Just when Li Xiao was hating the injustice of giving that scumbag Xu Hao such a good body. Then I heard my sister continue talking. There's also Uncle Shu's family issues you mentioned. I won't marry Uncle Shu. If you don't fight for anything, and don't take Uncle Shu's responsibility, if you don't care about reputation, how can you destroy Uncle Shu's family? It seems that he has completely understood what he is thinking. Li Yunshu's eyes were firm. This confused Li Xiao. His mouth was wide open, his pupils were wide open, and he was stunned. Blurted out in shock, You want to be Xu Hao's lover? Everyone in Li Xiao was dumbfounded. That's his sister. She is so beautiful that she is also called the school beauty. Her temperament and appearance are not inferior to those of the heroine. Such an outstanding sister is willing to be Xu Hao's lover. Is he crazy? Or has the world gone crazy? Neither. That means my sister is crazy. If it weren't for his sister's normal behavior at this time, Ji Xiao would have thought she was hypnotized by Xu Hao. My sister is so good, but it's not like no one wants her. Why are you so devoted to an old man like Xu Hao? After coming back to his senses, Xiao was furious. Said angrily, How could you have such an idea? What would your parents think if they knew about it? So if you still think of me as your sister, don't tell your parents. Li Yunshu looked calm. Li Xiao vomited blood in his heart. You want to be Xu Hao's lover. And let me keep it a secret. He looked like he would sever the relationship between brother and sister if he said it. What is this? I'm going to catch up on some sleep. After strengthening his heart, Li Yunshu yawned and walked towards his bedroom. Looking at my sister's slightly tired figure. Li Xiao clenched his fists, his face was ferocious, and his teeth were broken. Finally, he looked towards the guest room where Xu Hao was, and unclenched his fist. A strong sense of powerlessness arose in my heart. Without his sister threatening to sever the relationship between brother and sister, he didn't dare to tell his parents about it. Who knows if the cruel Xu Hao will kill his parents and silence them. I hate it so much. Knowing that there was a guest named Xu Hao, Father Li and Mother Li got up early to prepare breakfast. On the table, Mother Li asked with a flattering look. How was Mr. Shu's rest yesterday? It's definitely not as good as Mr. Shu's home. Xu Hao couldn't help but think of last night. Li Yunshu sneaked in and threw himself into his arms. Make him feel good physically and mentally. Xu Hao replied with a smile. I feel good. I haven't slept so soundly for a long time. His eyes fell on Li Yunshu without leaving any trace. Li Yunshu paused while eating breakfast. Thinking of her boldness last night, her pretty face turned slightly red. That's good. Father Li and Mother Li were relieved. They were also afraid that Xu Hao would not get used to it. Become more enthusiastic. If Mr. Shu likes it, you can come as a guest every day. Our family will welcome you. Li Xiao sat aside, watching Xu Hao and his family enjoying themselves. Instead, I felt like an outsider, excluded. Roaring in my heart. Mom and Dad, do you know what this guy did last night? He called my sister into the room and tortured her until midnight, but you knelt and licked him to please him. You still invite Tianti into your home. From now on, instead of sleeping in the guest room, he will sleep directly in your daughter's bedroom. It's a pity that Yu's father and Ji's mother can't hear his voice. Finish breakfast. Xu Hao and Li Yunshu went to the company together. Watch the car go away. Father Li and Mother Li couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Shu is so kind, he doesn't show any airs to us, he is elegant and easygoing. Yes, my daughter can be valued by him and her future is limitless. It is really a blessing that I cultivated in my previous life. Seeing that Mr. Shu was gone and his parents were still complimenting him, Li Xiao couldn't stand it. He curled his lips angrily. It's just an act. Unexpectedly, because of his words, Li's father and Li's mother exploded instantly. You little brat, you haven't had a good face since President Xu came here. Who are you showing your cold face to? Mr. Xu is a great benefactor to our family. We can live in such a big and nice villa because of Mr. Xu. You are still making people angry behind your back. Are you still a human being? I asked you, a little bastard, to apologize to Mr. Xu, but you refused to do so. Mr. Xu was here just now, and I have been holding on until now, to see if I don't beat you to death, you useless thing. The Li family was in a state of panic. Ding Li Xiao is so angry that his mood value is +999. Afternoon. Xu Hao returned home. Xu Shiqing and Xu Wei went to school. Best friends Xu Hongzhuang and Xiao Wanling went out. After Xu Zhuangzhuang became popular, Xu Hao continued to come up with some songs and piano music. Xu Hongzhuang is now extremely red. There's a lot to deal with. The reason why he has been staying at home during this period is Xu Hao's intention. The purpose is naturally to wait for Zhao Media to complete the handover ceremony. That's right, Xu Hao has had enough of Zhao Media. The entertainment industry is also a big piece of cake, and Chen Hao certainly won't let it go. Since Zheng Fifan brought down Zhao Media, he has been suppressed and divided by his peers. The original tens of billions group has shrunk by several billions. Xu Hao took advantage of Zhao Media's weakest moment to strike. Get it at the cheapest price. The handover procedures were completed 2 days ago. I still remember that day. Chen Hao asked Xu Hongzhuang to manage Zhao Media. Oh, it should be the current Hongzhuang Media. Xu Hao was named directly after her daughter. Xu Hongzhuang was dumbfounded. She turned out to be just a contracted artist under Zhao Media. It's still kind of neither plague nor fire. The eldest son of the Zhao family failed to pursue her and suppressed her like crazy, leaving her breathless. Later, with Xu Hao's help, the Zhao family's blockade was broken. Just when it was red, she was about to stand up and talk to fans to increase her popularity, but Xu Hao stopped her. Let her wait for a while. Xu Hongzhuang already recognized this father in her heart. So he stayed at home very obediently. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao gave her such a huge surprise. Let her manage Zhao Media. Even if Zhao Media was suppressed and watered down, its market value would still be several billion. She had no experience managing a company. Xu Hao is willing to hand over the management of the company worth billions to her. Xu Hongzhuang was extremely moved. She, who had never taken the initiative, threw herself into his arms without hesitation. Together with Xu Feiyan, I massaged his legs. That day, Xu Hao enjoyed the gentle service of his 2 daughters. The sentiment value keeps rising. When Xu Hao returned home, there is only Xu Feiyan, the 5th daughter, in the family. Xu Feiyan was sitting on a chair in the courtyard, frowning in thought. Seeing Xu Hao coming back, Xu Zuyan turned away. Soon. See Xu Hao watching the news on the sofa. Xu Feiyan came over with a cup of tea and placed it in front of Xu Hao. Then he consciously walked behind him and started massaging. I don't understand some knife *LLS. Xu Feiyan knows the rules of asking Xu Hao. In order to clarify some doubts about sword *LLS, she spent the entire morning trying to figure it out. Seeing Xu Hao come back, she wanted to ask for advice. But I was too embarrassed to say it. So I just started doing things first. A smile appeared on Xu Hao's lips. After so many days of training, the 5th daughter has already recognized him as her father. Just because of his arrogant personality, he boasted in front of his sisters before. That's why he didn't show it. No, several sisters are not at home. You can tell by her taking the initiative today. I want this daughter to call me daddy. There is only one opportunity left. It's also the final stage of conquering my daughter. Xu Hao thought in his heart. But he asked pretending not to know. What don't you understand? Xu Feiyan was stunned for a moment. Immediately say what you don't understand. Xu Hao said oh. Then there is no more. Xu Feiyan was dumbfounded. No, I even brought you tea and water, and also gave you a massage. Shouldn't you teach me step by step as usual? What does oh mean? Xu Feiyan was anxious. She has paid everything. If Xu Hao doesn't teach her, wouldn't it be a huge loss? I've already brought you tea and water, but you should teach me. Xu Feiyan would definitely not be able to say this if several sisters were at home. I was disgusted with Xu Hao before, but now I ask him to teach me. Don't be too ashamed. Without the sisters, the shameful side showed up in front of Xu Hao. She didn't think anything was wrong. Xu Hao has seen even more shameful things. Still the instigator. Another reason is that she has been troubled by the problem of knife sk*lls all morning. Solving it will increase your strength. And Xu Hao has just the solution. She doesn't have to worry about being ashamed in front of Xu Hao. This is why Xu Hao has always manipulated these 5 daughters. That's it, Xu Hao said lightly. It's not impossible for me to teach you, just call daddy and listen. After Xu Feiyan struggled for a while, she still couldn't scream. Look away. If you don't teach, don't teach. Who cares? Xu Hao saw her obvious hesitation. He is indeed about to conquer this daughter. Stop teasing her. Xu Feiyan left and came back. Xu Hao started teaching step by step. After just practicing a few rounds with the knife, Xu Feiyan asked in shock. Isn't this the sword technique you taught me last time? Why did I become so strong all of a sudden? The knife sk*lls taught by Xu Hao before were already very good. I completely tortured my eldest sister and her teacher. But this time, the sword sk*lls became more and more superb, and there was a sense of returning to nature. With one strike, the enemy's hiding direction is locked and there is no way to hide. I can only take this knife forcefully. And if his strength is not a level higher than hers, he will definitely be seriously injured by a knife. I have gained some insights in the past 2 days, and I have made a breakthrough in my boxing sk*lls. I integrated it into my sword sk*lls. What Xu Hao said was half true and half false. It's not a breakthrough in boxing sk*lls, but the achievement of God-level Tai Chi. Integrate Tai Chi's softness to overcome strength, fierceness and domineering into the sword technique. The effect is obvious. Xu Feiyan's heart was filled with turmoil. What the hell? Xu Hao's close combat is already so good, has he achieved a breakthrough again? Do you want it to be so powerful? Xu Hao's martial arts talent is absolutely rare in the world. Xu Feiyan likes to practice martial arts and is more likely to have a favorable impression of powerful beings. Unknowingly, I felt a lie towards Xu Hao. Chapter 141, The relationship between father and daughter heats up. Harvest leaks. Squeeze out the last value. Just when the relationship between Xu Hao and her daughter was heating up, Zheng Fifan rushed to the Chu family in a fierce manner. He warned him last time he came to the Chu family. If Lin Chuqing was harmed in the slightest, he would skin that dandy young man. The result is clear. Lin Chuqing can't even walk steadily. It's been a day, and I'm still frowning. Zheng Fifan originally planned to find criminal evidence of the Chu family first. After destroying the Chu family, they flattened and rounded the Chu family father and son. Seeing Lin Chuqing in such miserable condition, he couldn't help it. Zheng Fifan did not bypass the goalkeeper this time. He had a lot of anger that needed to be vented. The guard stepped forward to stop him, but he knocked him to the ground. Just walked through the yard. A dozen imposing figures stood in front of him. Everyone is actually a warrior. The strength ranges from the early stage to the late stage of Mingjin. The leader has the same experience as him. Achieved dark strength. Zheng Fifan's expression did not change. It's not like he hasn't fought against An Jin before. The master that the Zhao family found last time was even stronger than him. Wasn't he crippled? It didn't take long. Chu Shang and his group came out of the villa. Behind him were his son Chu Shaoshan and his confidant Li Xiao. Saw Chu Shang arriving. An Jin master immediately guarded him. Chu Shang nodded. These people were exactly what he was preparing to deal with Zheng Fifan. That's why I wasn't fully prepared. It's because this group of people is still a little weak. He had investigated and found that Zheng Fifan's combat power was astonishing. He once destroyed a master of Anjin who was in the same situation. The night before yesterday, Yan accidentally broke into his house. Chu Shang was worried that he would come to kill him again. 720. Just arrange for these people to be protected at home. Unexpectedly, he actually came to the door. Chu Shang's heart surged with anger. What does this guy think of his home? Come when you want and leave when you want. Chu Shang said coldly. What are you doing here? What are you doing that you don't know? I've told you a long time ago that if your good-for-nothing son dares to hurt Lin Chuqing, I will kill him. Thinking of Lin Chuqing's unsteady posture, Zheng Fifan was so angry that his plasmolysis caused separation. Murderous aura surged through his body. Chu Shang clenched his fist fiercely. He opened his mouth and shut his mouth to kill his son again. Too rampant. Then he couldn't help but wonder. Didn't Xu Shaoshan do nothing to Lin Chuqing? At the critical moment, brother Xu Hao saved the person. Don't bully others too much. My son hasn't done anything to Lin Chuqing. Why are you looking for him? Boom. Zhang Fifan's momentum exploded. The tiles beneath his feet were broken into cracks. The anger couldn't stop rising. What if you don't do anything to Lin Chuqing? I can hardly walk anymore. Is it necessary to make her unable to get out of bed? He also said that he was too much of a bully. But it is obvious that you are shameless. Zhang Fifan was so angry that he laughed instead. Ha ha ha, then if I kill your son, it's okay. See Zhang Fifan's reaction. Chu Shang frowned. What happened? From the look of Zhang Fifan, it didn't look like he was deliberately looking for trouble. Very angry indeed. Did Nizi really do something to Lin Chuqing? When brother Xu rescued her, was it still a step too late? Speak clearly, what did my son do to Lin Chuqing? Zhang Fifan's face was full of grief and anger. It tortured people so miserably. He was asked to tell the story of the goddess, which was a great shame and humiliation. But seeing Chu Shang's appearance, he really seemed unaware. Zhang Fifan slowly regained his composure. Just ask your good son. Chu Shang suppressed his anger and looked at Chu Zhaoqing. Sir, tell me honestly, have you done anything to Lin Chuqing? Chu Shaoshan's eyes were empty and his pupils were dilated. The whole person seemed lifeless. The reason is one. He went to the hospital for a checkup yesterday. The results showed that his younger brother was indeed useless. From now on I can only be a eunuch. Chu Shaoshan couldn't accept this blow and fell into deep emo. Hearing his father's voice, he suddenly recovered. Explained. Seeing his father's stern eyes, Chu Shaoshan knew that he couldn't fool him. So I had to tell the truth. The process of drugging Lin Chuqing. Dad, everything I said is true. After I gave Lin Chuqing the medicine, before I did anything else, Uncle Xu happened to show up. He drove us away. Brother Li was with me at the time. He can testify. Chu Shang looked at Li Xiao who was standing aside. Li Xiao nodded. He was making calculations in his mind. This Chu family can't stay any longer. Chu Shaoshan really didn't do anything to Lin Chuqing. But it is true that he drugged him. If he hadn't drugged him, Xu Hao wouldn't have succeeded. Zhang Fifan will definitely not let the Chu family go. It's only a matter of time before the family is wiped out. He had to get away as soon as possible. Chu Shang believed in the words of his confidant. He secretly scolded his son for being a waste. In order to get a woman, he actually had to drug him. After all, he is worth tens of billions. It is really disgusting to do such a thing. Too cheap. My own, the doctors. He kept comforting himself in his heart. He resisted the urge to beat his son violently. Chu Shang looked at Zhang Fifan again. You also heard what my son said. He just drugged Lin Chuqing and didn't do anything. What? Zhang Fifan was shocked and excited. When he saw Chu Shaoshan, he had a doubt. With Chu Shaoshan's empty steps, he looked like he had a weak kidney. There is no way you can get that kind of effect. Now the doubts are finally solved. He said Lin Chuqing looked the same as the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling he saw last time. It turned out that he was tortured by Xu Hao. Through Chu Shaoshan's few words, Zhang Fifan could already think of that scene. Chu Shaoshan drugged Lin Chuqing. Before he could take action, he was discovered and rescued just in time. What happens if you take a love potion? There is no doubt about the result. Lin Chuqing staggered as she walked. Damn it, Xu Hao not only took away the beautiful landlady he liked. Now he attacks Lin Chuqing again. New grudges add to old grudges, and the anger can no longer be suppressed. Completely exploded at this moment. A pair of red eyes looked at Chu Shaoshan. If this bitch hadn't drugged Lin Chuqing, how could Xu Hao take advantage of him? He tapped the ground with his toes and climbed up. The target is directly at Chu Shaoshan. When the bodyguard sees this, how can he succeed? She stepped in front of him. Two masters of dark power clashed. Zhang Fifan was filled with anger at this time. It is well known in many works that the protagonist who sprays has to be roped in 3 times. Every blow was struck with anger. The bodyguard is as powerful as him. At first, he could even tie with Zhang Fifan. There are gradually signs of defeat. The bodyguards were shocked by Zhang Fifan's reflexes and fighting skills. If you have never seen blood, you will never reach this point. Is a strong enemy. The bodyguard looked solemn. With a swipe of his hand from his ankle, a dagger appeared in his hand. In the duel between An Jin masters, the surrounding Ming Jin bodyguards could not intervene. Seeing that their boss was defeated, One by one, they picked up their weapons and played auxiliary games beside them. The bodyguard picked up the dagger and attacked Zheng Fifan with a sharp attack. Zheng Fifan could not resist forcefully and could only attack and defend at the same time. For a time, they were evenly matched. The bodyguards around him seized the opportunity and made sneak attacks from time to time. Too annoying. Seeing that the opponent couldn't resist, the bodyguard was delighted and attacked more vigorously. Zheng Fifan was impatient. His aura suddenly surged. Kicked away an attacking bodyguard, Linwen grabbed a machete in his hand. The situation turned around instantly. Next, it is Zheng Fifan's battlefield alone. Kill in all directions and be invincible. Finally, one by one the bodyguards fell to the ground, losing their fighting power. The bodyguard who was an expert in Anjin was the worst. He was stabbed several times and was seriously injured. If you don't stay in the hospital for half a year, don't even think about walking. Papa. Zheng Fifan was filled with murderous aura, like the god of death, walking towards Chu Zhaoqing step by step. At this moment, Chu Shaoshan and Chu Shang were both frightened by Zheng Fifan's display of combat power. One person fights a dozen. Among them are also masters of Anjin who are at the same level. What kind of pervert is this guy? As long as Li Xiao clearly knows the protagonist Zheng Fifan's combat power. Step back. He didn't want to be beaten up by Zheng Fifan again because of the Chu family and his son. The Chu family was about to be destroyed, and he was ready to run away. He doesn't care what the Chu family's father and son think. Zheng Fifan noticed his behavior and ignored it. His target is Chu Shaoshan. When the Chu family father and son came to their senses, Zheng Fifan had already walked up to Chu Shaoshan. Seeing that he was about to take action against his son, he suddenly spoke out. If you dare to take action, I will call the police immediately. You broke into people's houses and injured so many people. It's enough to keep you in jail for several years. Let my son go, I don't need to pursue today's matter. Chu Shaoshan looked at Zheng Fifan, who looked like a murderous god in front of him. His already pale face became even paler. My calves started to tremble. The experience of being rushed into the hospital last time by Zheng Fifan came to mind, and he stammered. You don't act recklessly. This is a society governed by law. It is illegal to hit someone. Is it because of Lin Chuqing? I admit that I was obsessed at the time. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. But I really didn't do anything to her. Before I could do anything, Uncle Chen drove me away. At this time, Chu Shaoshan couldn't help but feel happy. Fortunately, Xu Hao appeared at that time and stopped her from attacking Lin Chuqing. I can't face this powerful guy who doesn't follow the rules. He might actually kill himself. However, it's okay that he didn't mention Xu Hao. When he heard these two words, Fan exploded. The long knife in his hand was raised high. Chu Shang's eyes were about to burst. He thought Zheng Fifan was going to kill his son. Yell no. Chu Shaoshan was even more desperate. Just when he thought he was going to die, a slap hit him hard on the face. It makes a crisp sound. It turned out that Zheng Fifan dropped the knife and changed it to a slap. Even though he was extremely angry. But he knows what's appropriate. If he kills this loser, there is no place for him in Kyushu anymore. I have to go to the dark world again and live in the dark days. He also wanted to protect Lin Chuqing. Already made a mistake once. Lin Chuqing was scolded by that scumbag Xu Hao once. If he leaves, Lin Chuqing was not sure how she would be bullied. He has seen the methods of that scumbag Xu Hao. So, even though I wanted to tear this good-for-nothing young man into pieces, he still had to endure it. Just because he endured it didn't mean he would let this guy go. He must be beaten hard to vent his anger. Being slapped to the ground, Chu Shaoshan was stunned. My entire face feels numb. A clear 5-fingerprint emerged. It swells up rapidly and is visible to the naked eye. Zheng Fifan was still angry. He went up and kicked him twice. Stop it. Chu Shang came back to his senses and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the knife did not fall. He has lost his ability. Such an only child. If he is killed, who will inherit the family business? Seeing Zheng Fifan beating his son, Chu Shang roared angrily and rushed up to block his son. You asked for this. Don't blame me for calling the police. If I don't let you go in and squat for a few years, my surname will not be Chu. He said something resentfully. Chu Shang took out his cell phone and wanted to call the police. Zheng Fifan sneered. Boss Chu is very good at manipulating securities. Chu Shang paused before dialing the phone. Pretending to be calm, he looked at Zhang Feifan. What do you mean? What do I mean? Boss Chu knows very well that if you want to call the police, there is no problem, then I will also call the police for fun. Zhang Feifan spoke calmly. He dared to come and cause trouble for the Chu family. Of course you won't be unprepared. After knowing that the Chu family was secretly dealing with him, he launched an investigation. Although the Chu family is also worth tens of billions. But the investigation was much easier than that of the Xu family. Soon he found some evidence of illegal crimes. It's just that the time was short and he didn't find out much. This crime is not enough to bring down the Chu family. Let the Chu family and his son go in and use the sewing machine. It's just the right time to threaten. When enough evidence is collected later, it will be time to destroy the Chu family. Chu Shang's face looked uncertain. I cursed in my heart that damn it. After learning how Zhang Feifan brought down Zhao Media, he immediately restrained some actions. Unexpectedly, this guy found out. Although the crime mentioned by Zhang Feifan will only have some impact on his company, it cannot do anything to him. But he didn't know how much Zhang Feifan had found. The son has been beaten. We can't bring both father and son into it. Get out of here before I change my mind. After exhaling, Chu Shang suppressed his anger and said coldly. Of course he didn't want to let this guy go. He wanted to kill his son and had evidence against him. There is a way to die. Zhang Feifan didn't care about his tone, he looked deeply at Li Xiao who had retreated to the side. This guy was also present when Lin Chuqing was given the medicine. It's certainly no less helpful. He deserves to die too. However, Chu Shaoshan had been beaten and breathed out. It's not too late to deal with him later. With the intention to kill, Fan turned around and left. Chu Shang looked ugly. Staring at his back, I didn't know what he was thinking. Then he glanced at Li Xiao. Or a confidant. He hid far away because he was afraid of Zhang Feifan. Where is the look of protecting her with all her might before? Li Xiao was already preparing to run away with the bucket. Turning a blind eye to the big brother's eyes. At night, Li Xiao came out of Chu's house and prepared to go home. Before he had gone far, several figures blocked his way. The breath that bursts out from the body. Astonishingly, they are all at the pinnacle of Mingjing. After a short battle, Li Xiao was attacked from behind by an dark master, knocked unconscious and put into a sack. In a dark and damp secret room, Li Xiao woke up leisurely. I found that my hands and feet were tied, and a hood was placed on my head. Who are you? Why did you arrest me? He asked while still able to remain calm. It doesn't matter who we are. The important thing is that I should find you to make a little fortune. Your investment vision is very accurate, please teach us. Chapter 142, Everything goes wrong behind the scenes. The Chu family is destroyed. The eldest brother entrusts his wife to investment. What investment? Li Xiao was a little confused and didn't react. Mr. Li is really good at pretending to be stupid. You don't know, so let me remind you. 10 days ago, Mr. Li came into contact with the stock market for the first time and invested 300,000 yuan in Hisense. Not long after that, Hisense's stock continued to rise by the daily limit. Just the day before it fell, Mr. Lin invested in another stock. In just a few days, Mr. Li used a principal of 300,000 yuan to earn more than 5 million yuan. I admired Mr. Lin's investment vision, so I wanted to find Mr. Lin a way to make money. You can earn so much by investing 300,000 yuan. If I invest a little more, won't it be faster than picking up money from the bank? Li Xiao finally understood what was going on. I scolded my mother in my heart. Is there any mistake? He just invested 300,000. This kind of small number can't make any splash in the stock market. It even attracts others' attention. Is there something wrong? 300,000 was earned by my predecessor working hard for his eldest brother Chu Shang. Then he made stock investments based on some plot information. The effect is obvious. Almost anything you invest in will go up. At this time, he only regretted that he had too little principal on hand. If only there were hundreds or tens of millions. He can definitely accumulate the original startup capital within a month. That's right, don't look at him earning 5 million. In fact, it was not enough starting capital to implement his plan. Stock trading is a no-no after all. The path he wants to take is industry. A big project that can achieve a consortium worth hundreds of billions. Are you mistaken? I don't have any investment vision, it all depends on luck. Li Xiao definitely can't reveal the story of his time travel, Zhao reports. Haha, it seems that our Mr. Li is not cooperating, so let's have some appetizers first. The words just fell. Kai, sound. A dagger penetrated Li Xiao's shoulder. Hiss. Li Xiao didn't react at all, he was so heartbroken. The pain from his body made his eyes bulge, his teeth clenched, and cold sweat broke out. He felt a chill in his heart. These people are too cruel. If they don't agree with each other, they stab someone with a knife. Mr. Li, can you say it now? After all, we just want to make a fortune from you, there is no harm in it. If Mr. Li doesn't cooperate, then it's our fault. Li Xiao felt a chill down his spine. God doesn't mean any harm. Without any malice, would you stab him without hesitation? What frightens him is, he felt a knife being drawn against his other shoulder. If he didn't say anything, he would probably be stabbed with a knife. Does Li Xiao want to say something? If you tell them, if they ask where they got the news from, how will you answer? What if he knew his identity as a time traveler? Why don't you take him and slice him into slices? He immediately gritted his teeth and said, laugh. The words are not finished yet. Another knife stabbed into his other shoulder without hesitation. Li Xiao was so painful that he broke into a cold sweat. His back was already soaked with sweat, and blood was pouring out. If he hadn't gritted his teeth, he would have screamed. What do you want? Kill me if you dare. Li Xiao couldn't help roaring. Killing you is not our purpose, we just want to make some money from you. But if you don't cooperate, we will torture you until you die. Don't worry, you will definitely experience what real hell is before you die. The gangster's tone contained no emotion at all. Li Xiao's eyes turned black. Just being stabbed twice was enough for him. In the eyes of these gangsters, it was nothing. More torture is yet to come. Li Xiao was a 007 social animal in his previous life. He was also a little gangster when he traveled back in time. How can I endure such torture? What do you want? If you want money, I can give it all to you. There was a tremor in his voice. The gangster shook his head. We don't care about your little money, we just want to know how you make money. Li Xiao fell into silence for a while. And at this time, he was horrified to notice that a knife was gesticulating back and forth on his finger. It seemed like it would be cut off at any moment. Mr. Li, have you thought about it? Our time is limited. If we haven't thought about it yet, we will move on to the next stage. Li Xiao's whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. I'm already confused in my heart. But the gangster's voice was heard again. Li Xiao, male, 20 years old, lives at home. By the way, the house was demolished 2 days ago and moved to a villa, right? I have a sister and a pair of parents at home. My parents are in good health. My sister is pretty. If Mr. Li still doesn't cooperate, I will have to invite them over and reunite with you. Threaten. The threat of Chiguo. Li Xiao suddenly relaxed. He compromised. With the cruelty and cold blood of these people. If my sister's parents were arrested, the consequences would be disastrous. In fact, this is just an excuse he made for himself. Feeling the knife on your fingers move away. Li Xiao lay on the chair like mud, gasping for air. Then he told some investment information he knew in his memory. Someone next to me was taking notes in a small notebook. Finished. Under several threats from the gangsters, Li Xiao finished telling all the stock trading news. He never wanted to experience the endless fear of having his hands chopped off again. Hearing the gangster's question, Ji Xiao forced himself to nod in pain. The gangster said, oh, and continued. Knowing so much information, Mr. Li is really foresight. Where is the foresight? Li Xiao suddenly panicked and quickly defended himself. It's just inside information I got from a friend. The gangster smiled noncommittally. Now that we've finished talking about investing in stocks, let's talk about some real projects to make money. What the FCK? Li Xiao was numb. He is always good at investing. If you catch him and ask about related investments, you can still explain it. What the hell is the real industry? Do you really regard him as a prophet? Li Xiao felt something was getting more and more wrong. These people seemed to have the intention of arresting him to ask these questions from the very beginning. It seems that he is a time traveler. Not necessarily a time traveler. Or a reborn person. But how is this possible? From beginning to end, he did not reveal any information about the time traveler. Before he could figure it out. There is another knife on the finger. A cold voice sounded in my ears. Mr. Lin, if you don't say anything, we will start from the little finger and cut it finger by finger. Until the 10 fingers are cut off, then the hands and feet, and the 5th. Hear these tortures. Li Xiao's body couldn't stop shaking. At the same time, Xu family villa. The family sat warmly on the sofa and watched TV. A ding sound came from the phone. Xu Hao picked up the phone calmly. It was Bai Ling who sent the interrogation information about the protagonist Li Xiao. That's right, he was responsible for Li Xiao's arrest. I thought he was just an ordinary time traveler and a small villain. Unexpectedly, the investigation found that it even contains commercial content. Li Xiao is the villain protagonist. While attacking the protagonist Zheng Fifan, he also needs to develop business. After all, you can't be weaker than your eldest brother, the Chu family, right? The urban protagonist would be embarrassed to say that he is the protagonist unless he comes out. Then, Xu Hao planned to kill the protagonist who was not very able to increase his emotional value and was almost harvested. Squeeze out the last of his worth. He took a look at the stock trading information revealed by Li Xiao. Xu Hao decided to go to the company tomorrow to have someone appraise it. Then, Xu Hao looked at another message. It's about what happened to the Chu family this afternoon. The protagonist Zheng Fifan knocked on the door. Xu Hao's eyes flashed. Tisk. Want to destroy the Chu family? Then I will help you. Different from Zheng Fifan. After knowing that the Chu family was targeting him, he went to investigate the Chu family. Xu Hao learned that the Chu family owned a new energy electronics company. He began to make it his own. Therefore, the information investigated was much more than Zheng Fifan. This evidence was enough for Chu Shang to step into the sewing machine. As for Chu Shaoshan, this dandy young man, although I haven't done anything bad, I don't need to get into trouble. But a waste. Shouldn't you just let him control it? Just find a chance to kill him. Xu Hao got complete evidence to bring down Chu Shang 2 days ago. Just waiting for an opportunity. The reason why I didn't take action. I don't want people to think of him. After all, when the time comes, sister-in-law Xinmei will inherit the Chu family's property. He will definitely interact with this sister-in-law frequently, so as not to arouse the association of interested people. No matter what, the persona of the elegant and easy-going hypocrite cannot be destroyed. And now, Zheng Fifan was completely hostile to the Chu family. Xu Hao knew the opportunity had come. The two sides have a hostile relationship. Zheng Fifan was targeting the Chu family again, threatening them with evidence. It helps him attract attention. He can then feel free to take action. He immediately said 2 words to Bai Ling. Action. Soon, hot search news swept the entire internet. The president of the Chu group, with a market value of tens of billions, actually has so many behind-the-scenes operations. 10-billionaire Chu Shang is suspected of illegal securities trading, tax evasion and evasion of Chu group. Chu Shang had just returned from visiting his son in the hospital. Zheng Fifan was really angry this time. The beating was much harder than last time. I won't be able to leave the hospital for 10 days and a half. Chu Shang looked gloomy. Zheng Fifan wanted to kill his son. He also threatened him with some company evidence. If you don't erase it, you should feel uneasy. Just when he was trying to find someone to deal with Zheng Fifan, a phone rang. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. Chu Shang glanced at it and saw that it was the company secretary calling. Click to connect. Mr. Chu is not well. How rude is it to be in a panic? If you have something to say, please speak slowly. Chu Shang frowned and scolded. However, wherever the secretary slowed down, the others were almost dying of anxiety. Mr. Chu, some news about our company has been exposed. Check out the hot searches. Chu Shang's heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling came over me. Quickly opened the web page. I saw the hot searches about him in the Chu group above. Chu Shang felt his eyes go dark. Zheng, Fei, Fan. 3 words popped out through gritted teeth. His face was full of resentment. If we had known that Zheng Fifan would be exposed, we should have taken action and arrested him first. Find another excuse to execute him. I regret it for the first time. I thought Zheng Fifan didn't have much evidence. He can take his time with it. Who knew there were so many and detailed pieces of evidence? Different from last time, the evidence of the Lu family found by the Brotherhood. This is all what I heard from others and has not been confirmed. It needs to be investigated by relevant departments. At this time, the evidence against the Chu family is already solid. Chu Shang collapsed to the ground pale. He knew he was finished. Chu Shang hates it so much. I wish I had not killed that Zheng Fifan. He had been famous for most of his life, but he ended up thousands of miles away from a small security guard. So unwilling. And at Zheng Fifan's house. Zheng Fifan was lying on the bed and saw these news. A cart jumped up violently. Looking at the incriminating evidence about the Chu family. Zheng Fifan looked surprised and uncertain. He was thinking about starting to investigate the Chu family tomorrow. As a result, he hasn't taken action yet. Someone exposed the Chu family. He knew very well that these evidences were true. Because, he only saw a few of them that he investigated. The first thought was that someone was also targeting the Chu family. But Zheng Fifan always felt something was wrong. It was as if there was an invisible big hand controlling everything. It happened suddenly. Chu Shang knew that he would be arrested and investigated, and then put in jail. The death penalty won't do it. More than 10 years are indispensable. Before that, response measures must be prepared. His son studied with him for a period of time, but his experience was really insufficient. It is very likely that they will be beaten to death by those shareholders. And now his son was beaten by Zheng Fifan again and was admitted to the hospital. Chu Shang thought that there was only one person who could temporarily help manage the group. That is his wife Yao Xinrui. There's nothing to say about Yao Xinrui's work ability. Shangba Electronics Company, Limited. Wang Qian's company, Limited was put under his management and kept in order. Profits are rising year by year. The only thing that worried him was the relationship between the two is just a couple by agreement. At that time, Yao Xinrui did not agree to marry him. He also forced and threatened the opponent. There is no good solution now. I just hope that for the sake of letting her enjoy the life of a wealthy lady for so many years. Help take care of the company. That's right, just help take care of it. He would not give the interests of the Chu family to a woman with whom he had no connection. The worst thing he can do is wait until his son Chu Shaoshan grows up. Give her that electronics company. Having made up his mind, Chu Shang called Yao Xinrui back overnight. Yao Xinrui was stunned when she heard that Chu Shang said that she would take care of the entire group. She didn't know how she felt after learning the whole story. Some are happy, some are sad, some are relieved. It's complicated anyway. It's okay if Chu Shang goes in. Then the matter between her and Xu Hao would not have been discovered. Xinrui, I know it was wrong of me to threaten you before. But for the sake of why I've treated you well after all these years, can you please do me this favor? After Chu Shang finished talking about some key points of managing the company, he said with sincerity. Yao Xinrui was silent for a moment. Finally nodded and agreed. She has no feelings for Chu Shang, so of course she won't be kind enough to help him. The reason why I agreed was just out of interests. She has been Chu Shang's agreement wife for 10 years. After all, you can't work in vain. If she doesn't agree, Chu Shang will find someone else. Maybe she will take back the electronics company she currently manages. Then she will be in vain in the end. Early the next morning, relevant departments broke into the Chu family. Xu Shi seemed to have just received the news and hurried over. Chu Shang was heartbroken. When he saw Xu Hao arriving, his eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Xu, Xinrui is just taking charge of the Chu group for the first time, and there are many things she doesn't understand. I hope you will take care of her. Chapter 143, Sister-in-law's Repayment. Intimidating the heroine into obedience. Taking care of the bedroom. Early the next morning, several police cars broke into Chu's house. The car stopped, and a woman wearing a police uniform got out of the police car. The woman is tall, with an explosive figure, and her clothes are held up high. She has a delicate and beautiful face, a pair of bright eyes, and a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. She was wearing a police uniform. Not only did it not cover up her beauty, but it accentuated her heroic appearance. At this time, several police officers got out of several other police cars. He came to the policewoman and saluted. His eyes were full of admiration and admiration. Lu Yiren waved her hand. Arrests. A group of police officers rushed into the Chu family villa. Chu Shang was already prepared. At this time, he was sitting calmly at the coffee table drinking tea. As if waiting for their arrival. Chu Shang, you are suspected of tax evasion and illegal securities trading. Please come back with us to assist in the investigation. Chu Shang stood up without speaking. Two police officers immediately came forward. Take out the gloves and put them on him. A group of police officers led Chu Shang outside. Yao Xinrui was in a complicated mood and followed Li Shang to see the situation. And just when Chu Shang was about to be taken into the police car. A car is coming. A woman got out of the driver's seat, came to the back seat, and opened the door. Xu Hao got out of the car. This old man Chu is going to be jailed. He came here specially to give me a ride. Very hypocritical. It was obvious that Chu Shang had ended up like this because of his direct control. Of course Xu Hao is not here to defend this elder brother. But she was afraid that her sister-in-law would not know the situation and come to help her seize the Chu family. As soon as he got off the bus, Xu Hao was startled. His eyes instantly fell on the leading beautiful police officer. I saw the halo of luck falling from her head. Amazingly, another heroine. My heart moved slightly. A property interface appears in front of you. Character: Lu Yiren. Identity: policewoman, heroine of Disciple. You are already invincible. Come down from the mountain and harm your junior sisters. Charm: 94, full value 100. Strength: 95, peak of Ming Jin. Physique: 54, 10 for ordinary people. Spirit: 40, 10 for ordinary people. Favorability: -30. Tisk: she's still a policewoman. The professional attribute bonus belongs to yes. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. His eyes fell on the favorable impression of -30. What's the situation? If I remember correctly, is this the first time he meets this heroine? Is it okay if I just put -30 on my favorable opinion? Has a problem. Xu Hao just glanced at her and looked away calmly. Keep walking forward. Chu Shang, who had always been very submissive, suddenly spoke to the policewoman. Officer, can you give me a moment to talk to my old friend? Lu Yiren frowned a little. Officer, don't worry, I'm handcuffed, can I still run away? I believe you all know Xu Hao, the president of Xu Group. He and I are old friends. Chu Shang quickly revealed Xu Hao's identity. I hope these police officers can give me some face. Xu Hao. Lu Yiren looked at Xu Hao walking over in surprise, meaning Ming. Finally agreed to Chu Shang's request. Brother Chu, what's going on? I saw the trending news when I woke up early in the morning. I came over immediately and saw that you seemed to be taken away. Chu Shang sighed. Don't mention it anymore, it fell into the hands of a villain. Xu Hao. Okay, scold me like that, right? See how I deal with your wife and bully your son. Brother Xu, I don't have much time. Can I ask you a favor? Chu Shang's eyes were filled with hope. He doesn't have many friends, Xu Hao is one of them. After he encounters something, he is the first to come to him. It can be seen that Xu is worthy of trust. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Brother Chu, tell me what you have to say. As long as I can help, I will never refuse. Chu Shang was moved and said regretfully. I had a great time drinking with my brother last time. I also bought a few bottles of good wine and planned to invite you to have a drink with me sometime. But now it seems that it is far away. I was very happy that day too. Xu Hao said with a half smile. He glanced at his sister-in-law Yao Xinrui not far away with a vague look. He really had a lot of fun with the heroine that day. Brother Chu, don't say that. I'm just assisting in the investigation. He will be out soon. Then we can have a good drink together. Chu Shang smiled bitterly. With these charges against him, it will be difficult for Mo to come out. Concentrate your thoughts. Chu Shang said seriously. Brother Xu, what I was most worried about after entering was my son. He was targeted by a villain named Zhu Fan. I'm afraid he will be in danger. I hope you can help take care of him. Xu Hao also calmed down his expression and sounded serious. No problem, that kid looks pretty good to me. He usually treats me like an uncle, but he tends to be impulsive. If he gets rid of this problem, he will definitely become a great success. Don't worry, brother, since you entrusted your son to me, I promise that I won't let him get hurt at all. What Xu Hao said was a righteous statement. In my mind, I was thinking. After death, there is no harm, right? Chu Shang was touched. The look in Xu Hao's eyes changed. Xu Hao's family history is legendary. Little resistance was encountered, or the real estate industry that often has problems. In real estate, which boss doesn't have evil intentions? Xu Hao does not. Not only is he not evil-minded, but he also participates in charity activities everywhere and makes donations without any. Chu Shang always thought Xu Hao was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Everything is just his disguise. Of course, this is not important to businessmen. They are big bosses worth hundreds of billions. Which one is clean? No secret behind it. Now it seems that he was mistaken. Knowing that he had committed a crime, my old friend who was usually close to him wanted to stay away from him. He also worries that the other party will take advantage of the situation and deal with the Xu family. This brother Xu is still the same as before. It's the same as the character he created. Treat others in a polite and easygoing manner, and value righteousness due to affection. Not only did he come to see him immediately, he also promised to help him take care of his son. I was so moved that I couldn't speak for a while. Take a deep breath to calm down your excitement. Xu Shang continued. There is also my son, who is unable to manage the company due to his lack of ability and the fact that he is currently in the hospital. I will let Xinrui manage it temporarily. Xinrui used to manage a small company, but suddenly he is managing a large group. There are many things he doesn't understand, and he needs more care from Xu Zidi. Xu Hao thought for a moment and nodded. I think my sister-in-law has pretty good management skills. She should be able to manage things for the time being. Don't worry. If you don't understand something, I will help you. If someone dares to think wrong, our two families can join forces. Xu Shang looked happy. He was worried that after he entered, someone would try to take advantage of the Xu family. With Xu Hao's guarantee, the two families can unite. Unless those hundreds of billions of groups take action. Otherwise, don't think about it again. Brother Xu, I really don't know how to thank you. Facing Xu Shang with a disgusting look on his face. Xu Hao felt a chill. He forced a smile. We are all friends, so we should help with this. The time is up, Xu Shang, it's time for you to come with us. A police officer came up and took Shang away. Before leaving, policewoman Lu Yiren took a deep look at Xu Hao and got into the police car. Xu Hao rubbed his chin. It seems that the policewoman heroine has a strong opinion on him. What was the reason that made her feel disgusted? Looks like we need to investigate. With a roar, he left. Only Xu Hao and sister-in-law Yao Xinrui are left in the Xu family. Xu Hao looked at Yao Xinrui and smiled. Sister-in-law, congratulations, the Xu group with a market value of tens of billions will be handed over to you to take charge from now on. Although I have given in. But when facing Xu Hao, Xinrui was not helpless nervous. Hearing this, she thought of her fate. He said helplessly. Congratulations for what? I'm just helping with management, the shares are not in the hands of Xu Shaoshan. I can't get anything. Anyway, Xu knew that she had embezzled public funds. I have seen her in her most shameful posture countless times. Yao Xinrui told her situation without any worries. Who said sister-in-law can't get anything? After taking control of the group, you can do a lot of things. Xu Shaoshan, that loser, can't you just do whatever you want? Xu Haofeng Qingyan smiled lightly. Where is the politeness he showed when he faced Xu Shang before? Yao Xinrui knew Xu Hao's personality and was not surprised. His eyes lit up. Can I really do it? Now the Xu group is in a mess because of the Xu Shang incident. Relevant departments have sealed it, and there are other shareholders restricting it. It is difficult to manage the company, let alone anything. Yao Xinrui frowned as she thought about the difficulties the Xu family was facing now. What you mentioned is indeed a problem, but if there is someone behind it, it will be easy to solve. But who wants to be behind my back? Yao Xinrui paused. Instantly, she thought of the scene of Xu Hao supporting her from behind, and her pretty face turned slightly red. Then he looked at Xu Hao with surprise and joy. Husband, what do you mean? Are you willing to help me control the Xu group? Xu Hao nodded. Of course, brother Xu just told me that he wanted me to help him take good care of your wife. He looked at her with interest. Yao Xinrui understood what Xu Hao meant. He rolled his eyes angrily. Xu Shang asked Xu Hao to take care of her. Xu Hao does take care of people. I took care of her in the bedroom. What should have happened to both of them happened, and what shouldn't have happened also happened. It's not that easy to be shy. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. With Xu Hao's help, it is indeed not difficult to solve the trouble at hand. Somehow, I used to be disgusted with Xu Hao and felt extremely afraid of Xu Hao's insidious calculations. But after surrendering, now that she is one of her own, she feels safe again with Xu Hao. I finally experienced the feeling of my good friend Su Wancho. He once said bad things about Xu Hao in front of her more than once. But then, she had to pull herself into her chariot and deal with Xu Hao together. Xu Hao is really kind to his own people. Immediately, Yao Xinrui said excitedly. I am not that Chu Shang's wife, you are my husband, thank you. Sister-in-law should really thank me. Xu Hao smiled noncommittally. After a pause, he spoke slowly. Do you know who exposed these trending news? Yao Xinrui just wanted to say it was Zheng Fifan. Because that's what Chu Shang told her. She had seen Zheng Fifan last time when he broke into the Chu family. Really extraordinary skill. You can see Xu Hao's meaningful eyes. Yao Xinrui swallowed the words that came to her mouth, with a look of shock on her face. See Xu Hao nodding. Yao Xinrui's heart was filled with turmoil. No wonder. No wonder Chu Shang said he let Zheng Fifan go yesterday afternoon because he thought he didn't find enough evidence, causing him to become careless. There is another truth. That Zheng Fifan really didn't have enough evidence. These evidences were found by Xu Hao. While shocked, Yao Xinrui looked at Xu Hao with eyes full of fear. Based on all the evidence, Xu Hao had long planned to take action against Chu Shang. Unimaginable. The two of them had dinner together a few days ago and called themselves brothers. Although the purpose was to get Chu Shang drunk and then visit the bedroom with her. But it also shows Xu Hao's deep scheming. It's absolutely terrible. You are so cruel to someone who is still a friend. If anyone dares to betray him, he will definitely die miserably. Yao Xinrui immediately gave up the idea of resisting Xu Hao. The moment before, after hearing Xu Hao say that he would help her take control of the Chu group, she was still waiting to take control of this tens of billions group. On par with Xu Hao's Xu group. Have the ability to resist Xu Hao's oppression. The idea is still too naive. What will happen if she really resists Xu Hao? Yao Xinrui trembled. Xu Hao had a panoramic view of her expression and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Obviously, he said it deliberately to intimidate the sister-in-law. Put an end to the unrealistic thoughts in her mind. Of course, he would not believe Yao Xinrui just because of this. Xu Hao will not help the heroine completely control the Chu group until she is convinced. It would be no problem to help her take control of the company. Whenever Yao Xinrui completely surrenders, he will help her get the shares of the Chu family. In short, when will Chu Shaoshan die? It depends on Yao Xinrui's performance. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? Xu Hao asked, pretending to be concerned. Yao Xinrui came back to her senses and showed a forced smile. Some stuttering answers. Yao Xinrui gradually regained her composure. Resistance to Xu Hao will not end well. Then it's just that she doesn't resist. Xu Hao is still treating her well now. Help her take charge of the Chu group. As long as you keep following him, you'll be fine. But at this moment, Xu Hao looked at her playfully. Sister-in-law, didn't you just say thank you to me? You know I never believe in verbal thanks. Why doesn't Yao Xinrui understand what Xu Hao means? My heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked around. Only when there is no one can you relax. Pursing her lips, she stepped forward and took Xu Hao's arm. Walk towards the villa. Husband, let's go into the house and repay you if we dare. After accepting the thanks from sister-in-law Yao Xinrui with a nod and a bow, Xu Hao began to help her deal with the difficulties encountered by the Chu family. Tax evasion. Pay what you have to pay. Seize the company. Xu Hao's activities, pay the fine, and complete the process quickly. Some illegal and criminal items should be discarded. So, in less than a day, the Chu group recovered from the turmoil. Several trouble-making shareholders, as well as some forces coveting the Chu group. They were all shocked by Xu Hao. Yao Xinrui naturally became the president of the Chu group. Chu group. CEO's office. Yao Xinrui was lying in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 33rd floor, admiring the entire bustling city. It feels so good to have Xu Hao's husband supporting me behind my back. Chapter 144, So much fun in the office. Sister-in-law, Xu Hao is my husband. Chu group. It really scared me to death. In the morning, people from many departments came to interrogate and arrest people. I thought our group was going to close down. Isn't it the CEO's fault? If a good company is not run, it must do some illegal and criminal activities. Be careful what you say. Mr. Chu is a thing of the past. We must show respect to Mr. Yao. The company was in a mess this morning. Even Mr. Chu's wife couldn't clean up the mess. Fortunately, Mr. Chu made a friend like Mr. Xu, who suppressed all kinds of dissatisfaction and helped his wife ascend to the position of president. Yes, Mr. Xu is not only handsome, he is polite and easygoing, without the slightest airs, and he is even more aggressive with his friends. I really want to switch to work in the Xu group. A maintenance worker wearing maintenance clothes is from the Xu group. From time to time, the excited chatter of employees could be heard. Hearing the admiration for Xu Hao, the maintenance man's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. If Xu Hao were here, he would definitely recognize his identity. Who else is it but the protagonist Zheng Fifan? Ever since I saw the news about the Xu group in Chushang. The more Zheng Fifan thought about it, the more something was wrong. Decided to come over and check out the situation for myself. As soon as he entered the company, he heard someone praising his enemy Xu Hao. Of course Zheng Fifan was unhappy. At some point, I arrived at the door of the president's office. Zheng Fifan paused. He knows. Chushang has been arrested for the incident. The current president of the group is his wife Tiao Xinrui. The beautiful mature woman he saw in the study when he broke into Chu's house that night came to mind. No matter in terms of figure, appearance, or temperament, she is not much inferior to Lin Chuqing. Especially the mature young woman style. It's heartbreaking to watch. At that time, he lamented that good cabbage was lost to pigs. What a beautiful woman. It's cheaper than that old guy in Chushang. Now that Chushang has been arrested, won't his chance come? Zheng Fifan's heart was pounding. Thinking of that beautiful young woman, now a high-ranking CEO. His mouth was watering. Click. The sound of a door opening broke his mood. Zheng Fifan came to his senses and quickly looked around. Make a show of observing what is damaged and whether repairs are needed. His eyes fell on the door of the president's office intentionally or unintentionally. Next moment, his expression froze and his body suddenly stiffened. I saw a man walking out of the president's office. It was actually his father-killing enemy Xu Hao. Zheng Fifan lowered the brim of his hat a little. Killing intent boiled in my heart, and a question arose at the same time. Why did Xu Hao come out of the new president's office? Soon he knew why. Following Xu Hao, it was the beautiful mature woman he had met before, Chushang's wife Yao Xinrui. Her expression at this time was somewhat intriguing. The face is slightly red, with faint traces of fragrant sweat visible, and the eyes are moist, full of spring feelings. The steps are also slightly unnatural. A man and a woman alone, what did they do in the office just now? One can imagine. Zheng Fifan was shocked and stunned. When he came all the way, he heard the employees in the company talking about it. Xu Hao is a good friend of Chushang. We often drink tea together and call ourselves brothers. Is this how Xu Hao treats his best friend's wife? A good friend was just arrested and the charges were not even pronounced. Are you hooking up with someone else's wife? Are you still having so much fun in the office? Really, riding a horse is not a human being. I thought that Xu Hao had gone crazy and killed people to silence his father in order to take back the shares. I didn't expect there to be something even more amazing. It refreshed his understanding of Xu Hao's shamelessness. No matter how horny you are, you won't attack your friend's wife, right? As for Lin Chuqing, she is his brother's fiancée. He just liked it and didn't do anything. Of course Zheng Fifan would not admit it. It's such a double standard. Zheng Fifan realized a problem. Looking at the relationship between Mr. Yao and Xu Hao, it doesn't seem like they are just getting along. Could it be that the two of them secretly got together before Chushang was caught? What the FCK? In front of others, with their wives. Do you want to eat chicken like this? Zheng Fifan felt numb. His eyes were full of envy, jealousy and hatred. Such a beautiful mature woman was seduced by Xu Hao. Zheng Fifan roared in his heart. Why? What's good about Xu Hao? Isn't it just a little money? Looking a little more handsome. What else? He is a 50-year-old man. He looks gentle on the surface, but in fact he is a sinister and cunning villain. Brush. An idea suddenly appeared in Zheng Fifan's mind. He has been wondering who is targeting the Chu family. At this moment, he seemed to understand. Simple reasoning, to defeat Chushang is either revenge or fame and fortune. Hatred is not considered for now. I don't know how many people Chushang has offended. Take benefits as an example. After Chushang entered, did he really gain the most? Judging from the current situation, it's Chushang's wife, Yao Xinrui. There is nothing wrong with a wife running the company. Everything is normal. That was without knowing the relationship between Chushang's wife and Xu Hao. He knew that the two of them were together. Yao Xinrui gained the greatest benefit. But she is Xu Hao's woman. Xu Hao is the biggest beneficiary. I picked up a tens of billions group for nothing. Working backwards from this, Xu Hao has been with Chu Shang's wife for a long time. In order to seize the Chu family's property, collect evidence and send Chu Shang in. Reasonable and logical. What's more, the illegal activities Chu Shang did were relatively secretive. Ordinary people can't find it at all. Even if it is him, it will take some time to investigate. And Xu Hao happens to have this ability. Zheng Fifan knew Xu Hao's true character. He was not surprised at all that he could do such a thing. What a good calculation. Zheng Fifan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Hooking up with a friend's wife and trying to seize the friend's property. I finally saw Xu Hao clearly. He saw clearly. But everyone else was kept in the dark. I don't know Xu Hao's true face. I thought he was so affectionate and righteous for his brothers. Damn it. To think that Xu Hao, a scumbag, was admired by countless people. Zheng Fifan was extremely unhappy. Ding Zheng Fifan is furious, his mood value is +999. When Xu Hao went out, he found that the maintenance worker was dressed as Zheng Fifan. Just didn't care. The emotional value drawn from this protagonist is getting less and less. Looking at the halo of luck above his head, it was extremely bleak. It was almost falling apart like Li Xiao's. When the time comes we can send these two brothers and sisters on the road together. I found that I can also get some emotional value. Xu Hao paused before leaving. Yao Xinrui also stopped. He looked at Xu Hao doubtfully. Why doesn't my husband leave? This time, my husband called out the true feelings. Chu Shang asked her to manage the Chu group, but left her with a mess. He was helpless about the situation faced by the Chu group. However, with the help of Xu Hao, just less than a day, she went from not knowing much about the group to becoming the owner of this tens of billions group. During this period, we encountered various obstacles and troubles. All were solved by Xu Hao. Being an enemy of Xu Hao would definitely be a nightmare. But if you are one of your own, you will feel safe. Xu Hao surrendered more and more in his heart. Not far away. Zheng Fifan pretended to look around. Actually put your ears up and listen. My husband heard that sweet sound. Zheng Fifan was heartbroken. But then I thought that this was a name for Xu Hao. I feel like my heart is bleeding. But it also confirmed his guess that the two had been having a female affair for a long time. Sister-in-law, do you really want me to leave? Xu Hao looked joking. Yao Xinrui was stunned. The two of them had done all the things they shouldn't have done. I just said goodbye in the office. I don't know why Xu Hao said that. Yao Xinrui still replied. Of course I don't want to. I still want to be with you tonight. Didn't you say there is something going on at home? Zheng Fifan clenched his fists fiercely. Together at night. What to do together? Is this beautiful young woman so unrestrained? He didn't believe that this was the nature of that mature woman. It must be the result of Xu Hao's training. Yes, that must be the case. Zheng Fifan seemed to have discovered the truth, with a look of surprise in his eyes. He said, how could anyone like Xu Hao, a hypocrite who thinks one thing on the surface but another behind the scenes? Xu Hao must have used some means. I guess he deceived this mature young woman just like he did with the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling. Should he tell all the beautiful young ladies about Xu Hao's true face? He told the beautiful landlady last time. Xiao Wanling is not very young, is she easily ignored? No matter what he said, he didn't believe it. This gorgeous MILF is definitely different. He is older and wiser. As long as she recognizes Xu Hao as a person, she will know how to choose and break up with Xu Hao. If the two of them turn against each other, didn't Xu Hao's idea of embezzling Chu Shang's property come to nothing? When the time comes, I will appear again and win the heart of the young woman. Didn't the Chu group take advantage of him? The more I think about it, the more feasible it becomes. Zheng Fifan couldn't help but grin. Xu Hao, don't be proud. I will let you steal the chicken but lose the rice and make a wedding dress for me. However, after hearing the conversation between the two, he couldn't laugh anymore. I have to leave without a farewell ceremony. How can I do this? Xu Hao said with a smile. Yao Xinrui and Xu Hao are not the same as each other. Of course you know what the farewell ceremony is. Before, it was all in hotels, homes, or that small company. This is the Chu group. Still in the hallway. If someone saw her, the new CEO, she would do something like this with her husband's best friend. She could just dig a hole and bury herself. But faced with Xu Hao's leisurely gaze, she couldn't refuse, too. After all, they have helped me so much. Yao Xinrui looked around nervously. Xu Hao happened to be standing in front of her, blocking Zhu Fan's sight. Seeing no one, Yao Xinrui's heart beat faster. Quickly stand on tiptoes, thinking that a light peck will do the trick. But the moment she came closer, Chen Hao tilted his head. Don't talk together. Yao Xinrui's eyes widened and his heart beat wildly. He quickly tried to break free. But how can she match Xu Hao's strength? Ding. Yao Xinrui's heartbeat speeds up, emotional value plus 888. Ding. Zheng Fifan's mentality has collapsed, his mood value is plus 999. Xu Hao let go of his hand. Yao Xinrui hurriedly left the embrace. He looked around in panic. Suddenly, her body stiffened. This time, she saw a maintenance man not far behind Xu Hao. The brim of the hat was pulled down so low that his face could not be seen clearly. Sensing the presence of outsiders, Xinrui hurriedly changed her tune. Pointing behind him, Xu Hao said lightly, "He's just a maintenance man, don't pay attention to him." Yao Xinrui was a little worried. What if the maintenance man talks about it everywhere? But when she noticed the reassuring look Xu Hao gave her, she felt slightly relieved. 770. It turns out that Xu Hao did it on purpose. That said, there is really no need to be afraid. Xu Hao certainly didn't want their relationship to be exposed. With Xu Hao's insidiousness, don't make such a stupid mistake. There is something wrong with this maintenance man. Staying with Xu Hao gives her a deep sense of security. After the farewell ceremony, Xu Hao left. After walking around the corner, he stopped. To prevent any bloody drama between the male and female protagonists, Xu Hao planned to check the situation before leaving. After all, the heroine has not completely surrendered yet. Yao Xinrui did not go to work immediately. After watching Xu Hao leave and drive, she looked at the maintenance man. Although Xu Hao responded, she still decided to warn. He regained his composure, suppressed his reddish complexion, looked at the maintenance man coldly and asked, "What did you see just now?" "I've seen everything." Zheng Fifan came to his senses. He raised his head and revealed that somewhat familiar face. "You Zheng Fifan." Yao Xinrui recognized it. Isn't this guy the one who broke into Chu's house that night to cause trouble for Chu Shang? His name is Zheng Fifan. Zheng Fifan did not answer her, but asked instead, "President Yao, why are you with that scumbag Xu Hao?" Yao Xinrui was confused. It seemed that the two of them had a feud. This also shows that Xu Hao did it on purpose. A huge stone fell in my heart. Then I became a little curious again. Looking at this guy's angry look, I wonder what kind of outrageous thing Xu Hao has done. Zheng Fifan immediately said angrily, "There are other women around Xu Hao, and they were all obtained through unfair means to deceive ignorant girls. That girl was only in her 20s. She was best friends with his daughter. She was so heartbroken that the girl was poisoned with a love potion, so he tortured her all night." Zheng Fifan accused Xu Hao of taking down the beautiful landlord and Lin Chuqing. After saying that, he looked at Yao Xinrui, expecting her to be angry on the spot. Unexpectedly, Yao Xinrui looked calm. She didn't think so. That's it. Compared to threatening your friend's wife. What this guy said was nothing at all, right? Aren't you angry? Zheng Fifan was a little confused by Yao Xinrui's reaction. Why am I angry? Yao Xinrui asked curiously. Zheng Fifan vomited blood in his heart. The road of unwillingness. Xu Hao is lying to you when he is with you. According to the information I got, he collected the evidence and sent your husband in. The idea is to seize the assets of the Chu family. After all, you are just his tool to seize the family property. Yao Xinrui's eyes turned cold. Are you done? She thought she saw Xu Hao clearly. Xu Hao had nothing to say to his woman, and even gave her magic medicine like the marrow cleansing pill as he was told. What about Tool people? As long as you behave yourself, you won't be abandoned by Hao. I forgot to tell you that Chu Shang and I have nothing to do, Xu Hao is my husband. Chapter 145, The Protagonist Doomsday. Sisters Spoils. Bestie's landlord plan. Yao Xinrui's tone was unfriendly. Having seen Xu Hao's horror and his kindness to her, she was convinced. This guy is Xu Hao's enemy. Of course she wouldn't give him a good face. Zheng Fifan was dumbfounded. I thought this beautiful mature woman was rational enough. After telling Xu Hao's true face, the result would be different from that of the beautiful landlord. The result was indeed different. The beautiful landlord Xiao Wanling didn't believe him. This beautiful young woman knew that Xu Hao was messing around outside and was planning for the Chu family. She was still devoted to him. You are not an employee of my company. What are you doing in my company? Do you want to steal secrets? Before I call the police, get out of here quickly. Yao Xinrui glanced at her watch. She still had to go to work and didn't want to waste time here. Zheng Fifan was severely hit. He walked out in despair. Xu Hao also left, led by Ling send a death warrior to protect Yao Xinrui's safety. On the way home, Xu Hao received news from the company. It was the stock speculation information learned from Li Xiao, and the identification results were obtained. Professionals exclaimed that it was awesome. For example, a company that is neither popular nor unpopular will cause its stock price to soar due to the development of a new technology. These are unpredictable. If it were not for careful analysis and investigation, these inside stories would not be known. Xu Hao stroked his chin. Since all the news is true, then he can make a plan. There are so many investment and stock speculation information, even if it does not affect the stock price, each investment cannot be too much. It is not a problem to make tens or even hundreds of billions. It is already very profitable to dig out such value from the protagonist. And when he received the industrial news from Li Xiao, he was even more happy. This is a project worth hundreds of billions. And it is the kind that can be developed in a short period of time. This is a big profit. To thank Li Xiao for the news, Xu Hao decided to send him off in person. In the dim secret room, Li Xiao was tied to a chair. A dagger was inserted on each side of his shoulder. A few fingers were also cut off. He just used a simple method to stop the bleeding. It was so miserable. Even if a warrior has a strong physique and vitality that exceeds that of an ordinary person. Li Xiao was also dying. He had been locked up here and tortured for a day and a night. It was hard to imagine what he had been through. At this time, Li Xiao's face was pale, bloodless, and his expression was extremely haggard. He twitched from time to time. It was an instinctive reaction to extreme pain. In this day and night, let him confess everything that he should and shouldn't confess. Including the matter of crossing. Li Xiao didn't want to say it. But there was really no way. These guys were too good at torturing people. As if they knew that he had the ability to foresee the future. He must ask clearly. After cutting off a few fingers, he compromised. Bai Ling took Xu Hao into the secret room. The smell of blood in the face made him frown. The dead warriors in the secret room all showed fanaticism and knelt on one knee to salute. Li Xiao, who was tortured to death, raised a little spirit. He was too weak to move his fingers. But he still tried to lift his head up. He wanted to see who was going to harm him the first time these people took off his hood. Li Xiao finally figured it out. Someone must be targeting him deliberately. Otherwise, even if he made 5 million yuan by stock trading, he couldn't make any waves in the stock market and would never attract attention. Unless someone specifically investigates. Who is targeting him, caught him and tortured him? Is it the protagonist Zheng Fifan? Or Xu Hao who stole his sister? Or the eldest brother Chu Shang? The next moment, he didn't have to guess. He had already heard who it was from the voice. Get up. Xu Hao said lightly. He used all the dead soldiers to interrogate Li Xiao. He didn't find his trusted subordinate Lao Mo. Li Xiao is a time traveler. It's hard not to shock the world if he says it out. These dead soldiers are different. Even if they know, they won't tell anyone without his order. Li Xiao's voice was weak. But you can hear how angry he is from his tone. He secretly hates him. I should have thought of it earlier. Eldest brother Chu Shang trusts him very much. The mercenary group under the protagonist's command has all died. The only one who can have so many masters under his command is Lian Mo. Xiao, how are you? Xu Hao was unmoved by Li Xiao's miserable appearance. In fact, he was too lazy to come. He came here to calm the situation just to prevent the protagonist's halo from being activated and triggering any unexpected events. Xu Hao didn't want to see the protagonist being rescued or escaping. He would come back to seek revenge on him later. He would not feel relieved until he saw that the protagonist was completely dead. He glanced at the top of Li Xiao's head. After a day and a night of torture, his already shattered luck halo had become very dim. It was looming, as if it would disappear at any time. Ding Li Xiao was furious, emotional value plus 888. Li Xiao was so angry that he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, what has he become now? Is he still okay? Is this a good thing? Is this a good thing? Why do you treat me like this? Li Xiao weakly asked the doubts that had troubled him for a long time. He had no grudges against Xu Hao. It was obviously Xu Hao who threatened his sister-in-law, forced him to cover up, and deceived his sister and family. Xu Hao had been targeting him all along, and even arrested him and tortured him. That was really torturing him to death. Look at what you said. Xu Hao chuckled. You are unhappy with me and say bad things about me behind my back. Is this reason enough? Li Xiao was speechless and couldn't speak. Gradually, his weak breathing became heavier. It was obviously because he was angry. You threatened my sister-in-law and lied to my sister. I said a few bad things about you, and you want to kill me. Isn't that too overbearing? Of course, Xu Hao suddenly said again. These are just trivial reasons. The main reason is you are the protagonist. What the hell? Li Xiao was full of questions. Isn't the protagonist Zheng Fifan? Then his heart was shocked. How could Xu Hao know the word protagonist? Only when he traveled to the novel would he mention the protagonist from time to time. Could it be that Xu Hao is also a traveler? Yes, I remember that the first time I found the plot change was because of Xu Hao's appearance. Why is there no Xu Hao's name in the novel he read? Xu Hao said that he was the protagonist, and he traveled to the book and got the golden finger. He is also the protagonist. But he is a villain and a follower protagonist. Could it be that you are also a traveler? Ding Li Xiao's heart trembled, emotional value plus 777. Seeing that the aura of luck above Li Xiao's head was getting dimmer and dimmer. Xu Hao's smile became more and more intense. He said so much to the protagonist, isn't it just to harvest Li Xiao? Otherwise, who would talk nonsense with a dying person? Congratulations, wrong answer. Xu Hao shook his head. He did travel to this world. Reborn from childhood to adulthood. It's just that his memory was awakened later. Not a pure traveler. However, Ji Xiao thought he had guessed the truth. He couldn't help laughing. He regarded the protagonist Zheng Fifan as prey. Little did he know that he was already a prey in the eyes of others. That's all. I still have to go find your sister. It's time to send you off. By the way, don't walk too fast on the road to the underworld. Your eldest brother and his son will go down to accompany you. You will have a companion by then. Li Xiao couldn't help shivering. He said with horror, You want to kill me? You can't kill me. Killing is illegal. Hey, after all, you are a traveler. You can't be so naive, right? Li Xiao fell silent. Of course he knew that the law was used to restrain ordinary people. It doesn't exist for those rich and powerful people. On the contrary, it is their umbrella. Given Xu Hao's cunningness, even if he wanted to kill him, he would not leave any evidence. As long as there is no evidence, there is no conviction and no arrest. He had thought of killing Xu Hao at first. After seeing Xu Hao's dark power, this idea disappeared without a trace. With Xu Hao present and so many masters around, he was doomed. He felt his own weak state. This ghostly look. It would be better to die and put an end to it all. Anyway, it is a life saved. But he was so unwilling. After he died, his parents and sister would always be deceived by Xu Hao. Especially his sister Li Yunshu. She was eaten up, but she still spoke for Xu Hao. Just now Xu Hao said he wanted to kill him. Because he was panicking and didn't pay attention, he recalled what he said just now. What does it mean? The father and son of the Chu family are also coming to accompany him. Xu Hao is also going to kill them. Li Xiao asked in doubt. You don't know the current situation of the Chu family, right? Chu Shang was involved in many illegal crimes and has been arrested. Before he went to jail, he asked me to take care of his wife and children. Xu Hao said calmly. I will push your sister-in-law to the position of president of the Chu group. Only after the death of the father and son of the Chu family, all the shares will fall into the hands of your sister-in-law. Li Xiao felt cold all over. How could he not understand Xu Hao's plan? He wanted to swallow up all the assets of the Chu family. It sounds good to say that the sister-in-law controls the Chu family. In fact, the sister-in-law has already surrendered to Xu Hao. Aren't they all Xu Hao's? So cruel. Not only did he occupy his wife and seize the family property, but he also sent people to hell. A sincere fear rose in his heart. Ding Li Xiao was afraid, emotional value plus 1000. Xu Hao saw the luck halo above Li Xiao's head, which was completely shattered at this moment. There is no need to talk nonsense. Before you die, you can rest in peace after saying so much. Go with peace of mind, I will take good care of your sister and sister-in-law. After saying that, he waved his hand. Before Li Xiao could react, a soldier stabbed his heart with a knife. Li Xiao twitched twice. He tilted his head and fell silent. To be on the safe side, Xu Hao looked at his heart. With a sharp gaze, he activated his perspective. He did pierce the heart. There was no special situation where the heart was on the right and was not killed. It was confirmed that he was dead and could not die anymore. Xu Hao retracted his gaze and walked out of the secret room, and heard a word. Deal with it. Leaving the secret room, Xu Hao came to the house rented by Sha Qingge. After solving the protagonist, he certainly wanted to taste the fruits of victory. Sister Li Yunshu was his trophy. At this time, Sha Qingge and Li Yunshu, two best friends, were still awake and were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Qingge, why do you always look at the time? Li Yunshu noticed Sha Qingge's little action and asked in confusion. I'll see when to go to bed. I have to get up early tomorrow. I've been very busy with work recently. Sha Qingge said casually. She certainly didn't get up early to work. She was waiting for Xu Hao. After thinking about it, she and Xu Hao came up with a way to drag Li Yunshu into the water. That is when Xu Hao and Li Yunshu were together. She suddenly broke in and discovered their relationship. Li Yunshu knew that Sha Qingge liked Xu Hao and warned her not to have any ideas. However, she was with Xu Hao. Under shame and guilt, she would agree to the two of them being together. In the future, she and Xu Hao don't have to be sneaky. They can even play landlord together openly. Brat. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Li Yunshu was alert. Sha Qingge knew that Xu Hao was probably here. I'll go and see. Qingge, be careful and don't open the door to strangers. Quote. Sha Qingge responded. Kicking off her slippers, she walked to the door. Pretending to look through the cat's eye. Confirmed it was Xu Hao. Quickly opened the door. Uncle Xu. Sha Qingge exclaimed in surprise. Li Yunshu was surprised to see her bestie bringing Xu Hao in. What was Uncle Xu doing here so late? I forgot that I had something to deal with in the company during the day, so I came to work overtime. I heard that you live here, so I came to see you. Did I disturb you? Both besties shook their heads. No, Uncle Xu, you sit here. Sha Qingge led Xu Hao to the middle of the sofa. It happened that she and Li Yunshu were on the left and right sides respectively. Uncle Xu, what are you doing in the company? Sha Qingge asked curiously. About some investment news. Xu Hao put his hands on both sides. Li Yunshu froze and glanced at her bestie on the other side nervously. She found that her best friend was chatting with Xu Hao, but she didn't notice. She quickly reached out and tried to move Xu Hao's hand away. Although she and Xu Hao were already very close and had done all kinds of shameful things. But now her best friend was right next to her. If she was discovered, she would be finished. If her best friend discovered it, she would definitely laugh at her for the rest of her life. So she must not be discovered. But she didn't have the strength to move Xu Hao. Helplessly, she could only try her best to cover Xu Hao's hand and block her best friend's sight. In comparison, Sha Qingge was much more relaxed. As if nothing had happened. She chatted with Xu Hao from time to time. Because of Xu Hao's arrival, the two best friends had different thoughts. Anyway, she couldn't watch TV anymore. After chatting with the two girls for a while, Xu Hao pretended to check the time and said. It's getting late, I have to go back, you should also go to bed early. Sha Qingge invited with concern. It's so late, Uncle Xu, don't go back. Just stay here for one night. There's still an empty room. Xu Hao hesitated. Isn't this bad? Oh, what's wrong with that? Uncle Xu is not an outsider. It's okay to stay for one night. Yunshu, don't you think so? Li Yunshu didn't want her best friend to find out the secret between her and Xu Hao. In fact, she hoped that Xu Hao would leave quickly. At worst, she would come to the office to apologize tomorrow. But after hearing what her best friend said, it would be very bad if she didn't agree. So she nodded. Yes, Uncle Xu, it's not safe for you to go back at night. Just stay here for one night. Xu Hao pretended to hesitate and agreed. When washing and going to bed, Xu Hao quietly made a gesture to Li Yunshu not to lock the door. Li Yunshu's heartbeat accelerated. She knew what Xu was going to do. Very hesitant. Because of her submissive character, she didn't refuse Xu Hao in the end and left the door open. Xu Hao slipped into her room smoothly. When things were getting heated, the door was opened from the outside and Sha Qingge rushed in. Chapter 146, The Iceberg Female CEO Who Is Like a Little White Rabbit. Uncle Xu, don't be caught by your bestie. Li Yunshu was so ashamed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground. The next thing happened just as Xia Qingge planned. Xia Qingge pretended to be angry. Angrily said that Uncle Xu was hers and she wanted to be with Uncle Xu, implying that she wanted to be with Xu Hao. Li Yunshu was feeling ashamed and suddenly found a solution. After some hesitation, she agreed. Then it was a matter of course. Xia Qingge saw her bestie's crybaby appearance as she wished. Ding. Xia Qingge was curious and surprised, emotional value plus 666. Ding. Li Yunshu couldn't help being ashamed, emotional value plus 777. Everyone went to bed late, so they couldn't work. The two girls had to take leave and have a good rest at home. Li Yunshu was awakened by a phone ring the next day. Glimpse of the scene in the bedroom. The scene of last night was vivid in my mind, and I couldn't help blushing. I picked up the phone and looked. It was my mother calling. Seeing that Xu Hao was also awake, Li Yunshu quickly signaled him not to speak. Pressed the answer button. Yunshu, it's not good, your brother is in trouble. It turned out that a sanitation worker found the miserable Li Xiao on the street early in the morning. He was so scared that he almost died on the spot. Called the police quickly. After receiving the notification from the police, Li's father and mother rushed to the police station. Seeing Li Xiao's miserable appearance, the old couple almost died. It was too miserable. It was initially determined to be a vendetta, and fighting and brawl were not ruled out. The police asked Li Xiao who he had offended. Of course, Li's father and mother didn't know. This useless son often fooled around outside. Who knows who he offended? 6, 5, 7. They were angry and regretful. If they had known that their son would end up with such a tragic fate. I should have broken his legs at the beginning. Let him stay at home all the time and not go out to cause trouble. Li Yunshu heard her mother crying, and after hanging up the phone, she got up immediately. She had to go and see what was going on. Of course, it wasn't for that useless brother. The relationship between the siblings was originally very weak. And because Li Xiao slandered Xu Hao many times, the relationship dropped to the freezing point. She was worried about her parents. She was afraid that they would be too sad and get into trouble. What's wrong with Yunshu? Xu Hao asked in a puzzled manner. Li Yunshu told Xu Hao about Li Xiao's cold situation. I'll go with you. The situation in the bureau is very complicated. I can help. Li Yunshu was touched. It felt so good to have Xu Hao's company and care. After packing up, Li Yunshu and Xu Hao went out. She said to her best friend who was woken up and was still confused, have a good rest. Because she was a crybaby. Xu Hao easily let her go and aimed at Xia Qingge. As a result, Li Yunshu was fine, but her best friend suffered. When the two arrived at the police station, Li's father and mother were relieved. It was really that this son was usually disobedient. He insisted on going out to fool around, and he would not listen to anything. It was their own fault for what happened. Fortunately, they have a well-behaved and excellent daughter. Yunshu, why are you with Mr. Xu? Li Yunshu was flustered. Why did you come together? Of course, they were together last night. And a little friend joined. When she woke up early in the morning and heard her mother crying, she came here in a hurry without thinking of a good reason. Xu Hao spoke calmly. I happened to arrive at the company and found Yunshu running out in a panic, so I asked about the situation. I didn't expect this to happen. I thought I had some connections in the bureau and could help a little bit. Li Yunshu regained his composure and said with a firm head. Yeah, I said no, but Uncle Xu insisted on coming to help. The old couple had no doubts. They thought the panic in their daughter's eyes was because she learned that her brother Li Xiao was murdered. So they looked at Xu Hao with gratitude. Mr. Xu, I'm bothering you again. I really don't know how to thank you. With Xu Hao's relationship, Li Xiao's case was handled quickly. The police said they would try their best to track down the murderer. With Xu Hao's help, Li Xiao's funeral was completed quickly. The Li family thanked Xu Hao profusely. Little did they know that the murderer who killed their son was far away and close at hand. In order to repay Xu Hao, invite Xu Hao to visit the house again. And this time, Xu Hao went directly to Li Yunshu's bedroom. Father and mother Li recovered from their grief. Li Yunshu also went to the company to continue working. Everything returned to normal. In the afternoon, Xu Hao took a car to Sunnyday Electronics Company, Limited. Because Chu Shang was arrested for the incident, the current president Yao Xinrui withdrew the suppression of Sunnyday Company. Sunnyday Company breathed a sigh of relief. It had been suppressed so hard before that it could not breathe. Now it is slowly recovering. However, because it was suppressed so hard, many relationships were broken. It is a bit difficult to restore to the previous prosperity. Their president Lin Chuqing did not seem to be worried. It seems that he is brewing some big moves. Indeed. Lin Chuqing has been keeping an eye on the research and development progress of the new technology. There is a new breakthrough. It will be completed in a short time. Once it is developed, it will affect the pattern of the entire industry. There is really no need to care about the previous cooperative relationship. Thinking of Xu Hao who saved her life, the goods are still in her own company. Without suppression, she does not need to care about Chushang. She wants to hand over the goods to Xu Hao intact. Lin Chuqing gritted her teeth and called Xu Hao. Xu Hao said he would come over in person. This made Lin Chuqing a little panicked. The two of them had such an accident. She didn't know how to face it. If Xu Hao took advantage of someone's misfortune, she wouldn't have to be so entangled. But it was she who took the initiative. Xu Hao had a family and was a good person, and he treated her well. Every time she thought of it, she felt guilty. Lin Chuqing sat at her desk, staring blankly. Looking at the documents in front of her, she had no intention of dealing with them. At this time, the door was opened. "Come in." 1. Lin Chuqing came back to her senses and responded. The office door opened. The secretary walked in. "Mr. Xu from Xu Group came here and said that he had an appointment with you, the president, but was stopped by the security guard at the door." "What?" Lin Chuqing's face changed. Suddenly she stood up from her office chair. Walked out of the office with an ugly face. And at the company's door. Zheng Fifan stopped Xu Hao outside. Although Lin Chuqing repeatedly said that he would be fired, he still came to the company every day. With his prestige, the security guards did not dare to stop him. Zheng Fifan successfully sneaked into the security room. Today he saw a familiar car at the door of the company. Looking closely, wasn't it Xu Hao's car? He quickly stopped the security guard who was about to open the door. "I have an appointment with your president Lin." Xu Hao's voice was flat. He didn't even get out of the car, just jokingly looking at Zheng Fifan. Zheng Fifan immediately got angry. The last time Lin Chuqing went to the appointment, it was because he was delayed that this guy got a bargain. What is he doing here today? Based on his understanding of Xu Hao, he is definitely targeting Lin Chuqing. Of course he can't let him in. Restraining the urge to kill Xu Hao, Zheng Fifan said coldly with a blank expression. "You said you have made an appointment with the president. Do you have an appointment? Show it to me." FCK. Seeing Zheng Fifan confidently asking the president of Xu Group for an appointment. The security guards behind him were shocked. "Brother, are you mistaken? That's Xu Group, a large group with a market value of 10 billion. It's not that he begged to see our president. It's that our president should feel honored to be received by him." What kind of anti-Tian gang statement is Zheng Fifan making? "Brother Zheng, this is Xu from Xu Group." Some security guards couldn't stand it and kindly stepped forward to remind him. What the hell? If the president knew that Zheng Fifan had offended this President Xu, he would definitely be fired. Zheng Fifan treated his kindness as a donkey liver and lungs. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. Zheng Fifan waved his hand. "I don't care what he is, I only know the order of General Lin, and the door will not be opened without an appointment." The security guard was silent. The other security guards wanted to persuade him, but they all shut up. They also wanted to open the door for Xu Hao. But Zheng Fifan had spoken. They had to do it. Zheng Fifan was too strong. He was cruel to those who resisted him. The security chief who had opposed him last time was still lying in the hospital. These security guards understood the truth, so how could Xu Fan not understand it? He just wanted to disgust Xu Hao in this way. It would be better if Xu Hao and Lin Chuqing could have a rift. Xu Hao had harmed so many beauties, and he wanted to harm Lin Chuqing. He would never let him succeed. Zheng Fifan had a good plan, Wei Shi. Xu Hao was unmoved. Instead, his eyes were full of interest. He just watched Zheng Fifan acting like a clown. Unable to bear his gaze, Zheng Fifan's face turned cold. "Get out of here if you don't have an appointment, don't force me to dismantle your car." Swish. A cold, emotionless gaze fell on him. It was Bai Ling in the driver's seat. This guy has always been disrespectful to the master. If Xu Hao hadn't stopped her, he would have dealt with this guy long ago. Xu Hao knows. Don't think that Bai Ling is in the middle stage of dark power. Zhang Feifan is only in the early stage. But he is the protagonist. From the last time he crippled the master invited by the Zhao family, to the time when the Chu family made trouble and easily defeated the dark power. Zhang Feifan has rich combat awareness and skills. He must have returned from the dark world. As the protagonist, he already has the strength to fight across levels. Maybe there will be a temporary breakthrough. To be on the safe side. Before attacking Zhang Feifan, you must be fully prepared. It's almost ready. He is now at the same level as Zhang Feifan. His real strength is definitely several streets ahead of the protagonist. Grandmaster level close combat, not to mention Grandmaster level assassination. There is also the God level Tai Chi. There is also teleportation and telekinesis. If you want to kill the protagonist, don't take it too easy. Seeing the halo of luck looming above Zhang Feifan's head, it's time to send him to death. Awesome. The security guards around were dumbfounded. Their big brother is too fierce, right? He actually told the CEO of Xu Group to get out. Who gave you the courage to talk to someone like that? Liang Jingru. You should get out. Just when the atmosphere was deadlocked. A cold and angry voice came. Looking for the sound. I saw their president Lin Chuqing walking over with the secretary. A group of security guards greeted tremblingly. Although they did not stop Xu Hao, they did not open the door for Xu Hao. It was a dereliction of duty. I wonder if this iron-blooded president will blame them for this. Zhang Feifan's face changed. He glanced at the group of security guards, not knowing who notified the news. The target appeared. Xu Hao finally got out of the car. Zhang Feifan was a little panicked when he noticed Lin Chuqing's cold face and shouted. Lin Chuqing ignored him. She walked straight past him and came to Xu Hao. She said apologetically, Mr. Xu, I'm sorry that you came here specially and were stopped outside. It doesn't matter. Xu Hao smiled indifferently. The security guards in your company are very dedicated and deserve praise. Mr. Xu misunderstood. This person is no longer in my company. I have clearly expelled him. I don't know why he appeared here again. He explained to Xu Hao. Lin Chuqing turned her head and looked at the group of security guards coldly. Didn't I say that I fired him? Who let him into the company? All the security guards bowed their heads when they heard this. They were scared by Zhang Feifan's beating. Who dared to stop him? This is the last time. If I see him in the company again, you'll have to find another job. After saying this coldly, Lin Chuqing took Xu Hao and walked into the company together. As for Zhang Feifan standing aside, she didn't even look at him. Talking to such a scoundrel is a waste of expression. Ding Zhang Feifan is angry, emotional value plus 888. Ding Zhang Feifan is distraught, emotional value plus 999. What hurts the most? It's not cursing, not punching and kicking, but ignoring. It means that Lin Chuqing hates him to the extreme. Zhang Feifan stood there blankly. Unknowingly, how did it come to this? I stopped Xu Hao for her, afraid that she would be deceived by this old scumbag. Brother Zhang, you have also heard what the president said. Leave the company and don't make things difficult for us. 5.7. Brothers have families to support and don't want to lose this job. A group of security guards came forward and looked at Zhang Feifan unkindly. President Lin Chuqing was angry. This time, seeing that the entire security department made mistakes, he chose to forgive them once. If they still don't listen, I will definitely drive them all away. Hearing these voices, Zhang Feifan got angry. He glanced at everyone silently. If they hadn't told Lin Chuqing the news, how could they end up in such a situation? However, this time, facing his fierceness, the security guards did not bow their heads. It was related to their future, so they could not give in. Zhang Feifan sighed. He turned around and walked away silently. What could he do? Beat up these security guards again. Then he would have to record the confession, which was very troublesome. He did not go far, but waited not far from the door. He had to see Xu Hao come out before he felt relieved. But, he waited until the evening. Lin Chuqing wanted to take Xu Hao to the reception room. Xu Hao said he wanted to see her office. Lin Chuqing hesitated for a moment and agreed. Uncle Xu, are you sure you don't want to go and see the goods? Arrived at the office, Lin Chuqing poured Xu Hao a cup of tea and couldn't help asking. No, I'm very confident in Chuqing. Xu Hao picked up the teacup and took a sip. Lin Chuqing stopped talking. In a quiet office, a man and a woman alone, the atmosphere was a little weird. Lin Chuqing's mind flashed the scene of that night, and she felt nervous. Suddenly, Xu Hao grabbed her soft hand. Gently pulled. The icy female president threw herself into his arms like a little white rabbit. Finding Xu Hao's burning eyes, Lin Chuqing's heart was beating wildly. Uncle Xu, don't. Chapter 147, The Office of the Iceberg Heroine. Star Fury. The opportunity to conquer his daughter. After talking about work in the office, Xu Hao thought of the purpose of this trip and his mind moved. A crystal bracelet made of jade appeared in his hand. It was the reward he drew from the system. Looking at Lin Chuqing, he said with a guilty tone. Chuqing, I hurt you last time by accident. I said I would compensate you. This is a small gift for you. Xu Hao reached out. He spread his hands. Suddenly, a green light appeared in front of Lin Chuqing. So beautiful. This was the first thought in Lin Chuqing's mind. The jade is the best glass type imperial green. It gives people a sense of elegance and nobility. Both the materials and workmanship are top-notch. Especially with the two words on the bracelet. Chuqing. A mood of hope after the rain enveloped her. Obviously, this was customized by Xu Hao for her. Very attentive. Lin Chuqing knows something about luxury goods. She estimated that this bracelet is worth at least tens of millions. And combined with the artistic engraving, it can definitely be multiplied several times. It can be seen how much thought Xu Hao put into compensating her. How could Lin Chuqing accept such a valuable gift? Besides, she took the initiative that night. Xu did not feel sorry for her. On the contrary, she broke his deep affection. Xu the more Hao did this, the more guilty she felt. And this was exactly what Xu Hao wanted to see. To deal with such a cold and unreserved woman, you have to make her feel guilty and blame herself. Step by step, Lin Chuqing waved her hand to refuse. Uncle Xu, it's too expensive, I can't. But Xu Hao grabbed her hand. This is specially prepared for you, and your name is engraved on it. How can you not accept it? Xu Hao scolded, and then picked up the bracelet. Come, I'll help you put it on. Without giving her time to react, Xu Hao grabbed her confession wrist. Slowly put it on her. Lin Chuqing had no choice but to accept it. I don't know if it's an illusion. When the bracelet was worn on the wrist, there was a cool feeling coming from the bracelet. It made her feel better. Happy in her heart, Lin Chuqing raised her wrist, which matched her temperament very well. She liked it more and more. Uncle Xu, thank you. Quote. Lin Chuqing hurriedly thanked him. When she looked at Xu Hao, he was staring at her. Her heart skipped a beat. A warm embrace wrapped her up. Uncle Xu, this is the office. The next moment, Lin Chuqing couldn't speak. Ding Lin Chuqing was touched, emotional value plus 678. Ding Lin Chuqing was flustered, emotional value plus 987. Lin Chuqing came down from the desk with a dazed expression. She was confused. She felt like she was going crazy. Being with Xu Hao that night, she could be said to have been drugged. Being together again after waking up, it could be said that the drug effect had not worn off. But what about this time? She was half-heartedly with Xu Hao again. In fact, it was still out of her guilt. It was her fault, but Xu Hao felt guilty, which made her blame herself. She had made up her mind to make it clear with Xu Shi. Cut off the ambiguous relationship that shouldn't exist. But Xu Hao gave her a precious gift. She had never seen that bracelet on the market, so it must be custom-made. It was very thoughtful. She couldn't say anything harsh for a while. She thought about how to be more tactful. Next, Xu Hao didn't give her a chance to speak. Nonsense, her mouth was blocked. How to speak? She wanted to break free, but she couldn't beat Xu Hao's strength. So they were together. Chuqing, sorry, you are so beautiful, I couldn't help myself just now. It's okay, Uncle Xu. Lin Chuqing hurriedly stopped. Afraid that Xu Hao would say something shameful if he continued. A smile flashed in Xu Hao's eyes. He didn't think he could conquer this iceberg heroine immediately. But he could have her for the rest of his life. Through Lin Chuqing's guilt towards herself. Keep in touch. Over time, love grows. After chatting for a while, Xu Hao said goodbye. Lin Chuqing hesitated for a moment, but still wanted to see Xu Hao off. At the company gate, Zheng Fifan sat on the curb by the road, staring at the company gate, looking forward to it. The sunset was about to set. Why hasn't Xu Hao come out yet? Could he have tricked Lin Chuqing into his hands again? No way, no way. Last time, she was just drugged, and Xu Hao got away with it. Lin Chuqing is still that icy character. No matter who you are or what your status is, she won't give you a cold shoulder. She has her own character and principles. She won't bow to anyone. How could he still be with Xu Hao when he was sober? Zhang Fifan couldn't help but laugh at himself for overthinking. Come out. Noticing the figure that he wanted to kill as soon as possible coming out of the company. Zhang Fifan stood up suddenly. Seeing that Xu Hao was accompanied by the president Lin Chuqing. The two walked side by side, talking and laughing. Seeing Lin Chuqing's appearance at this time, Zhang Fifan's pupils widened, his mouth opened wide, and he froze in place. Lin Chuqing concealed it very well. It was almost the same as usual. Others couldn't see it, nor would they associate it with anything. But Zhang Fifan's five senses were sharp and his observations were meticulous. At a glance, he found that Lin Chuqing was different from when she was at the door just now. There was a spring in her eyebrows. She didn't walk as naturally as before. It was obvious that the two had hooked up again in the past few hours. He thought that Lin Chuqing's personality would not be taken down by Xu Hao. In a blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face. After a long while, Zhang Fifan had to accept the fact. In his mind, even if Xu Hao must have used coercion to take down Lin Chuqing. Boss Lin, you don't want others to know that you were drugged in with me that day, right? Although he felt that even if Xu Hao threatened like that, Lin Chuqing would not agree. All right, even if she was forced to agree because she was afraid of being exposed. Lin Chuqing should hate Xu Hao to the core. But why? She sent Xu Hao out and laughed with him. Did he see it wrong? Lin Chuqing is actually the kind of woman who is cold on the surface but passionate at heart. She was conquered by Xu Hao in one night. Zhang Fifan's heart ached. Lin Chuqing was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She actually became happy in front of that old man Xu Hao. Just thinking about it made him feel so painful that he almost suffocated. What followed was a strong regret and self-blame. It was all because he was careless that day. If he had gone to the appointment with Lin Chuqing at that time, there would be no Xu Hao. What happened? I feel guilty about my brother's trust. I thought of my brother grabbing his hand before he died and asking him to protect his fiancée. So this is how he protected her. I'm going to become Xu Hao's slave. Ding. Zhang Fifan's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 888. I watched the emotional value that the system refreshed was getting less and less. Xu Hao glanced at Zhang Fifan, who was glaring at him not far away. The harvest is almost done. It's time to deal with this protagonist. Okay, Mr. Lin, no need to see me off. I'm very happy to talk to you today. Let's go ahead with the cooperation. I hope your new technology can be developed soon. Bai Ling drove the car in front of her. Xu Hao smiled at Lin Chuqing. Lin Chuqing looked a little unnatural. Instinctively, she thought Xu Hao was talking about the happy things that happened in the office together. She shook her head quickly, thinking of color. What's wrong with her? She has never been exposed to these things since she was a child. Since she was with Xu Hao. That kind of picture popped up in her mind from time to time. Is it because of the side effects of the love drug? Or is Xu Hao too powerful, and the feeling is too strong every time? That makes her unable to forget. Coming back to her senses, she smiled back. Say goodbye to Xu Hao. Xu Hao got in the car, Bai Ling stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Lin Chuqing walked back into the company. Zhang Fifan was about to catch up. Tell Lin Chuqing the true face of Xu Hao and warn her to stay away from Xu Hao. He told the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling, and the scene of the beautiful young woman panicking emerged. What's the point of telling? Without evidence in front of them, they won't believe it. Evidence. Quote. Zhang Fifan's eyes flickered, looking back at the gradually disappearing car. He wanted to find evidence. He wanted to find evidence of Xu Hao's crimes before. Xu Hao hid too deeply. It was impossible to find. Then find evidence of her being with other women. On the way home, in the car, prepared to deal with Zhang Fifan. Although Xu Hao felt that it was foolproof, he planned to stack some more buffs for more safety. Mind immersion system. Check the emotional value. During this period, it has accumulated to 120,000 again. Draw a wave. This time, I will focus on improving my strength, and all draws are normal. Ding. Congratulations to the host, draw a reward 4 points of free attributes. What's going on? Luck disappeared. Since the last luck +1, I haven't drawn less than 5 points. Don't do it. Ding congratulations to the host, draw a reward item, Yuanyang Tang Dao. A magical weapon, made of meteorite iron from outer space, can cut iron like mud, and increase the holder's feelings. Xu Hao saw 2 Tang swords in the system space. One has a delicate and beautiful appearance, and it is a female sword. The other is majestic and powerful. They are actually 2 swords for lovers. Ding congratulations to the host, you have won the reward character, Tenming Jin Late Stage Warriors. Ding congratulations to the host, you have won the reward item, a bottle of lubricant. Box. Looking at the bottle of lubricant with an ambiguous label, Xu Hao fell into deep thought. Did he see Su Wancho was pregnant? So he got this kind of thing. I don't know how to buy it. What a waste. Ding congratulations to the host, you won the reward 7 free attributes. Not bad. Keep working hard. Ding congratulations to the host, you won the reward 6 free attributes. Why are you weak again? Ding congratulations to the host, you won the reward item, Uniform Temptation Full Set. The appearance of each piece of clothing appeared in his mind. JK uniform, pleated skirt, chinos miniskirt. Doctor, nurse, maid, pregnant woman, teacher. There are all kinds of them. Some of them he and the heroine have tried, but there are more that they haven't tried yet, so you can try. Strange. Why did the figures of several daughters appear at this time? Ding congratulations to the host, you have won the reward characters, 50 Ming Dynasty Early Death Warriors. Okay. Although it is only the early Ming Jin period. But so many together are also a terrible force. These are the cornerstones of his intelligence network. He doesn't need these people to kill the protagonist for him, collect intelligence, and deal with some ordinary people. Ding congratulations to the host, you have won the reward skills, medical skills mastery. Then, a memory emerged in his mind. Compared with the previous master level or god level, this mastery skill infusion has no feeling at all. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. Giving him this skill is to let him heal diseases and save people. Not true. He can't kill enough people. But it's not bad. You can choose not to heal people, but you can't be unable to do it. In case he still has a woman, or his daughters have a minor illness, he can help them. It can also be used to collect emotional points. Don't you have to touch the bones when you are sick? Acupuncture, massage, open your heart. Ding congratulations to the host, you won the reward item, 5 marrow cleansing pills. Not bad. I gave 2 marrow cleansing pills to my sister-in-law and Li Yunshu. Now I have 5, and there are 10 again. Ding congratulations to the host, you won the reward 8 points of free attributes. Very good. Keep it up. Ding congratulations to the host, you won the reward character, a Dark Force Warrior. Swish. Dark Force Warrior. Xu Hao's eyes lit up. After drawing so many useless things, his luck was concentrated on the last reward. Finally, he was able to draw the subordinates of the Dark Force Master. The sense of security increased again. The lottery ended, and he started to add points. Xu Hao pondered for a while, 25 points. Strength and physique each increase by 10 points, Haonuo Jiao Spirit 5 points. A familiar warm current emerges, transforming the body. After adding points, open the attribute panel. Character, Xu Hao. Identity, the controller of Xu Group. Charm, 93, full value 100. Strength, 117, early stage of dark power. Constitution, 78, normal people 10. Spirit, 52, normal people 10. Skills, close combat, Grandmaster level, painting, Grandmaster level, calligraphy, God level, piano, Grandmaster level, music, Master level, T-art, God level, firearms. Master level, 18, martial arts, Grandmaster level, assassination, Grandmaster level, chess, Grandmaster level, Tai Chi, God level, medical skills, proficient. Items, Desert Eagle, marrow cleansing pills, 10, small whip. Special, portable space, 1 cubic meter, teleportation, bullying, telekinesis, perspective. Emotional value, 1268. Free attribute, 0. Xu Hao just returned home. The twin daughters' poetry and painting have some conflicts again. She ran over and held his arms on the left and right. She pulled him into the house. Under his guidance, the fifth daughter Xu Feiyan has greatly improved in both close combat and swordsmanship. She has been smiling all the time. Her feelings towards Xu Hao are also changing subtly. Even if there are no problems with boxing and swordsmanship. When she sees Xu Hao sitting there alone without tea in front of him, she will personally make tea for him. When she sees Xu Hao stretching, she will take the initiative to massage him. But her temper is the same as usual. This is because of her arrogant personality. Xu Hao took in her performance and smiled. He can start to conquer this daughter. What kind of opportunity should he create? Xu Hao was thinking about this question. He didn't think too long. The next day, the opportunity to conquer his daughter came to him. Chapter 148, The daughter is touched. The seductive elder sister appears. The father is kind and the daughter is filial. At night, Xu Hao used that bottle of lubricant on the protagonist's beautiful stepmother. The effect is really good. It is worthy of being a product of the system, it must be a fine product. Early in the morning, his daughter Xu Feiyan brought tea over. She said that she encountered a problem with the sword technique and wanted to ask him for advice. Come to the martial arts field. Xu Hao asked her to demonstrate it first. If there is anything she doesn't understand, she will teach her in a targeted way. Xu Hao picked up the Tang sword and demonstrated it. That's it. Every time I chop, I always feel that the power is a little bit worse. Xu Hao grabbed her hand and began to teach her step by step. Gotcha. Under Xu Hao's guidance, Xu Feiyan carefully felt the way to use the power. He chopped the marble next to him with a knife. The marble was split in half. However, the Tang sword was broken into several pieces because it could not withstand the force. Xu Feiyan woke up in shock. Looking at the broken Tang sword in his hand, he couldn't help but feel distressed. During this period of time, she has been practicing, and she has broken more than a dozen knives. The quality of the Tang knives she bought is not bad. She couldn't bear a few cuts. Wait a minute, I'll go get a knife and continue. Throwing away half of the Tang knife. After saying something to Xu Hao, Xu Feiyan prepared to change a knife. Wait, Xu Hao thought of the gift he was going to give to his daughter. The Mandarin duck Tang knives that he won in the lottery yesterday. There are two, one of which is for ladies. It's useless for him to keep it. He thought it would be better to give it to the fifth daughter, so that he could get another wave of goodwill. Hearing Xu Hao call for a stop, Xu Feiyan turned around in confusion. He found that Xu Hao had a knife in his hand. Strange, when we came together just now, I didn't see Xu Hao holding anything in his hand. How did this knife appear? Don't think about this question for the time being. Xu Feiyan was shocked by the knife in Xu Hao's hand at this time. The Tang sword has a beautiful shape and smooth curves. Every detail reflects excellent craftsmanship and careful craftsmanship. The blade is as thin as a cicada's wing, extremely sharp, and exudes a cold luster. It exudes a sharp aura, as if it can cut the air, and its sharpness is unimaginable. Especially this knife is used by ladies at first glance. But it does not feel pretentious, but instead has a queen's domineering aura. It's because of those two words. Xu Feiyan's eyes condensed. Her eyes fell on the two words engraved on the handle. Feiyan. One stroke after another, iron painting and silver hook, superb. Just two words, outline a domineering aura. Xu Feiyan was shocked. Immersed in the artistic conception of commanding thousands of subordinates, conquering all directions, and domineering. Xu Hao waved in front of her. Xu Feiyan reacted. Seeing Xu Hao hand the knife to her, Xu Feiyan thought of something, and her pupils trembled. She was a little surprised and doubtful. Sure enough, the next moment, she heard Xu Hao speak. Since you like to use knives, I asked someone to make one for you. Xu Feiyan was stunned. Even though she had expected it, she couldn't help but stir up waves at this time. She had seen Xu Hao teach her sister Xu Wei calligraphy. She knew that Xu Hao's calligraphy was amazing. Her name must have been engraved by Xu Hao himself. With the previous preparation, this was the first time Xu Hao gave her a gift, and she was inevitably touched. How about trying it? Looking at the beloved knife so close. Xu Feiyan took it in a daze. Holding it in her hand, it felt extremely smooth. It felt icy and cool to the touch, and it felt great. Gently waved it. The sound of the wind being torn apart was faintly heard. She liked it too much. This knife was like a perfect work of art, and she couldn't bear to destroy it. Seeing her cautious look, Xu Hao thought of the description of this knife, which said that it can cut iron like mud and cut hair with a blow. So he said, "Try it boldly, this knife is not as fragile as you think." Xu Feiyan gritted her teeth. She gently raised the knife and swung it towards a piece of marble in front of her. She also wanted to test the strength of this knife. However, a shocking scene happened. With a light swing of the knife, she actually cut the marble in half. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. During the process, she only encountered a little resistance. It was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Xu Feiyan was dumbfounded. She looked at the tang knife in her hand in a daze. This is too sharp, right? It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a magic weapon. Xu Feiyan was a little unconvinced. She raised the knife again and swung it towards another piece of marble. This time, she used less force. With a click, the marble was still easily cut. Xu Feiyan had to accept the fact. It was really too sharp. She doubted. With the technology of this era, is it possible to create such a magic weapon? It can be imagined that Xu Hao spent an astronomical amount of money to prepare this gift for her. It is more precious than the marrow cleansing pill. Xu Hao gave it to her so casually. Xu Feiyan was not calm. Looking back at Xu Hao. Such a good knife, are you really going to give it to me? It was made specifically for you, who else should I give it to? Xu Hao asked in surprise. Xu Feiyan stopped talking immediately. She wanted to refuse. This knife was too precious, she couldn't accept it. If she accepted it, what confidence did she have to oppose Xu Hao? In fact, she had to admit it. After getting along with Xu Hao for this period of time, her impression of Xu Hao had undergone a drastic change. Whether Xu Hao was towards his sisters, stepmother, or herself, he was no longer as indifferent as before. On the contrary, he was particularly fond of them. Although it is inevitable that some awkwardness will happen when teaching step by step. She also has to serve tea and water. But it is undeniable that Xu Hao is very attentive and really wants to see her grow. She is not a heartless person. People are not plants, who can be heartless. She saw every bit of Xu Hao. Her mind changed towards Xu Hao. The reason why she still looked indifferent. It was because she always said bad things about Xu Hao before, and was afraid of being teased by the sisters. And her unyielding character. If she reconciled with Xu Hao, wouldn't it mean that she lost? Thank you. Xu Feiyan thanked Xu Hao with emotion. After all, she couldn't bear to give up this knife. She wanted to call him dad like last time. Maybe it was because she had never called him that before, and only called him that once. It always felt awkward and couldn't say it out. Xu Hao pretended to sigh. I thought I could hear you call me dad. The voice sounded very lonely. Xu Feiyan pursed her lips. She wanted to fulfill Xu Hao's wish. But at this moment, ding-ling-ling ding-ling-ling ding-ling-ling. A mobile phone rang. It broke the warm atmosphere. Xu Feiyan took out her mobile phone dissatisfiedly. It was the big sister calling. Xu Feiyan raised her eyebrows. How come she was called again after just a few days? Click to answer. Sister Yan, what's the matter? Xu Feiyan asked puzzledly. Then, a charming and seductive voice came from the phone. You little heartless person, can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Xu Feiyan laughed twice. She doesn't know this big sister yet. I can't get up early. I don't believe she would call me if there's nothing wrong. Since Sister Yan doesn't say anything, I'll hang up. I have something else to do here. Hey my Feiyan guessed it right. I do have something to talk to you about. Xu Feiyan showed an unexpected expression on her face. Please come to the door to pick me up. Your security guard won't let me make any progress. Quote. The voice was numb and lazy. What? Xu Feiyan was startled. She didn't react for a while. After a while, she exhaled. You came to my house. Why do you sound a little unwelcome to me? The other party pretended to be sad. Xu Feiyan rolled her eyes. Wait, I'll pick you up. After hanging up the phone, Xu Feiyan was about to walk out. Feiyan, who is it? Xu Hao called her. The voice sounded charming and nice. She has a good relationship with her daughter. She should be good looking. I wonder if she is the heroine. Xu Feiyan stopped and explained. She is a good friend of mine. She took good care of me during this year away. Xu Hao glanced at the time. It's almost time to go to the company. He has to meet his daughter's friend anyway. So he said. Since she is your good friend, I will go with you to meet her. Xu Feiyan was startled and shook her head. You are a little tired from teaching me just now. Have a cup of tea and rest. I can go by myself. I will go to the company soon. Let's meet her before leaving. By the way, thank her for taking care of you. Xu Feiyan was touched again. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. Then the father and daughter walked towards the gate of the villa. Xu Hao notified Bai Ling and asked her to drive the car to the door. Outside the villa, a Porsche stopped at the door. A beautiful figure with a charming figure and a charming figure got out of the car. Please make an exception. I am a friend of your lady. Let me in. The female security guard who was sticking to her post had a blank expression on her face. Please show me the host's invitation. The female security guard looked at her warily, with a faint aura of pique Ming-jin emanating from her body. She felt a strong threat from this woman. Yan Wumei was surprised at the reaction of this little security guard. Because her charm is popular with both men and women. Even women would be amazed when they see her for the first time. But this female security guard didn't. Then, she felt the strength of the female security guard. Which was actually at the peak of Ming-jin. She was shocked. She is the leader of one of the 3 major forces in the Magic City. She is a big shot herself, and has met many upper-class people. Among them are billionaires, 40 billion and 100 billion tycoons. Many of the pomps inside are not so big. A gatekeeper is at the peak of Ming-jin. After being shocked, Yan Wumei felt heavy-hearted. From a doorman, she saw that Xu Hao was not simple. Xu Feiyan came back to cause trouble for Xu Hao. What happened? It seems that I came here for the right reason this time. That's right, she came to the Xu family this time because she was worried about Xu Feiyan. Xu Feiyan has good talent. Although her strength is still a little weak, it's because she didn't get started before and only learned from her for less than half a year. I believe that with her guidance, it won't take long for her to become a master of dark energy. So, seeing that Xu Feiyan hadn't returned after the agreed time, she called to ask. Yan Wumei was a little worried about this promising seedling. Her eyes fixed. 2 figures walked towards the door. One of them was very familiar to her. Who else could it be but Xu Feiyan? There was also a middle-aged man walking with her. It must be the famous Xu Hao. Xu Feiyan's father. Yan Wumei's eyes flashed with surprise. She had investigated Xu Hao, 50 years old. He already had 7 daughters. How come he still looked so young? He looked like a handsome uncle in his 30s who was very popular with girls. He didn't have the cold and unkind feeling that Xu Feiyan had told her about. On the contrary, he had a gentle and elegant temperament like a spring breeze. From this point of view, Xu Feiyan had also changed compared to before. Her skin became better, and her charm was raised to a higher level. Strange, didn't she not like this father? Why did he look like a loving father and a filial daughter? When Yan Wumei was looking at Xu Hao, Chen Hao was also looking at her. His eyes flickered slightly. Character: Yan Wumei. Identity: leader of Red Rose, heroine of Peerless Killer in Flower City. Charm: 95, full value 100. Strength: 278, mid-stage of dark power. Constitution: 140, 10 for ordinary people. Spirit: 89, 10 for ordinary people. Favorability: 20. Good guy. Xu Hao was shocked by this seductive heroine. This is the first heroine he has seen who has reached the level of dark power. Mid-stage of dark power. Stronger than the protagonist Zheng Fifan. Xu Hao restrained his thoughts. He was still thinking about what method to use if his daughter's friend is the heroine. Now it seems that he has to think about it in the long run. She is not afraid of this heroine. This heroine is at a higher level than him. But in terms of real strength, Xu feels that he can easily deal with her. He is afraid of the possible protagonist around the heroine. The heroine is so strong. The protagonist must be stronger. We must investigate it first. Swish. Xu Hao's eyes paused. He noticed the Porsche behind Yan Wumei. An ordinary-looking young man sat in the driver's seat. A strong aura of luck hung over his head. Character: Luo Yan. Identity: Rose nightclub waiter, protagonist of Peerless Killer in Flower City. Charm: 70, full value 100. Strength: 780, mid-stage of Wajin. Constitution: 366, ordinary person 10. Spirit: 250, ordinary person 10. Favorability: 20. I was just thinking about the protagonist, and I saw it now. Mid-stage of Huajing. Xu Hao completely extinguished the idea of attacking Yan Wumei. At least for the time being. Before the strength is improved, it is necessary to develop in a wretched manner. More than that, in order to avoid being taken advantage of by this protagonist, you have to be more restrained later. Zheng Fifan, the protagonist, must be dealt with quickly, lest he jumps out to cause trouble. Xu Hao just glanced over and pretended nothing happened. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Seeing Yan Wumei, Xu Feiyan was very happy and hurriedly ran to meet her. The two women had a long unseen hug. Feiyan, long time no see, have you missed me? Yan Wumei smiled and looked at Xu Feiyan. Her tone could not help but pause, and she asked in surprise. The ancient martial arts realm cannot be seen without deliberately exposing the aura and close contact. She didn't notice it just now. Xu Feiyan nodded proudly, with a smug look on her face. An expression of, I'm awesome, right? Come on, praise me. She had been hit hard by Xu Hao these days. So, I wanted to show my presence in front of this big sister. The first volume is about to end, and the second volume is even more exciting. Chapter 149, Daughter's Rapidly Rising Favorability. Send the protagonist on her way personally. Xu Feiyan wanted to show off. Yan Wumei didn't let her do what she wanted, and pouted. I taught you for such a long time, and you finally broke through to the center of Mingjin. What's there to be proud of? Xu Feiyan's face froze, and she said unconvinced. I'm almost at the late stage of Mingjin now, okay. The reason why I improved slowly before was that you didn't teach me well. Indeed, under Xu Hao's hand-in-hand teaching, Xu Feiyan has improved rapidly during this period, compared to Xu Hao's few days of teaching her to break through. Yan Wumei taught her for so long, and she only reached the early stage of Ming. Isn't it a problem of teaching? Yan Wumei immediately raised her eyebrows and pretended to be angry. You are still blaming me. You don't even look at how old you were when you started to learn martial arts, and you wasted such a good talent. Obviously, you didn't teach well. The two women quarreled. Okay. Quote. Yan Wumei stopped Xu Feiyan. Her eyes fell on Xu Hao. Would you like to introduce her? Xu Feiyan then hurriedly introduced her. She is the friend I mentioned, Yan Wumei, who is quite nice to me. What do you mean by quite nice? Yan Wumei rolled her eyes charmingly. Xu Feiyan continued. This is my father, Xu Hao, I believe you have heard of him. She couldn't call out the word, father. She used, father, instead. Yan Wumei was surprised after hearing this. This little sister used to dislike Xu Hao. I didn't expect that after just a few days of coming back, her father would call her. You are Feiyan's sister. I heard Feiyan talk about you and take good care of her. She has a bad temper. She must have caused you a lot of trouble, right? Thank you for your understanding and care. Xu Hao stepped forward and spoke with a smile. The elegant and easy-going temperament metal came into play. It made him look sincere and infectious. Looking at Xu Hao, who was not pretentious in front of her, Yan Wumei was even more confused. Is this really what Xu Feiyan said, the cold and heartless father? Quite the opposite. She saw a father who cared about his daughter in Xu Hao. Her mind flashed. Yan Wumei responded with a smile. You're welcome. Feiyan and I are good sisters. Although she has a bad temper and often causes me trouble, and she is disobedient but I didn't bother her. Who told me to treat her as a sister? Xu Feiyan gritted her teeth when she heard this. Slander. Naked slander. This vixen is so hateful. Yan Wumei's nickname is Vixen. Xu Hao knew she was joking. After a few pleasantries, Bai Ling drove out of the villa and stopped in front of him. Xu Hao seemed to have just remembered that there was something going on in the company, and said apologetically. I have some things to deal with in the company, so I'll accompany you first. Ms. Yan, you haven't seen Feiyan for a long time. Let's talk slowly inside. And this one. Xu Hao looked at Yan Wumei's driver, the protagonist Luo Yan, who was walking towards him. It turned out that Bai Ling sensed the threat from Yan Wumei and became alert. In order to better protect Xu Hao, be ready to attack at any time. He couldn't help but leak his breath. He was noticed by Luo Yan in the car. He got out of the car immediately. Luo Yan was a little surprised. A driver turned out to be a mid-stage dark energy master. Although he was not a threat to Yan Wumei. But he didn't want the target he was protecting to have any mistakes. That's right, the mission target. He took a protection mission and returned to Jojo. He was as comfortable as he could be in the dark world. He took a few missions when he had nothing to do. Not to mention how leisurely he was. If someone knew his name in the dark world, they would definitely be terrified and scared to death. Luo Yan. His title is Yan Luo. A top killer who took on countless missions and maintained a 100% completion rate after his debut. After a cool and carefree time, he was going to take a random mission on the dark web for fun. He slipped his hand without paying attention. He clicked and accepted a protection mission. Luo Yan was very unhappy at the time. He was a top killer, and he was going to protect people. It was too cheap. His 100% mission completion rate was broken. This made him, who had a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder, unacceptable. Thinking of Jojo, Luo Yan couldn't help but think of the beautiful aunt who had some impression of him. I don't know how she is now. I can use this mission to go back and take a look. But when he returned to Jojo and saw the mission target, Luo Yan, who was originally reluctant, said it was really good. The reason was simple. The mission target was really beautiful. The women he played with in the dark world were not on the same level. He killed dozens of streets in seconds. At that moment, he was very glad that he slipped his hand and took the wrong mission. It felt like this was the arrangement of fate. Immediately, he began to contact the mission target Yan Wumei. But Yan Wumei didn't like him at all. He wanted to join the Red Rose gang. Prepare to work your way up to the top step by step and protect your target. It will also make it easier for him to flirt with girls. But Red Rose only recruits women. He can't get in as a man. There is no way. He applied for a waiter position in Yan Wumei's nightclub. He has been a waiter ever since. Today, he saw Yan Wumei go out, and her attendant and driver was away because of something at home. He offered to be the driver. He came to protect her. Yan Wumei followed Xu Hao's gaze and saw Luo Yan coming. Frowning. Didn't I ask you to go back? I came here to look after Sister Feiyan. Luo Yan scratched his head and smiled. Xu Feiyan is very domineering in Red Rose. She dreams of being a queen and often asks others to call her sister. Because of her relationship with Yan Wumei, everyone is willing to cooperate and call her sister. Yan Wumei frowned even more. What does it have to do with you if I look for Feiyan? Get out of here. She was able to rise step by step and become one of the 3 giants in the underground world of Magic City. She is scheming and cunning. How could he not see Luo Yan's thoughts? When they first met, he shamelessly said that he wanted to be her bodyguard. After being rejected, he wanted to join her Red Rose. Somehow, he entered the nightclub as a waiter. His thoughts were obvious. Xu Feiyan's appearance was no worse than hers. This guy came up to her again. Yan Wumei felt disgusted. If her follower hadn't had something to do today and happened to lack a driver, how could she let him drive over? Since we are friends, let's sit in the house together. Xu Hao spoke tentatively. If the protagonist followed into the villa, he would have to stay. Your little cotton-padded jacket should never be allowed to be touched by others. Yan Wumei shook her head. He is just a driver. Quote. After saying that, she looked at Luo Yan again. Why don't you get out of here? Okay, I'll just leave, right? Why are you so angry? Luo Yan smiled awkwardly and walked back. But he was very slow. It was obvious that he had not forgotten his protection mission. Xu Hao was relieved. He wanted to get rid of Zheng Fifan more and more urgently, so that he would not come out to cause trouble. So he said goodbye to his daughter in a charming manner. He got in Bai Ling's car and left. Seeing this, Luo Yan quickened his pace and returned to the driver's seat. Watching the 2 beautiful figures disappear at the gate of the villa, Luo Yan's eyes showed regret. Yan Wumei and Xu Feiyan are the most beautiful beauties he has ever seen. No, I have to add his aunt. Yan Wumei is charming and charming. Xu Feiyan is youthful and proud. Aunt is dignified and elegant. It would be great if I could go to Xu Feiyan's house with her. Both beauties are a feast for the eyes. Yan Wumei has always been disgusted with him. Xiao Feiyan, didn't you say your father is cold and heartless? Why don't I think so? I can see that he cares about you. Yan Wumei walked into the villa under the guidance of Xu Feiyan. While looking at the pavilions and towers around, she asked curiously. That was in the past. It's pretty good now. Xu Feiyan is still moved. Of course, she won't say bad things about Xu Hao like before. Oh, Yan Wumei couldn't help but be curious. You didn't say that before. What changed your opinion? Xu Feiyan couldn't help but think about her experience during this period of time. The most impressive thing was, of course, Xu Hao's step-by-step teaching. She was happy because of the improvement of her strength. Especially when Xu Hao gave her a precious magic weapon just now. She completely realized that she still had a place in Xu Hao's heart. She was so moved that she almost called him daddy. Xu Feiyan raised her lips and glanced at her charming eyes. Do you want to know? Yan Wumei nodded. I won't tell you. Are you looking for a fight, you stinky girl? Yan Wumei was immediately furious and stretched out her hand to grab Xu Yin. She attacked based on Xu Feiyan's strength. This grab would neither hurt Xu Feiyan nor let her escape. Even if Xu Feiyan broke through to the middle stage of Ming Jin, she would be easily caught by her. If you don't fight for 3 days, you will tear down the roof. This little girl must be taught a lesson. Let her wake up. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have improved your strength. Keto. Beyond Yan Wumei's expectation, her determined grab was easily dodged by Yin. What happened? Yan Wumei was startled and doubtful. Xu Feiyan glanced at her and said with disdain. That's it. When you've been away for 3 days, you should look at me with new eyes. I won't be controlled by you. Yan Wumei didn't believe it and reached out to grab her again. This time, she added a little more strength. She was about to catch her. Xu Feiyan slipped away from her hand like a ghost again. Yan Wumei was sure now. It wasn't luck that Xu Feiyan escaped from her just now. It was because her body skills improved. Xu Feiyan smiled. Did she really think that she had learned in vain from Xu Hao's hand-to-hand teaching during this period? Xu Hao incorporated the master-level assassination body skills into her close combat. Although Xu Feiyan only learned a little, but she was much stronger than before. Fox spirit, you can't do it. Yan Wumei didn't care about Xu Feiyan's address. This girl is always disrespectful. Curious about Xu Feiyan's strength, she decided to test it. You just dodged my move, what's there to be proud of? If you have the ability, fight me openly. Xu Feiyan sneered. She looked at a fool. You let me, a mere middle-stage Ming Jin, fight with you, a master of An Jin. I think you don't have any shame at all. Yan Wumei was so angry that her teeth itched, but her smile remained unchanged. Of course I won't bully the weak, I suppress you and fight you at the same level, how about it? Xu Feiyan's eyes lit up. After Xu Hao's training, she thought more than once. If she was at the same level as the big sister, I can definitely beat her. Isn't the chance to test it here? Okay, this is what you said. Xu Feiyan smiled mysteriously. The smile was a bit sinister. Yan Wumei felt a little scared for some reason. As if she would lose to Xu Feiyan. She shook her head to dispel this unrealistic thought. Even if she only exerted the strength of the middle stage of Ming Jin. But she had rich combat experience. And the bloody training on her hands. No matter what, she would not lose to Xu Yin, who had not fought many battles and was still a rookie. The two came to the martial arts field. The battle was about to start. Xu Feiyan took the lead in attacking. The speed was extremely fast, which was not the speed expected in the middle stage of Ming Jin. Yan Wumei reacted quickly. She narrowly avoided Xu Feiyan's attack. After dodging, she quickly attacked. She planned to attack Xu Feiyan by surprise before she could stop her move. Directly hit Xu Feiyan's weakness. Yan Wumei knew that she was very fast and blocked her escape route. Who knew that Xu Feiyan's combat experience was not weak either? She did not dodge, but twisted her body with a strange body movement. She was the first to arrive after the punch. Her attack was swift and the angle was tricky. Everything happened too fast. Yan Wumei was caught off guard. Fortunately, she had rich combat experience and made adjustments quickly. She immediately changed the trajectory of the attack. The two fists collided with each other. Xu Feiyan's fist burst with strength. Yan Wumei could not help but take a few steps back. The shock on her face could no longer be concealed. This strength has reached the late stage of Ming Jin. But feeling the momentum emanating from Xu Feiyan. It is indeed the middle stage of Ming Jin without a doubt. It is not a problem of realm. It is Xu Feiyan's force-generating skills. Through a special method of using strength, a stronger force is released. Yan Wumei even suspected that Xu Feiyan in front of her had changed into a different person. Quick reaction, sharp attack, and shocking force-generating skills. Sister Yan, you have already lost. Yan Wumei thought so much, but it was just a blink of an eye. And Xu Feiyan caught her absent-minded flaw. A fist quickly stopped at her neck. Xu Feiyan smiled and retracted her fist. It was the Tai Chi that Xu Hao taught her, and the attack was fierce and overbearing. How did you do it? Yan Wumei asked curiously. Xu Feiyan was in a good mood and whistled proudly. It looked like she wouldn't tell you. Yan Wumei sneered. You won't tell me, right? Then don't blame me. After the words fell, she burst out with a momentum. It was actually promoted to the late stage of Ming Jin. She deliberately tested Xu Feiyan and attacked her again. The result was shocking. Xu Feiyan could actually fight against Ming Jin. She was in the late stage and ended up in a tie. You know, although her strength was in the late stage, she had the combat experience of a dark power master. She was an experienced dark power master, but she actually lost to a rookie in the middle stage of bright power who had learned martial arts for less than a year. This made her feel like she had practiced martial arts for many years and had failed. Yan Wumei felt frustrated. Xu Feiyan was very excited and looked excited. She thought she could beat the big sister at the same level. Unexpectedly, the big sister was one level higher, and she could also end up in a tie. Xu Hao was really amazing. The fighting skills he taught her were simply invincible. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Xu Hao's strength was. But she knew. What she learned from Xu Hao was just some superficial knowledge. She realized how powerful Xu Hao was. And because she defeated the big sister, she felt a sense of accomplishment in Yuan. Her favor for Xu Hao was rising rapidly. Just when the two women were competing. Maybe Zhang Fifan was also found here. She decided to send the protagonist on his way personally. Chapter 150, Attacking his daughter. Killing her heart. Desperate Xu Hao. Sister Yan, give up. You can't do anything to me. Is it so hard to admit that others are excellent? Xu Feiyan was confident and said provocatively. He really. She tested Xu Feiyan's true fighting power. Yan Wumei was shocked. After hearing Xu Feiyan's words, she couldn't help it and sneered. The momentum of a mid-stage dark power master burst out. The next moment, she grabbed Xu Feiyan, who was still full of arrogance. Yan Wumei took her to a stone chair and sat down. Tell me what happened. How did your combat experience suddenly improve so much? And what's wrong with your force-generating skills? She asked a series of questions. Xu Feiyan was still in a daze. The last moment, she was still proud that Yan Wumei couldn't do anything to her. The next moment, she was controlled. Reacting, she shouted unconvinced. You vixen, you have no moral principles. You are a master of dark energy, bullying me, ah ha ha ha. Yan Wumei didn't wait for her to finish. She stretched out her hand to scratch her pigeon nest. Will you tell me if you don't blame me for being ruthless. Xu Feiyan immediately laughed. She wanted to fight back. But she was no match for Yan Wumei, who was in the middle stage of dark energy. In the end, Xu Feiyan almost cried before she gave in. And Xu Hao was looking at a piece of information sent from his mobile phone at this time. It was about the heroine Yan Wumei he had just met. Yan Wumei, 33 years old, came to the Magic City from the imperial capital 5 years ago. With her personal charm and daring character, she rose all the way in the underground world, and led the creation of Red Rose, becoming one of the 3 giants in the underground world. She was revered as the queen of the underground world, because she had a foxy face, and her every move attracted the attention of others, and she was also known as a fox spirit. Xu Hao watched with interest. With a ding sound, Bai Ling received a message. Then said to Xu Hao, My lord, Zhang Fifan has taken the bait. Another protagonist appeared. After seeing his strength, the first thing Xu Hao did when he got on the car was to ask Bai Ling to order the dead king who followed Zhu Fan. Led him to an abandoned construction site building. I originally wanted to keep this protagonist for 2 days. Harvest all his luck, but in order to prevent him from causing trouble and being noticed by the protagonist Luo Yan, Xu Hao decided to send Zhang Fifan on his way first. Outskirts. An abandoned building. Zhang Fifan chased all the way to this 360 miles. The man in the dark restrained his breath and disappeared. He searched vigilantly. It turned out that, when he was about to go out today, suddenly, he found a sight staring at him in the dark. Zhang Fifan chased all the way. From the breath emanating from the other party, it turned out to be not weaker than his. So, after the other party restrained his breath, it was not easy for him to find him. Swish. The sound of car brakes was heard outside. Zhang Fifan frowned. Why is there a sound of a car here? Is it coming for him? Who could it be? Soon, he knew who it was. 2 figures walked into the abandoned building. Xu Hao walked in front, and the personal bodyguard Bai Ling followed closely. Zhang Fifan spit out 2 words from his teeth. He clenched his fists fiercely. A pair of eyes burst into hatred. Swish. A figure flashed. The guy he had tracked here showed up, coming out from behind a wall. She came in front of Xu Hao. She knelt on one knee with a fanatical look in her eyes. At this moment, Zhang Fifan didn't understand. That guy deliberately led him here. It must be Xu Hao's intention. Is he going to kill him to silence him? Just right. He also wants to find Xu Hao to avenge his father's murder and his wife's seizure. A brother's fiancée is also a wife. One is in the middle stage of dark energy, and the other is in the early stage of dark energy. It's really a bit troublesome. But you want to kill him with these two people. Zhang Fifan smiled coldly. Xiao Fan, what's that look in your eyes? You used to call me uncle, but why do you make it seem like I'm the enemy who killed your father? The protagonist who must be killed today. Xu Hao wanted to harvest a wave from him, so he said so deliberately. After all, killing someone must be done to the heart. Zhang Fifan's mouth twitched violently. Can you not tell me about the black history that you fooled around with? His tone was cold. Isn't it? Do you dare to say that you didn't kill my father? It was beyond Zhang Fifan's expectation. Xu Hao, who had always been hypocritical and quibbling, actually admitted it this time. Who made him so smart? He knew that I was going to take back all the shares of the company, so he took action against the other two shareholders. He took the initiative to deliver the shares to me, but unfortunately smartness is against smart mistakes. In order to silence him, I had someone create a car accident on his way back. At that time, your father did not die immediately. I had someone tell him that this is the end of offending me, and he should die with his eyes open. ABBG. Brush. Zhang Fifan's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. The murderous intent on his body could not be controlled. It was too much. Not only did he admit to killing his father in front of him, he also told the details. He didn't take him seriously at all. I know you are very angry, but don't be angry first. Xu Hao looked at him playfully. Are you interested in that landlady Xiao Wanling? You should know that she came to find my daughter during that time. At that time, I just showed off my tea art casually, and she was eager to learn from me. You have seen how I taught. Quote. Teach her step by step. That little girl is quite innocent. She will do whatever you tell her to do. She will come to a hotel with me in a few days. Zhang Fifan's fist has been deformed by his pinch. The nails pierce deep into the flesh. The veins on his arm are throbbing. Ding. Zhang Fifan is furious, emotional value plus 888. Xu Hao continued to speak slowly. And you also know that Lin Chuqing was drugged and I intercepted her, right? Actually, you are wrong. The reason why Chu Shaoshan from the Chu family drugged Lin Chuqing was actually because of Mai and Fei. Quote. Just to save her at the critical moment. Until now, she still thinks that she took the initiative, feels sorry for me, and is controlled by me like this. Zhang Fifan's face changed wildly. I didn't expect that there was such an inside story about Lin Chuqing being drugged. At this time, he finally understood. Yesterday when Xu Hao came to Sunny Electronics Company, Limited. Why did he eat Lin Chuqing up, and the two of them were still talking and laughing? Because Lin Chuqing felt guilty about Xu Hao. Xu Hao made a request, she was embarrassed to refuse, and compromised half-heartedly. Confused. The person you feel guilty about is the mastermind behind you. Ding. Zhang Fifan was furious, emotional value plus 999. Xu Hao seemed to think of something and teased. Do you know why two people came to the company's door to make trouble? I arranged it so that you don't disturb my good things with your president. Quote. To be honest, the feeling of being an iceberg female president is very run. Zhang Fifan was stunned. He had always thought that it was arranged by Chu Shaoshan. Unexpectedly, it was Xu Hao. All the truth came out. Zhang Fifan's murderous intent had solidified. The hatred in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He rushed towards Xu Hao regardless of everything. He must kill Xu Hao. Ding. Zhang Fifan's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1000. Seeing that the aura of luck above Zhang Fifan's head became extremely dim. It loomed, as if it would disappear at any time. The value of this protagonist has almost been squeezed out. He can die. Before Zhang Fifan rushed over, the two bodyguards beside Xu Hao attacked. One was Bai Ling, his personal bodyguard, and the other was the master of the initial stage of dark energy that he had just drawn out yesterday. The two of them were not good at hand-to-hand combat. He drew out a dagger and stopped Zhang Fifan. Bai Ling was in the middle stage of dark energy. Being drawn out by the system, he had a lot of combat experience. He had a weapon in his hand. There was also a master of the initial stage of dark energy beside him to assist. After just one encounter, Zhang Fifan was covered with wounds. He was beaten back step by step. He spat out a mouthful of blood and killed the two people frantically. However, after a while, he was knocked to the ground again. There were dozens of cuts on his body, deep enough to see the bones, and blood gushed out. He looked very miserable. Is he going to die like this? The murderer of his father was right in front of him. If he died like this, Lin Chuqing would always be manipulated by Xu Hao and manipulated into various shapes. Eventually become his slave. Zhang Fifan moved his fingers and climbed up with difficulty. The extreme anger made his aura explode. Zhang Fifan actually broke through to the middle stage of dark energy in such a desperate situation. Feeling the power surging in his body, he looked at the two cold-faced women coldly. To kill Xu Hao, he had to deal with the two bodyguards first. He suddenly pulled out a steel bar from the wall. With a weapon in his hand, his momentum increased again. He stepped on the ground with his right foot. A big hole was stepped on the old concrete floor. He killed the two bodyguards at a very fast speed. The two bodyguards were unmoved and cold. This time, Zhang Fifan was not abused by the two bodyguards. But it was only a draw. It was already very good. He was injured before and broke through, and his realm was not consolidated. The protagonist's combat power can be seen. Zhang Fifan believed that he could deal with the two women. But it would take some time. And his injuries did not allow him to drag it on. By then, even if he gets rid of the two women, he won't have much fighting power. If Xu Hao sends two more bodyguards, he will be a piece of fish on the chopping board. It doesn't matter if he dies. But if he dies, who will avenge his father? And who will protect the beautiful landlord and his brother's fiancée? He can only be played around by Xu Hao for the rest of his life. Even if he dies, he must die with Xu Hao. We can't just keep on fighting like this. I'm going to kill Xu. Zhang Fifan thought in his heart. He fought with the bodyguards for life and death. He observed Xu Hao at the same time. Seeing Xu Hao cross his arms and look like he was watching a good show, Zhang Fifan couldn't help but frown. He didn't even mean to ask for help. Did he really think that these two bodyguards could exhaust him to death? Zhang Fifan became more and more anxious. Suddenly, Zhang Fifan's eyes lit up. He seized the gap between the two bodyguards. He swung the steel bar in his hand fiercely, forcing Xi Baoyu to retreat. Then the figure flashed and ran towards Xu Hao at a very fast speed. He couldn't take down the two bodyguards for the time being. Then he would attack Xu Hao first. He had investigated Xu Hao, who started from scratch and had been busy with his career. He had never been exposed to martial arts. He wanted to kill Xu Hao easily. The faces of Bai Ling's two bodyguards changed wildly. He was about to save people at all costs. But he was stopped by a look from Xu Hao. After obtaining various skills and abilities from the system, he had not really taken action. He didn't even know how strong he was now. Now, this protagonist was one level higher than him. He didn't feel any danger from him. A good target for training. Test your own strength to see what level it is. Seeing Zhang Fifan rushing towards him, Xu Hao just stood there, motionless. Zhang Fifan thought Xu Hao was an ordinary person, and was shocked by his momentum and frightened. Approaching, Zhang Fifan raised his fist. This punch, Zhang Fifan used all his strength. Full of hatred for Xu Hao's father's murder and wife's seizure. The sound of the fist tearing the air was faintly heard. If this punch landed on the body, it would definitely penetrate the body and explode the head. Zhang Fifan had a ferocious smile on his face as if he was about to get revenge. The one who called him uncle turned out to be the enemy who killed his father. Seeing the beautiful landlord he liked jump into the fire pit, he did not stop her. As a result, he was easily tricked into bed by Xu Hao. And the brother's fiancée whom he vowed to protect. Being plotted against by Xu Hao, a dignified and cold CEO is about to become Xu Hao's slave. He attacked with anger. He vowed to kill Xu Hao. It's getting closer. The fist is getting closer. A punch landed on Xu Hao's heart. It went straight through his body. It penetrated his body. It felt wrong. The smile on Zhang Fifan's face froze. He did punch Xu Hao through the heart. Why didn't he feel the fist hitting his body at all? There was no expected blood splattering. Then, something shocking happened. The figure of Xu Hao who was punched in front of him gradually blurred. Until it disappeared. It turned out that he didn't punch Xu Hao at all. It was just a residual image. How could it be possible? This speed is too fast, isn't it? Even if it is the peak of dark energy, no, even if it is a strong person of transformation energy, it can't reach such a speed. But Xu Hao did it. Damn it. What the hell did you investigate before? Who said Xu Hao has no strength? Not only is he a warrior, but he is also ridiculously strong. How strong is he? So strong that he feels desperate. Zhang Fifan can't help but wonder, can he really get revenge? This is certainly not Xu Hao's speed. He just used the special ability, teleportation. With his current mental strength, he can teleport to 2 meters away. The number of times he can use it has also increased. Ding Zheng Fifan's heart trembles, emotional value plus 1001. See. If this is all you have, you can die. Xu Hao's teasing voice came from the side. Although Zheng Fifan's mentality collapsed, but hatred still drove him to rush towards Xu Hao again. This time, Chen Hao did not hide. Grandmaster-level fighting and God-level Tai Chi broke out at this moment. He easily dodged Zheng Fifan's attack. A fierce kick hit his chest. Bursts of sternum-breaking sounds came. The next moment, Zheng Fifan flew backwards as if he was hit by a dump truck. He smashed a big hole in the wall of the abandoned building before stopping. Too strong. So strong that it made people despair. Zheng Fifan slid slowly to the ground like a dead dog. His pupils were dilated and his eyes were lifeless. Ding Zheng Fifan was terrified, emotional value plus 1001. Quote. Xu Hao glanced at it and his mind moved. A steel bar on the ground floated up out of thin air. Telekinesis. With Xu Hao's thought, he flew towards Zheng Fifan and pierced his body. Chapter 151, The Fifth Daughter Calls Daddy. The Xu family worth hundreds of billions. Multiple heroines are pregnant. I wanted to test Zheng Fifan's strength. Who knew that after just 2 encounters, the protagonist's mentality collapsed? Xu Hao thought it was boring. Just at this time, Sui Fan's luck aura disappeared. Just solve the problem. Don't leave any traces. Xu Hao ordered, and left with Bai Ling. Another bodyguard was responsible for the aftermath. Zheng Fifan is different from Li Xiao. Without family, no one will look for him even if he is missing. Just let him disappear from the world. The ashes are scattered. In the evening, Xu Hao returned home. I found that the protagonist Luo Yan was still waiting at the door and did not leave. This protagonist is probably protecting the heroine. Just wait. As long as he doesn't enter the villa. Walking into the courtyard, I saw Yan Xiao Wumei playing with several daughters. Xu Xiqing and Xu Huai went home after school. I saw the 5th sister Xu Feiyan with a fairy-like woman. I couldn't help but be curious. You are Feiyan's 2 sisters, so cute. Yan Wumei saw the 2 sisters and greeted them with a smile. Hello, auntie. Xu Huai called sweetly. Yan Wumei's mouth twitched and she smiled reluctantly. I am your sister's sister, you can also call me sister. Okay, auntie. Xu Huai nodded. Hard fist. A few black lines appeared on Yan Wumei's forehead. She hinted in her heart that she would not bother with children. Under her forceful pressure, Xu Feiyan had to tell the truth. Yan Wumei was surprised. Before, Xu Hao had never revealed his aura. She thought he was just an ordinary person. I didn't expect that he was also a master. From the fighting skills he taught Xu Feiyan. 207. The strength is definitely not weak. This made her curious about Xu Hao. Next, her shock never stopped. In order to strike her, Xu Feiyan showed the swordsmanship that Xu Hao taught her. It was much better than what Yan Wumei taught her. When she saw Xu Feiyan chopping a piece of marble in half easily, just like chopping melons and vegetables. The Tang sword was not damaged at all. Yan Wumei was shocked. Xu Feiyan showed off the big sword that Xu Hao gave her again. It was so sharp that it could easily cut marble. Such a magic weapon, is it sure not only seen on TV? Who wouldn't treasure such a treasure? Xu Hao gave it to Xu Feiyan so easily. He was too good to his daughter, wasn't he? Thinking of the past, she asked about Xu Feiyan's father. Xu Feiyan complained in various ways, her face changed, and she said how cold-blooded and ruthless he was. Yan Wumei really wanted to knock her head open. See what's in her head. You call such a father cold-blooded and ruthless. She also wanted to have such a cold-blooded and ruthless father. Then, she noticed the 2 words, Feiyan, on the handle of the knife. Every gesture was done with great precision, revealing a queen's domineering aura. Yan Wumei was astonished. She could write 2 words with such artistic conception. Even those calligraphy masters could never do it. She quickly asked Xu Feiyan who carved these 2 words. When Xu Feiyan told him that it was Xu Hao who carved them, Yan Wumei was stunned. Seeing the big sisters shocked and out of control, Xu Yin was very proud. I used to follow this big sister. She always had a lazy and careless attitude. Today, she finally broke my defense. Seeing her in disbelief, Xu Feiyan took her to the place where her 2 younger sisters painted and practiced calligraphy. She took out some masterpieces of her sisters. Such good calligraphy and painting are actually the works of your two sisters. It's amazing. What? These are all taught by your father. Your father is not only a first-class calligrapher, but also proficient in painting. You are not lying to me, are you? Yan Wumei was in shock all day. Seeing the two sisters Xiqing and Wei come back, Yan Wumei still didn't believe that those works were taught by Xu Hao. Xu Hao started from scratch and created a billion-dollar group, which is already amazing. He is proficient in boxing and knife skills. He can also paint and calligraphy. They have reached the top level in a field. She asked tentatively. When they heard that they were going to tell their father's deeds in front of outsiders, the two sisters immediately became excited. They immediately boasted. What's the big deal about painting and calligraphy? My dad is also a master at making tea. You should know our sister Xu Hongzhuang, right? She's the one who's been very popular online recently. Her piano was taught by her dad, and her popular songs were also written by her dad. What? Yan Wumei was not calm. It seems that what she thought she knew was outrageous enough. It's not the end yet. The probing eyes fell on Xu Feiyan. Xu Feiyan nodded. She said a little embarrassedly. Just now I saw you were dumbfounded. I'm embarrassed to say more. I'm afraid you will be hit and doubt your life. Yan Wumei was speechless. However, she was more and more curious about Xu Hao. And when a woman is interested in a man, that's the beginning of her fall. The girls were chatting happily. Seeing Xu Hao coming back from outside, the twin daughters immediately greeted him. Miss Yan, I'm sorry. This is your first time to visit our house, but I have something to do at the company. It's okay. I just came here suddenly. I should say that I'm bothering you. Yan Wumei shook her head. She said tentatively. Feiyan said that all her martial arts were taught by President Xu. I just taught her 2 moves casually. Feiyan learned it herself. Xu Hao said that it was all Xu Feiyan's own ability. This daughter is really hardworking. Otherwise, even if he taught her step by step, he couldn't teach her. Xu Feiyan smiled. She thought Xu Hao would say it was all his credit. I didn't expect him to speak for her. It gave her a lot of face. I couldn't help but feel touched. Then she cast a proud look at Yan Wumei. Although Yan Wumei knew that Xu Hao had no ill intentions. Say so, it's still comforting herself. But she couldn't help but vomit blood in her heart. If you teach Xu Feiyan a few tricks, she can beat me who is at the same level. What if you teach her seriously? She rolled her eyes and showed a charming smile. Mr. Xu, I know some kung fu, how about we have a competition? Is this not good? Xu Hao seemed a little hesitant. I usually practice with my bodyguards, and I am definitely not your opponent. He would not show his true strength in front of others. Of course, if it is a dying person like Zheng Fifan, it is another matter. Anyway, the secret can only be taken to the underworld. What's wrong with this? It's just a competition. We just need to stop at a certain point and make sure not to hurt each other. Xu Hao grasped the key words. He glanced at the 5th daughter Xu Feiyan beside him. An idea emerged. He thought of a way to completely subdue this daughter. As soon as they heard that the two were going to compete, the 3 daughters all looked at him. Xu Feiyan's eyes lit up. Xu Hao gave her the feeling that he was very strong, like an abyss with no bottom. It just so happened that the eldest sister was much stronger than her. I wonder who was stronger between the two. Xu Xiqing and Xu Wei often saw Xu Hao competing with the 5th sister Xu Feiyan. They even served as referees. It felt like they would not be in danger. They also wanted Xu Hao to teach the 5th sister, who had been adopted by her outside, a lesson. I actually didn't believe them when they said my dad was awesome. He just needed a lesson. Seeing this, Yan Wumei struck while the iron was hot. Boss Xu, you see your daughters, they want to see who is better among us. A competition is nothing. Well, since Miss Yan is so interested, I will accompany you. Xu Hao hesitated for a moment. So he agreed reluctantly. The two came to the martial arts arena. Sisters Xiqing and Wei acted as referees again. With their orders, the competition began. Xu Hao knew that he would not be able to hide his strength when fighting with her. So he did not hide it. His realm is not his real strength. It is up to him to decide what strength he shows. Feeling the realm of the initial stage of dark power on Xu Hao, Yan Wumei's heart trembled. This boss Xu is really not simple. Considering that she is not Xu Feiyan's opponent at the same realm. Even if she is one realm higher, she can only tie. Those skills were taught to Xu Feiyan by Xu Hao. She has stronger combat power. Yan Wumei decided not to suppress her realm. Seeing Xu Hao standing still, she took the lead. The figure flashed, and quickly came in front of him, and slapped Xu Hao hit. No doubt, Cho dodged it easily. Yan Wumei had seen Xu Feiyan's body movements, so she was not surprised. He rushed forward again. Xu Hao fought back. Every time he attacked, Xu Hao restrained himself a lot, which was equivalent to suppressing his strength. Then, the two of them fought back and forth. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Xu Hao had the upper hand. The audiences nearby watched with relish. At first, they were a little nervous. Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai heard from Xu Feiyan that her big sister was very powerful. Although they were very confident in Xu Hao. But what if something went wrong? Until now, Xu Hao suppressed Yan Wumei and the two sisters cheered and jumped for joy. Xu Qingge watched intently. These two were masters of dark energy. It was much more exciting than fighting with her. The two were extremely fast. Occasionally, only afterimages could be seen. Yan Wumei's offensive was open and closed, and every attack was as swift as thunder. Xu Hao countered every move, occasionally attacking. As he landed a palm lightly on Yan Wumei took a few steps back. Almost retreated from the border line. She was awed. Xu Hao's strength was indeed very strong. He had to go all out. Yan Wumei thought to herself. She was in the middle stage of dark energy. If she lost to Xu Hao, who was in the early stage of dark energy, it would be too embarrassing. Yan Wumei's eyes turned cold. Her aura surged. She crushed the bricks and stones on the ground with one foot, and shot towards Xu Hao like an arrow from a bow. Xu Hao's eyes showed a smile. It was a good time. Facing Yan Wumei's fierce attack, Xu Hao pretended to be struggling. Finally, he deliberately left a flaw. Yan Wumei seized the opportunity, forced Xu Hao back with a punch, and quickly stepped forward. She punched Xu Hao in the face. But Xu Hao seemed to be hit and didn't react. Seeing that Yan Wumei's punch was about to land on Xu Hao's face. Several exclamations sounded around. "Stop it, bitch. Daddy, don't." The first two were shouted by Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai. The last one was shouted by Xu Feiyan. In this round, they saw Xu Hao at a disadvantage and were very nervous. Who knew that the change would come so quickly? Seeing that Xu Hao was about to be punched in the face, the daughters were not calm. Especially Xu Feiyan. She recalled every detail of the past few days with Xu Hao. He pointed out the precious sword in the morning and gave her his own finger. She always wanted to be recognized by her and called her dad. Xu Feiyan knew how terrifying the power of a dark power master was. If this punch hit Xu Hao's face, his head would be blown up directly. At this moment, Xu Feiyan was more scared than ever before. The word, "Dad," came out of his mouth. Xu Hao heard the voice of my fifth daughter and said in his heart, "It's done. This is the opportunity that has come to my door. The preparations of these days are over." The fifth daughter's feelings for him are warming up. Because of her arrogant personality and inner shame, she is unwilling to call him Yuta. When he is in danger, he can't help but shout out. Once she really shouts out, she will be very obedient next time. Of course, he will not put himself in danger just to get his daughter's recognition. This punch from Yan Wumei. Not to mention that he can easily dodge it with the speed of a master-level assassination. And teleportation. It was impossible for Yan Wumei to hurt him. That's why he said this was the best opportunity. Yan Wumei's fist stopped more than 10 centimeters away from Xu Hao's face. Hearing the voices of the three sisters of the Xu family, she was speechless. She didn't want to hurt Xu Hao. This was just a normal exchange. Should we be so nervous? The twin daughters and Xu Feiyan ran up quickly and stood in front of Xu Hao. Staring at Yan Wumei angrily. "Stinky woman, you are so hateful that you actually want to hurt Dad." Xu Huai said in a bad tone. "Fifth sister, is this the sister you recognized outside? I think her character is problematic." Xu Saifeiyan also said in a yin and yang tone. "Sister Yan, why are you like this?" Xu Feiyan also looked at Yan Wumei with some annoyance. Then he began to check Xu Hao. "Dad, are you okay?" This dad, called very naturally. Ding. Xu Feiyan is worried, emotional value plus 888. Xu Hao smiled and touched her head. "I'm fine 3.6, don't blame Miss Yan, we are just sparring normally, she won't hurt me." That's what she said. But the twin sisters still looked unhappy. Yan Wumei couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook her head. "What's the big deal? How afraid are you that your father will be in danger? What surprised her was, Xu Feiyan, the sister who had said all kinds of bad things about Xu Hao in front of her before, actually called him dad affectionately. She still didn't know. She became Xu Hao's tool to conquer his daughter. What happened? An abrupt voice sounded. It turned out that Luo Yan, who had been waiting outside, walked in. Just now, he noticed the collision of two auras. Among them was the target he was protecting, and he rushed in immediately without caring about Yan Wumei's instructions. Seeing that Yan Wumei was fine, he was relieved. Didn't I tell you to go back? Why are you still here? What are you doing here? Get out of here. Yan Wumei looked at him with a bad face. Seeing that nothing happened, it was just a competition. Luo Yan went out obediently. Before leaving, he glanced at the three well-behaved girls. The four beauties were all beautiful. Just looking at them was pleasing to the eye. It was a pity that he couldn't appreciate them up close. Completely conquer the fifth daughter. Xu Hao achieved his goal, so he didn't continue to fight with Yan Wumei and began to enjoy his wonderful life. Time passed in a flash. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Half a year is not long, but it is not short either. It is enough for many things to happen. For example, the Xu family has become a family worth hundreds of billions. During this period, although Xu Hao restrained himself, he never stopped his pace of attacking girls. In addition to the beauty of the protagonist and the stepmother, he made several female protagonists pregnant one after another. And his strength has also reached the level of transformation. Chapter 152, Xu Hao's improvement in half a year. Uncle, I want to have a baby too. Xu Group. CEO's office. Xu Hao sat in front of the French window, holding a cup of tea in his hand, sipping it carefully. A sense of conquest that the entire magic city is under his feet arises spontaneously. Half a year. He combined the entrepreneurial information he learned from the protagonist Li Xiao and some rewards drawn by the system. He has developed Xu Group into a 100 billion consortium. Involving multiple industries. Real estate, trams, entertainment, the internet. Although it is only more than 100 billion, it is in rapid development and changes every day. It is worth mentioning that Lin Chuqing's research and development of new energy batteries has reached the final stage of the final stage. It will be completed in a month at the shortest and 2 months at the longest. Xu Hao has learned about that battery technology. It is absolutely epic making. Wait for Lin Chuqing to develop it. Relying on the relationship of this iceberg female president who calls him daddy, I am in you and you are in me. Shouldn't we listen to his cooperation? And with his current monopoly position in the Magic City tram, it is absolutely possible to multiply the market value several times in a short period of time. Finally, he doesn't have to be as cautious as when he just awakened his memory. Now he has established a firm foothold in this world. Even if that rebellious protagonist returns, if you want to kill him, you have to take his influence into consideration. But you still have to keep it stable. Although his power is not weak, the protagonist's power is stronger. In JoJo, due to his identity, you can't do anything to him openly. You can start a business war and do something dirty in secret. There is still a long way to go in the future. You can't slack off. In a short period of time, a 10 billion group has been developed into a 100 billion consortium. Xu Hao is no longer called a legend, but a myth. Idols are regarded by countless people. I don't know how many people are scrambling to get into his company. This is also because he has not forgotten his original intention and is committed to charity. After becoming a billionaire and joining the top family in Shanghai, he still hasn't forgotten the persona he created. With more money, he can donate more. He is loved by countless people. Creating a philanthropic persona can help him gain more good reputation, which is beneficial to the development of the group. The most important thing is that Xu Hao is worried about when the protagonist will come to him and enforce justice. He has a good reputation to cover up. Maybe he will call him uncle like Zheng Fifan. At least he will chat with him for a few words, right? He will say something like a beast in human form, disguise, etc. He will not kill him without saying a word. He bought him time to escape. His mind moved. An attribute panel visible only to him appeared. Character, Xu Hao. Identity, controller of Xu Group. Charm, 95, full value 100. Strength, 854, late stage of Huajin. Physique, 667, 10 for ordinary people. Spirit, 589, 10 for ordinary people. Skills: Close Combat Grandmaster Level, Painting Grandmaster Level, Calligraphy God Level, Piano Grandmaster Level, Music Master Level, Art God Level, Firearms Master Level, 18 Martial Arts Grandmaster Level, Assassination Grandmaster Level, Chess Grandmaster, Tai Chi God, Medicine Grandmaster, Gambling Grandmaster, Carving Master. Items: God Killing Dagger, Immortal Binding Rope, Master Key, 1000 Miles of Marriage, Small Whip. Special: Portable Space, 10 cubic meters, Teleport, Bully 2 Kidney, Telekinesis, Perspective, Danger Prediction, Lightning Control, Double Cultivation with Women, Invulnerable to all poisons. Emotion value: 82,683. Free attribute: 0. This is what he has achieved in the past 6 months. Charm has increased from 93 to 95. Strength has leapt from the early stage of dark power to the late stage of transformation. This is because he added points to his mental strength, considering that special abilities are useful. Otherwise, he would have broken through transformation and reached a higher level. Why are there so many points to add? Of course, he won it in the lottery. He conquered 4 daughters and made them his leeks at home every day. There are so many heroines who surrendered. During this period, he never stopped his steps to capture the heroines. With more emotion points, draws will naturally be more frequent. Inventory of other gains. He upgraded his medical skills from proficient to master level. The God-killing dagger is a sharper weapon than the Tang sword. The immortal binding rope, immortal, is the fairy of the fairy. The master key is a must-have for stealing the fragrance and jade. 1000 miles of marriage is tied by a thread. As long as you use it on a woman, she will gradually develop a good impression of you and gradually fall in love with you. It is love from the heart, not the kind of love that is controlled. Obtained a portable space upgrade card, upgraded to 10 cubic meters. More items can be stored in the card. Speaking of lightning control, Xu Hao's mind moved. A ball of lightning emerged in the palm of his hand, and a dangerous breath burst out. It was like a real lightning mage. But not long after, Xu Hao felt that his mental power was rapidly consumed and he was about to collapse. It was not until he dispersed the lightning ball and a thread of electric light flowed through his fingertips that he felt much better. This was the power of lightning control when he first threw it. Because of weak mental power, can only charge mobile phones, scratch yourself, or add some fun. It's really useless. But it's not useless, at least those women are more submissive. It's also much easier to capture. After checking in, she was almost conquered. What? Treat it as an accident. Nothing happened. Don't blame me for shattering the darkness with thunder. The emotional value is rising. Half a year later, her mental power has improved, and she can use it a little more. A ball of lightning thrown over, even an ordinary strong man will be instantly turned into charcoal. Because of mental power, it can't be used many times. 014008501 Filu 143,381,551. Danger prediction. Can predict any danger and respond in time. Invisibly, he once again improved his sense of security in this world. Double cultivation of women, those who understand will understand. It is beneficial to both parties, can become more attractive, and enhance physical fitness. Immune to all poisons, not just all poisons, but all kinds of toxins. Xu Hao thinks it's very nice. It avoids some protagonists who specialize in poisoning people. They secretly poison you, and you don't know how you died. Most of these were drawn from the lottery. In half a year, he certainly drew more than these. Most of them are not presentable, or they are used by him. What is shown on the panel is only a part. For example, the dead soldiers drawn. There are more than 10,000 strong dead soldiers, who have been assigned to all parts of the world by him. No one knows that the mysterious and terrifying organization, Wushang, is actually controlled by him. There was an episode in the middle. The dead soldiers drawn have always been strong. Suddenly, a dead soldier who was only well trained and had no strength was drawn. It was drawn several times in a row. There are as many as 30,000. I thought that the early Ming Jin were the grassroots personnel of the organization. Well, these are the weak ones. It's also normal. Which faction's subordinates are all powerful? It seems that the rebellious protagonist is. It's outrageous that each of the 100,000 soldiers is powerful. How else can he be invincible? Damn, can't be arrogant, still need to work hard. These dead soldiers he drew, not to mention that they have no strength. Even if they have strength, they have to improve step by step and break through normally. How to compete with the protagonist's 100,000 troops. Another exquisite lottery, a character drawn brought hope to Xu Hao. A top biological genetics talent. Engaged in research on genetic evolution. Xu Hao immediately decided to let him develop genetic drugs that improve strength at all costs. Sent him directly to Heizhou and built a base. Those who understand understand. There is no shortage of experimental subjects, and the research and development of genetic drugs is progressing rapidly. In the past 6 months, drugs that ordinary people can easily break through to Mingjin have been developed. In other words, nearly 50,000 inches Wushang, members under him are all powerful. Xu Hao is still not satisfied. He wants more and stronger subordinates. The biologist followed the instructions and became more and more enthusiastic in his research, regardless of the rapid consumption of experimental subjects. Anyway, there are Wushang members for him to capture. The rewards drawn are not only a biological talent, but also management talents, agents, killers. GPEY. 2 knocks on the door interrupted Xu Hao's thoughts. Come in. Hearing Xu Hao's response in the office, 2 graceful figures opened the door and walked in. If not Sha Qingge and Li Yunshu, who else? After entering, the 2 women saw Xu Hao sitting in front of the French window. Immediately stepped forward, one was responsible for massage, and the other helped to pour tea. Sha Qingge poured the tea. Xu Hao stretched out his hand and took her into his arms. Uncle Xu, be gentle, be careful of the child. Sha Qingge glanced coquettishly. There was a maternal glow between her eyebrows. Yes, Sha Qingge was one of the pregnant women. Because she had just been pregnant for a short time, she didn't show her pregnancy. That's why she can stay in the company. Otherwise, she would have stayed at home or traveled for a while. The relationship between the 2 cannot be exposed. It cannot be known to outsiders, especially her father. Father Sha and Xu Hao are old friends, and they often call each other brothers. She can entrust her daughter to Xu Hao's care without worry. If he knew that, Xu Hao took care of her daughter in the bedroom and gave him a grandson or granddaughter. Wouldn't he be so angry that he would die on the spot? Xu Hao smiled and touched her belly. Don't worry, I can't love you enough, how can I bear to hurt our little baby? Sha Qingge took the marrow cleansing pill and took the abortion medicine. She also took the medicine that he took from the system to strengthen her body. And his master-level medical skills. That's right. With his personality and status, he would not use medical skills to cure diseases and save people. But for the children in the bellies of several women, he upgraded his proficient medical skills to the master level. It can be said that no pregnant woman in the world can be better than his women. The mother has a good physique, and the baby's genes are even better. After birth, he will definitely be a dragon among men. Feeling Xu Hao's hand on her body, Sha Qingge felt extremely warm and happy. Uncle Xu, do you like boys or girls? Sha Qingge suddenly asked nervously. She felt that the older generation's thinking might be a bit conservative, favoring boys over girls. What if she was pregnant with a girl? What if Xu Hao didn't like it? I like both boys and girls. Xu Hao scratched her nose and said with a smile. Sha Qingge was still worried. She knew that Uncle Xu was comforting her and not letting her worry. Xu Hao pretended to think for a moment and said, if I have to choose one, I prefer girls. Sha Qingge was startled and looked at Xu Hao in surprise. Why? Because daughters are little cotton-padded jackets, they must be as cute and sensible as you. Xu Hao said with a smile. Of course, if it's a boy, I won't dislike it. Quote. Sha Qingge's eyes sparkled, and she felt relieved. Behind her, Li Yunshu, who was massaging Xu Hao, looked at the warm scene and felt a little jealous. It was obviously she who was with Uncle Xu first. The best friend got pregnant first. She didn't know that Sha Qingge had been with Xu Hao for a long time, and she was the one who was dragged into it. At first, she learned that Sha Qingge was pregnant. Li Yunshu was puzzled by her best friend's ecstasy. You are only 25 years old. You are so much older than Uncle Xu. Is it necessary to be so happy about being pregnant? The matter with Uncle Xu cannot be exposed. Think about it, if others know that you are pregnant before marriage. I have to raise the child alone in the future. I have to accept other people's strange looks all the time. And what if my family finds out? Li Yunshu is determined not to get pregnant. But later, I often see my best friend touching her belly with a happy look on her face. And Uncle Xu favors her. After my best friend got pregnant, Xu Hao prepared abortion-preserving medicine and checked her pulse. He took care of her meticulously. Her idea of not wanting to get pregnant was loosened. Until she saw this scene. My best friend snuggled in Uncle Xu's arms with a happy face, and was completely heartbroken. She also wanted to get pregnant. She got more love from Uncle Xu and called out immediately. Uncle Xu. Xu Hao reached back and embraced her. Li Yunshu fell into Xu Hao's arms uncontrollably like Sha Qingge. What does Yunshu want to say? Looking at Xu Hao's handsome uncle face that was getting more and more handsome. Li Yunshu hesitated a little. She made up her mind and gritted her teeth. I also want to give birth to a child for Uncle Xu. Ding. Li Yunshu couldn't help being embarrassed. Emotional value plus 888. Ding. Sha Qingge is full of happiness. Emotional value plus 777. A smile flashed through Xu Hao's eyes. It has to be several women together, with competition. He can get more benefits. This is not the two besties are often together. With the comparison of Sha Qingge, Li Yunshu is thinking about giving birth to a child for him. For example, several daughters in the family, in order to get his favorite get it, actually. This has to talk about negative examples. Sister-in-law Yao Xinrui and Iceberg female tree president Lin Chuqing. They all have things to do. Eccentric. Although he has surrendered. When he went there, he also catered to him in various ways. But there is no comparison, no awareness of giving birth to a child for him. Puff. A sneer came from the side. It was Sha Qingge who laughed out loud when she heard her words. Li Yunshu blushed and glared at her indignantly. Although the two besties are often together. They have seen all kinds of shameful looks. But sometimes, she still couldn't help but feel ashamed. You want to give birth to a child for Uncle Xu. You should change your crybaby habit first. Indeed. Before, when playing landlord, Li Yunshu cried because she lost quickly. I can only be responsible for assisting. So I can only watch her get pregnant. Li Yunshu was so angry that his teeth itched. Okay, Qingge, you should say less. Xu Hao patted Sha Qingge. Sha Qingge patted her chest and said generously. Since you want to get pregnant, I will help you for the sake of our best friend. She decided to take the initiative to assist her bestie. She was pregnant, so she had no choice but to assist. She couldn't be as happy as before. In the evening, Xu Hao took Bai Ling's car home. As his strength grew, the strongest person under his command also reached the late stage of Huajin. But for Bai Ling, a personal bodyguard who had just broken through to the late stage of dark energy, he did not abandon her. He kept her by his side. One reason was that he was used to it. The other reason was that there was usually no major event that required the bodyguard to take action. She was responsible for driving for him and checking the door. All the daughters were at home today. The third daughter was Xu Hongzhuang, the fifth daughter was Xu Feiyan, the sixth daughter was Xu Shiqing, and the seventh daughter was Xu Wei. When they saw Xu Hao coming back, they all came to greet him. The daughters were fighting for favor, so they should not be too aggressive. Chapter 153, Dad, I want a lollipop. The daughters are jealous and actually. The Xu family villa. At this time, there is a lively scene. Su Wanchou and Xiao Wanling are sitting in the pavilion drinking tea. In order not to stimulate the baby in Su Wanchou's belly, Wanling's tea is provided by Xu Hao. It is good for pregnant women. Su Wanchou is already 6 months pregnant, and her belly is slightly bulging. She touches her belly from time to time, as if she is worried that the child will disappear. A happy smile appears on her face. Since she showed her pregnancy, she has not gone to the beauty salon. She works remotely at home. One is that her daughters dissuaded her, and the other is that she is also afraid of hurting the baby. After all, this is her and Xu Hao's first child. Auntie Su, it's been 6 months, right? It will be born in a few months. Seeing that Su Wanchou was in a good mood, Xiao Wanling couldn't help looking at her belly and said with envy. There are more than 3 months left. I really hope this little guy will come out soon. Su Wanchou replied. It's a boy or a girl? Xiao Wanling was curious. She also wanted to give birth to a child for Uncle Xu. But her belly was not good. I want to know too, but your Uncle Xu wouldn't let me go for a checkup, saying that he likes both men and women. The smile on Su Wanchou's lips became more intense. Aunt Su, I really envy you. Xiao Wanling said sincerely. She guessed that Uncle Xu didn't want Su Wanchou to worry, so he didn't let her go for a checkup. How considerate. Uncle Xu is such a gentle and considerate person. Although sometimes he would be very irritable, completely ignoring her feelings, and when he was free. Thinking of the scene with Xu Hao, she couldn't help blushing in her heartbeat. Su Wanchou looked at her in surprise. Wanling also wants a child. Swish. Xiao Wanling's face became even redder. She wanted to have a child with Uncle Xu. But the person in front of her was Uncle Xu's first wife. But she recovered quickly. The two of them had been together for countless times. Su Wanchou also took her to meet her good friends. Strange, why did Uncle Xu call that aunt sister-in-law? She nodded shyly. Su Wanchou looked strange. Xiao Wanling is the best friend of the third daughter Xu Hongzhuang. If she has a child with Xu Hao, what will the third daughter do when she finds out? How should she call her best friend? Suddenly I was curious about what was going on. In the courtyard, Xu Xiqing and Xu Wei are about to graduate from college. The school classes are almost over. During this time, I stayed at home and practiced painting and calligraphy. Xu Xiqing is now a little famous. The reason is that 3 months ago, Xu Feiyan participated in an international painting competition. Won the first place. Gained a group of loyal fans. There are also people who threatened to spend tens of millions to ask her for paintings. At this time, Xu Xiqing was wearing a JK uniform and white silk on her feet. Looking full of youthful vitality. In theory, Xu Xiqing is the kind of person who is gentle, sensible, and elegant. Usually, she dresses conservatively. Stay away from this childish and cute style. But now she is wearing a uniform. It's all because of her younger sister Xu Wei. She started the inner circle of fighting for Dad and being jealous. Seeing that the fifth sister Xu Feiyan also recognized Dad, she once again took away a part of Dad's love for them. Xu Wei was anxious. Once by chance, she slipped into Xu Hao and Su Wanchou's bedroom. Accidentally opened a wardrobe. She was shocked to find all kinds of uniforms inside, and her little face turned red. Xu Wei's young mind was greatly shocked. It turns out that Dad likes these uniforms. In order to get more attention from Xu Hao, she usually changes into these uniforms when she is at home. Whenever she and a few sisters ask Dad for advice, she can get the first advice. Xu Wei recently bought herself a set of Lolita. Don't say, she has a lively personality. After putting it on, she combed her hair into 2 ponytails, which really looks like a big loli. The reason why Xu Hao taught Xu Wei first, Xu Wei had spent a lot of time to get his advice. Second, he did it on purpose. He hoped to get more wool from his daughters. It was not beyond his expectations. Xu Wei made a bet once. Xu Hao was the referee, watching which of the sisters would improve. Without a doubt, Xu Wei won. Because Xu Hao's calligraphy was god level, and she was always the first to be taught, so she had to spend more time studying. After the sisters finished their punishment with red faces, they gritted their teeth. The little sister was too scheming. In order to get her father's teaching. Shamelessly wearing all kinds of uniforms. Based on the principle of joining if you can't beat them. For better progress, they also gave it their all. So, the era of involution began. Xu Wei, with twin ponytails and wearing Lolita, was practicing chenboard at the table. Looking at the sisters whose painting styles collapsed one by one, they were all her masterpieces. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Xu Hongzhuang sat on a stone chair. Holding a lyric in her hand, she hummed softly. She was wearing a maid outfit. If those fans saw her broken image at this time, they would definitely stare out of their eyes. Xu Hongzhuang is very popular now, very popular. She is popular all over the world. It can be said that everyone in the entire entertainment industry knows her name. Half a year ago, Xu Hongzhuang became popular because of a few songs. Countless people called for her to appear. It took a long time for Xu Hongzhuang to show up. As soon as she showed up, she made a sensation in the entire entertainment industry. She became the executive president of the former Zhao Media, now Hongzhuang Media. From a signed artist, she became a big boss. Then with the help of Xu Hao, she released countless popular songs and explosive piano music in succession. What kind of star queen is not enough to describe her? She was directly deified. She gained countless fans. The result is that the market value of Hongzhuang Media, which she is in charge of, has soared. Although it has not reached a scale of 100 billion, it has 80 billion. Not only is she talented, she surpasses the queen. She controls a large group of nearly 100 billion. In less than half a year, Xu Hongzhuang has become an insurmountable monument in the entertainment industry. An idol worshipped by countless people. However, the most valuable queen in their hearts, an outstanding representative of women. At this time, she is wearing a well-behaved maid outfit. On the martial arts field, two tall and graceful figures are turning and moving. They are fighting back and forth. One person is 1.78 meters tall and has a pair of long legs. It is Xu Feiyan. The other woman is born with a charming body, and her watery eyes are fascinating, like a vixen. Who else could it be but Yan Wumei? Swish! Xu Feiyan swept her leg fiercely. Yan Wumei quickly blocked her body with both hands. A powerful force broke out. Yan Wumei couldn't bear it for a moment and took a few steps back. Xu Feiyan didn't stop. Her rich combat experience allowed her to react quickly the first time she found the enemy's flaw. She approached like a ghost. Her delicate hand was placed on Yan Wumei's neck. Yan Wumei was stunned. She lost. As long as Xu Feiyan exerted a little force on her hand, her neck would be crushed. Yan Wumei couldn't believe it. Her promising seedling not only broke through to the early stage of dark energy. She also had extremely rich combat experience. Her sister, who had once introduced Xu Feiyan to the sect and was both her teacher and friend, was defeated. It was too exaggerated. Even with Xu Hao's guidance, she shouldn't have broken through so quickly. Half a year ago, she came to Xu's house to visit Xu Feiyan. At that time, she was only in the middle stage of bright energy. She fought with Xu Hao and won narrowly. After that, she received news from her subordinates in the Red Rose, saying that the other two forces were going to unite to deal with her. After a hasty farewell, she returned to Red Rose to take charge. For the past 6 months, she has been fighting against the other two forces. Finally, she found time. Thinking that Xu Feiyan had not come to see her for half a year, Yan Wumei came to Xu's house in person again. She was shocked to learn that Xu Feiyan had broken through to the early stage of dark energy. As soon as the two met, they fought. The result was obvious. At this time, Yan Wumei finally understood one thing. It turned out that she had competed with Xu Hao. It was Xu who deliberately left a flaw to let her win. Xu Feiyan could defeat herself in the early stage of dark energy. She was taught by Xu Hao. Xu Hao was definitely stronger. Sister Yan, I asked you to go back and be lazy, but I caught up with you, right? She could defeat him without the big sister suppressing her realm. Xu Feiyan felt a sense of accomplishment. She spoke in an old-fashioned way. Yan Wumei couldn't help but smile bitterly. It wasn't that she was lazy, but her realm had reached a bottleneck. One of them was because of the struggle with the two major gangs, which distracted his mind. You improved too fast. Xu Feiyan nodded in agreement. Under her father's hands-on teaching, she did improve quickly. Seeing that the big sister was in a low mood, she comforted her. My martial arts were all taught by my father. It's normal for you to lose to me, Sister Yan, don't take it to heart. Yan Wumei's mouth twitched. I really know how to thank you. You are good at comforting people. Comforting is good, don't comfort me next time. It's as if your father and I are not from the same world, and you praise him to the sky. You used to dislike Xu Hao. Now you call him dad, more intimate than anyone else. Suppress the urge to teach this little girl a lesson. Yan Wumei couldn't help but look at Xu Feiyan's outfit curiously. A cute second-dimensional style. Especially stay on her two furry ears for a moment. As if she came out of a comic book. Feiyan, haven't you always dreamed of being a queen? You look so cute in this dress, don't you? I want to hold you in my arms and comfort you. You don't look like a queen at all. Xu Feiyan's face froze. If you don't talk about this, we are still good sisters. She felt ashamed when her shameful side was seen by the big sister. She scolded her sister Xu Wei in her heart. She said with a wandering look. I wore it for my dad to see. Ah. Yan Wumei was shocked and stunned. Feiyan, you and your dad. The amount of information was too much. She was speechless. Xu Feiyan knew she was wrong and rolled her eyes. Fox spirit, what are you thinking? He is my biological father, how could he be what you think? Oh, if he is not biological, then he is what you think. Hee, then why do you wear this dress to please your father? Yan Wumei was surprised and doubtful. It's all Xu Wei's fault. Xu Feiyan angrily talked about her sister's deeds that started the inner circle. Yan Wumei gradually understood. It turned out that Xu Wei took the time to prepare and dress up in order to ask Xu Hao for advice. You can see her intentions. Compared to the other sisters, she didn't prepare anything. Xu Hao of course taught Xu Wei first. The other daughters came later. I heard that Xu Wei won the bet later. Yan Wumei finally understood everything and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your sisters are too good at playing, aren't they? Xu Feiyan didn't want to dwell on this matter and change the subject. Sister Yan, your fighting skills are too poor, and your reaction speed can't keep up. You need to work hard, otherwise I will only beat you more and more. Poor fighting skills. Slow reaction. Yan Wumei looked at her in astonishment. Are you kidding me? She is a mid-stage dark power expert. She defeated the 3-day giant of the Magic City, Red Rose, with her own hands. How rich is her combat experience? Someone actually said that she is not good enough. Oh, the person who spoke is Xu Feiyan. That's fine. Compared with the father and daughter of the Xu family, she does seem to have many shortcomings. Yan Wumei's heart moved slightly. She looked at Xu Feiyan with burning eyes. Xu Feiyan was frightened by her look. She asked vigilantly. Sister Yan, what are you going to do? Yan Wumei blurted out a word. Xu Feiyan was stunned. Yan Wumei smiled. Haha. Didn't you say that I have many shortcomings? Teach me. She could feel it. Xu Feiyan's combat skills and boxing techniques are very profound. As long as she learns them, she may be able to break through the bottleneck. In fact, she has the same personality as Xu Feiyan. They both love martial arts. They will not miss any way to improve their strength. Especially under the recent suppression by the other two forces. Once his own strength breaks through, is it still necessary to fight with them? Just go and destroy them. Therefore, seeing the opportunity to improve his strength from Xu Feiyan, his eyes lit up. This. Xu Feiyan was dumbfounded. She wore this cute two-dimensional dress just to ask her father for advice. How to teach people? Why? You don't want to. I taught you everything I could back then, you are promising now. Forget me, the master who brought you in. Yan Wumei pretended to be sad. Unable to stand her, Xu Feiyan said hurriedly. It's not that I don't want to teach you, I'm just afraid that I can't teach you. Okay, I'll try. Xu Feiyan was helpless. She followed Xu Hao's step-by-step teaching. Let Yan Wumei stand in front. She came behind her and grabbed Yan Wumei's hand. Xu Feiyan moaned. Because of her good figure, she couldn't put her chest against her back. She could only hold on with difficulty. She grabbed Yan Wumei's hand and waved it for a while. How is it? Sister Yan, do you feel my power technique? Yan Wumei looked confused. After hesitating for a moment, she said. Are you sure you are teaching me how to use my power, not teaching me to dance? Xu Feiyan was embarrassed. She was the one being taught by Xu Hao. It's really not good to teach others. Finally, she had to give up helplessly. If you want to learn, you can find my dad, but judging from your appearance, you will definitely be behind us. Yan Wumei knew. Xu Hao will give priority to teaching these daughters who are involuntarily wearing such uniforms. Can't stand Xu Feiyan's arrogant face. Yan Wumei pouted. Tisk, isn't it just a maid costume in the second dimension? I can wear it too. Xu Feiyan's eyes are weird. Imagine this vixen-like big sister wearing a cute second dimension. The picture is too beautiful. The Queen of Collapse. Tisk tisk, I really want to see a duck. At this time, the sound of car brakes came from the courtyard. Knowing that Xu Hao is back, the daughters stopped their actions and quickly went to greet him. In an instant, Xu Hao was surrounded by a group of beautiful women. Dad, did you bring us delicious food today? I also want to eat candied haws. After eating Dad's candied haws, I feel refreshed and have a photographic memory. Xu Hao stopped several daughters. Like a magic trick, a few lollipops appeared in his hand. The candied haws are gone, do you want a lollipop? Chapter 154, the character of the daughter is ruined. The heroine who plays with fire. The police took away the fire. Xu Hao returned home in the afternoon. As soon as he arrived at the door of his house, he saw the protagonist Luo Yan waiting at the door, feeling a little bored. He received a report from his subordinates at the company. Yan Wumei came home. He was not surprised that the protagonist appeared here. Xu Hao's eyes condensed, but after seeing that the protagonist was just guarding the door and did not peek into the villa, he stopped caring. If it was really the kind of wretched, rogue protagonist who would not take advantage of the opportunity, he might have to kill him. Since he found Luo Yan half a year ago, Xu Hao has been acting cautiously. Now he doesn't need to. If this protagonist dares to make trouble in front of him. He threw an electric ball backhandedly. Since the protagonist is very honest, he can harvest for a while. While thinking, Bai Ling had already driven the car into the villa. Xu Hao got out of the car, and a group of beautiful women surrounded him. Hearing one of his daughters say she wants to eat candied haws, Xu Hao took out a few lollipops from his personal space like a magic trick. Both candied haws and lollipops were taken out by the system. They have special buffs. Candied haws improve memory. This lollipop strengthens comprehension. It is because Xu Hao brings back these snacks from time to time. The daughters have made rapid progress. Xu Feiyan can quickly break through the dark power. Because of the marrow cleansing pill, and more because of these candies. Seeing the ordinary lollipops in Xu Hao's hand, the daughters did not dislike them, and happily took one each. The candies Xu Hao took out were very delicious. Seeing a few girls in uniforms tearing open the packaging and eating lollipops, Yan Wumei on the side was confused. Please, how old are you? The youngest one is about to graduate from college. You are girls, can you be more reserved and act like a lady from a noble family? As for eating a lollipop, do you enjoy it? Especially, she saw the music god Xu Hongzhuang in a maid outfit. Xu Hongzhuang's influence is not limited to the entertainment industry. People in other industries also know her. After all, in addition to being a music god, she is also the boss of a nearly 100 billion group. Yan Wumei usually likes to listen to Xu Hongzhuang's songs and play the piano. This time she came to Xu's house, first to see Xu Feiyan, and second to meet the big star Xu Hongzhuang. But now her personality has collapsed. She is still good. She just likes Xu Hongzhuang's works, not chasing stars. If those fanatical fans see Xu Hongzhuang like this, they will definitely explode on the spot. Calm down and don't think about the collapsed Xu Hongzhao for the time being. Yan Wumei looked at Xu Hao curiously. This man is too mysterious. It seems that there is some magic that prompts her to explore. After not seeing each other for half a year, Xu Hao's aura was restrained, just like ordinary people. She couldn't see through him. But his aura of transcendence was not ordinary at all. It took only half a year. He turned the Xu Group, which had a market value of 10 billion, into a scale of 100 billion. His business talent and keen vision were simply unimaginable. What she admired most was that Xu Hao spent billions to acquire an entertainment company. He trusted his daughter to manage it. He created Hongzhuang Media, which was nearly 100 billion in scale. His unreserved trust in his daughter touched her heart. Send a few daughters away. Xu Hao seemed to have just discovered Yan Wumei and said in surprise. Miss Yan, long time no see. Compared to half a year ago, he was polite in front of this heroine because he was afraid of the protagonist. Now that his strength has improved, Xu Hao doesn't have so many concerns. His tone is much more casual. He came just in time. Half a year ago, Yan Wumei suddenly received a call and left for something. He never appeared again after that. But he never escaped the investigation and tracking of Xu Hao's intelligence organization, Wushang. Before his strength was improved. Go find this heroine. Afraid of facing the protagonist Luo Yan. When I have the strength of Hua Jin, some heroines are pregnant and need to be taken care of, and there are other heroines to be conquered. Therefore, I don't have time to find this heroine. Today, she came to my door. I see President Xu on TV every day. Yan Wumei's voice is charming and seductive, and it makes my ears numb. Then her tone becomes resentful. President Xu deceived me so much. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. Where did I deceive Miss Yan? Half a year ago, you could have easily defeated me, and you deliberately revealed a flaw to let me win. Yan Wumei blinked her moist eyes. You mean that time, I was indeed one step behind, and there was no point in giving in. Xu Hao shook his head. President Xu is still deceiving others. I just competed with Feiyan, and I was not her opponent in the early stage of her secret love. Quote. Mr. Xu, you must have been better than her at that time. This heroine is indeed born with a charming body. Every move she makes releases the charm of a dorm girl. Faced with her resentful tone, anyone else would have been unable to resist. Xu Hao is not an ordinary person. Subtly changing the subject. Miss Yan, are you here to see Feiyan this time? Yan Wumei rolled her eyes and said. I came to see Mr. Xu on purpose. Xu Hao was surprised. Mr. Xu was able to teach Feiyan so well in half a year. I wonder if you can teach me too. I can pay the tuition. Single quote. Yan Wumei cast a charming look. Somewhat deliberately tempting. This is also because she knows Xu Hao's character. There are several daughters around him, and his wife Su Wancho is at home. Xu Hao will not have any thoughts about her. Yan Wumei dared to make such a tempting move. If she knew that Xu Hao's target was her, she would definitely not tease Xu Hao. This is playing with fire. Bing Wei, who was holding a lollipop and couldn't let it go, said something. She was still upset because Yan Wumei punched Xu Hao last time. Tuition. Xu Hao's heart moved slightly. He looked around at her outstanding figure without leaving a trace. It should be said that the heroine is indeed charming. No wonder she is called a vixen. I have no problem. Anyway, I will teach a few little guys when I have time. It won't take long to discuss martial arts with each other. Xu Hao first said that he could teach. Then he looked embarrassed. But won't this be a bit bad? Yan Wumei was surprised. She was afraid that Xu Hao would not agree, so she deliberately used her charm to seduce him. He actually agreed so readily. In the previous competition with Xu Feiyan, she saw the hope of breaking through the bottleneck. Xu Hao gave her a stronger feeling. As long as he followed her for a period of time, he would definitely break through. So he said hurriedly, "What's wrong with that? Mr. Xu can teach your daughters first. I'm in the back and I'm not in a hurry." Hearing this, Xu Hongzhuang and Xu Xiqing's unfriendly eyes were relieved. The sisters were already in a mess. If there was another vixen like this, they didn't know what uniform to wear. This woman is sensible. Yan Wumei is Xu Feiyan's good sister and has taken good care of her before. And Xu Hao is deeply in love with the beautiful stepmother Su Wancho. Knowing that nothing will happen between the two, they didn't worry about stopping. Text. Xu Hao waved his hand. During the teaching process, some physical contact is inevitable. I'm afraid Miss Yan can't accept it. Yan Wumei was stunned. Indeed, if her movements are not standard. When Xu Hao corrected, physical contact is inevitable. Don't look at her coquettish every move, and her seductive eyes are easy to use. In fact, she has never had contact with the opposite S**X. She always wears weapon gloves when fighting, in order to quickly break through the bottleneck and get rid of the entanglement of the other two forces. Yan Wumei said with a determined heart. It doesn't matter. Physical contact is normal during teaching. I don't mind. As long as Mr. Xu doesn't mind wasting time. Xu Hao laughed. Let's put it in front. The heroine can only swallow the loss at that time. Since Miss Yan doesn't mind, let's start. Yan Wumei was stunned. It's starting now. Aren't you going to teach your daughters first? Xiqing, Wei and other sisters were anxious. They dressed up carefully today to ask Xu Hao for advice. They hoped to get more time for teaching from Xu Hao, who knew that they were intercepted. Of course they didn't do it and protested. Dad, you can't be partial to her just because she is big. Yes, Dad, look at how cute I am wearing today, can you bear to abandon me? Dad, don't pay attention to that vixen. Several daughters chattered. Xu Hao raised his hand to interrupt. Okay, what do you want to ask me? I want to ask about this song. Xu Hongzhuang stood up with a playlist in her hand and said. Swish, her voice paused. She found that the things she didn't understand before now had clear ideas in her mind. Dad, I thought of it, I'll go and get busy first. After saying that, Xu Hongzhuang hurried to the side. She started practicing alone. Seeing the look of the third sister, several sisters touched their heads. They didn't understand. When they thought about what they wanted to ask Xu Hao, when they thought about those difficult points, the solution automatically appeared in their minds. The next moment, the sisters all ran away. Yan Wumei was confused. Xu Hao smiled and looked at her. Let's get started. $. Yan Wumei came back to her senses, her eyes full of curiosity and inquiry. She was also curious about how Xu Hao could teach Xu Feiyan to this level in half a year. What method did he use? Under Yan Wumei's doubtful gaze, Xu Hao came behind her. He held her in his arms. He grabbed her hands. K.A. Yan Wumei's head was buzzing. Although she was not young anymore, she knew a lot and often joked. But she was still a serious virgin. It was the first time she was held in a man's arms. The strong masculine scent hit her face. Her heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably. Yan Wumei's mood was uncertain. This was considered indecent and frivolous. If it were any other man, she would definitely break her third leg. But for Xu Hao, she was angry but didn't go. Xu Hao had said in advance that there would be physical contact. She also agreed. Unexpectedly, he would hold her in his arms and teach her step by step. If Xu Hao taught like this, wouldn't he and his daughters also? Are you sure there won't be any problems? The daughters were stunningly beautiful and dressed so seductively. She would believe you if you said it was an accidental discharge. Yan Wumei could already imagine that scene. Ding Yan Wumei was flustered, emotional value plus 666. Ding Yan Wumei was at a loss, emotional value plus 777. Yan Wumei couldn't think anymore. Just because at this moment, Xu Hao started to move. He held her hand and began to teach. She felt a force coming from Xu Hao's hand. Following this force, she felt the force-generating technique. Yan Wumei couldn't help but immerse herself in it. I don't know how long it has been. Yan Wumei already had combat experience, and she quickly mastered that method of using strength. First the fists, then the joints, and then the legs. Although she felt the man's hands fiddling with her body, she was very uncomfortable, but the improvement in combat skills was real. Just when Yan Wumei was immersed in teaching, a roar came. Stop. Then, a figure appeared in front of the two of them like a ghost. Luo Yan raised his hand and was about to hit Xu Hao. Yan Wumei reacted, raised her eyebrows, and shouted coldly. What are you going to do? Luo Yan's angry expression froze. The action of attacking also stopped. Originally, he was waiting at the door obediently. 547 He has his own principles. A gentleman loves a beautiful woman, but he has a way to get her. He disdains to do that kind of peeping thing. If you like a beautiful woman, just chase her. With his strength and charm, isn't it easy to deal with a few women? In the past, in the dark world, those women were the ones who threw themselves at him. Therefore, Yan Wumei asked him to wait outside, and he didn't go in. Just now, he sensed Yan Wumei's breath floating. Out of worry, Luo Yan climbed over the wall to take a look. And this look made his scalp explode. The murderous intent in his body could not be stopped and surged out. He saw the object of protection, that is, the woman he had chosen, Yan Wumei. At this time, she was held in the arms of a man. A seductive and charming face, with a slight blush, tempting people to commit crimes. How could Luo Yan bear it? A roar rushed in. What are you going to do? Yan Wumei looked unfriendly. Luo Yan suppressed his violent murderous intent. Staring at him furiously Xu Hao. At this time, Xu Hao still held Yan Wumei tightly. Luo Yan wanted to say, obscene. In fact, the posture of these two people was too ambiguous. If their clothes were not intact, he would believe that they did something bad in broad daylight. Shameful posture was seen by others. Especially her identity was the queen who was high above. Foxy's face was flushed. Ding Luo Yan was angry, emotional value plus 444. Xu Hao seemed to have just reacted and let go of Yan Wumei's hand. Explained to Luo Yan, my little brother, you misunderstood, we were just teaching. Yan Wumei came back to her senses and said coldly. It's not what you think, President Xu was just teaching me martial arts. Quote. Luo Yan was vomiting blood in his heart. You are still teaching. Is there such a hands-on teaching method? It is obviously an excuse for you to take advantage of others. What's infuriating is that Yan Wumei actually believed it. Didn't I tell you not to come in? Get out of here quickly, this is not the place for you to come. Yan Wumei's tone was cold. Since this guy helped her solve a trap set up by two other forces in her nightclub once, her attitude became much better. Now he doesn't listen to her again. That slightly improved impression returned to the original state again. The villa is full of beauties. What did this guy sneak in for? His thoughts are obvious. If Luo Yan heard her voice, he would vomit 3 liters of blood. He didn't come in rashly, okay. He noticed that Yan Wumei's breath was not right, so he climbed over the wall to take a look. Mr. Xu, ignore him, let's continue. Quote. Then, Yan Wumei actually pulled Xu Hao's hands directly. Under the protagonist's gaze, let Xu Hao hug her and start a new round of teaching. Chapter 155, I'll treat you to a lollipop. My daughter followed and eavesdropped on her bestie and Xu Hao. Get out of here. Yan Wumei's face was as cold as frost. A sense of pressure from a superior enveloped Luo Yan. Luo Yan's eyes were filled with resentment. He clenched his fists fiercely. Yan Wumei's momentum had no effect on him. Luo Yan was angry because Yan Wumei defended a man who took advantage of her. You can't tell a person's heart from his appearance. When I first came here with Yan Wumei, this guy was very polite and courteous. His daughters are so beautiful. I heard rumors about Xu Hao again, all of which were positive compliments. He really thought he was a good person. Unexpectedly, he was a team that took advantage of others. I told you to get out, didn't you hear me? And what's that look in your eyes? I told you that Mr. Xu was teaching me. Yan Wumei was impatient. Seeing that he hated Xu Hao, she felt a little guilty. Xu Hao was misunderstood because of her. Although Xu Hao's teaching method is somewhat special. But the effect is really good. After the teaching just now, she felt the urge to break through. Besides, don't say that she and Xu Hao have a normal relationship. Even if something happened, what does it have to do with this guy? He treated him as someone else. He was already disgusted with Luo Yan, and now he was even more disgusted. Feeling the murderous aura sweeping from Luo Yan, Xu Hao was unmoved. If it were half a year ago, he would not be afraid. It was just fear. If he really dared to make trouble, he could kill him with his connections and find someone. Now there is no need to worry. Hey, this protagonist has a bad temper. It's true. The stronger the strength, the more he can do whatever he wants. He is much more courageous than Zheng Feifan. Just seeing that he is in contact with the heroine, he has to use his momentum to suppress her. When Zheng Feifan knew that he was the murderer of his father, he still had to find evidence before taking action. Lack of legal awareness. Seeing Xu Hao still calm in the face of his killing intent in the middle stage of Hua Jin. Luo Yan was startled. This guy's strength is at least Hua Jin. It is very likely that he is in the middle stage of Hua Jin like him. This is the first time he has seen a strong man of the same realm since he returned to the city. Strange. He came here half a year ago and saw Xu Hao and Yan Wumei's competition. At that time, he was only in the early stage of Anjin. How did he improve so much? Did he hide his realm? Luo Yan's thoughts were flying. He didn't listen to Yan Wumei's words. Yan Wumei was furious. She turned around and took Xu Hao's hand, snuggled in Xu Hao's arms, and let him hold her and start teaching. She was originally hot-tempered. Luo Yan acted as if he was nothing. Yan Wumei was very unhappy. Aren't you very angry that I taught Xu Hao hand in hand? You can get angry yourself. As for her actions, Luo Yan would hate Xu Hao. She didn't take it seriously. Luo Yan was just a waiter in her nightclub. In front of Xu Hao, a billionaire boss who was even more powerful than her. What if Luo Yan hated her? If she knew Luo Yan's strength, she wouldn't think so. Mr. Xu, ignore him, let's continue. Okay, you have to do this and that, and mumble this and that. Xu Hao held her hand to demonstrate and gave her verbal instructions. He hugged her waist and touched her legs from time to time. In this teaching method, there were outsiders watching. Yan Wumei's charming face was as red as an apple. Ding Yan Wumei was flustered, emotional value plus 888. In order to better stimulate the protagonist, Xu Hao came and cast a provocative look at him. There was a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. As if to say, is this the woman you like? Ha, in front of me, she is just a plaything. Luo Yan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His eyes were red and his ring was creaking. The murderous aura on his body could not be stopped. The ground under his feet was already covered with spiderweb-like cracks. He was going too far. He had just threatened and warned Xu Hao. Yan Wumei was the one he liked, so he should not have any thoughts. But what about Xu Hao? Not only did he not take his warning to heart, but he was also intimate with Yan Wumei in front of him. Xu Hao's hands were wandering on Yan Wumei's body. Under the guise of correcting his movements, he took advantage of her openly. Especially when they were tightly pressed together. Yan Wumei's face showed shyness that he had never seen before. Number 19. Luo Yan felt his heart twitching. He knew why Yan Wumei did this. To deliberately anger him. Luo Yan's clenched fists loosened. He turned and walked out. If he stayed here any longer, Yan Wumei would not object if Xu Hao made more outrageous moves. He didn't want to see the two of them develop feelings for each other. Luo Yan had thought about taking action to teach Xu Hao a lesson. But the fighting power of the Hua Jin strongman was too strong. He was afraid of hurting Yan Wumei. He was also worried that Xu Hao would be unethical and use Yan Wumei as a shield. He had completely seen Xu Hao's true face. This was a sinister villain who said one thing on the surface and another on the back. He was definitely capable of doing such a thing. Xu Hao must be taught a lesson, but not now. ABFA, don't give me a chance. At this time, Luo Yan had already walked to the door. He glanced inside coldly. Ding. Luo Yan was furious, emotional value plus 889. The protagonist left. The emotional value was still constantly refreshing. Xu Hao was in a good mood. Seeing Yan Wumei, the big sister, looked very shy at this time. The corners of his mouth rose. Considering Yan Wumei's personality, Xu Hao began to speed up the progress of the strategy. Yan Wumei is not that kind of little girl. She has been in the society for many years. Established the foundation of Red Rose. The acceptance scale should be larger. When he was trying to conquer Xiao Wanling before, he increased his favorability step by step. When the favorability reached a certain level, he would make the next step of testing. It was because he was afraid of taking action in advance and scaring the little heroine away. It was unnecessary to target Yan Wumei. Yan Wumei soon felt something was wrong. Both her body and mind trembled. There was a wave in her heart. Oh my god, how could it be so outrageous? Xu Hao's magnetic voice came to her ears. Sorry, Miss Yan, you are so charming. Yan Wumei's expression was confused. She shouted wildly in her heart. She knew it, she knew it. Such an intimate gesture. A normal man would not be indifferent. This reminded me of Xu Feiyan's sisters. Does this mean that when Xu Hao teaches them step by step, this situation will also happen? The picture is too beautiful. However, she was relieved. Xu Hao did not do anything reckless. He knows the limits. Xu Hao can control himself, but he is afraid that Xu Feiyan and her sisters will not be able to control themselves over time. It will be interesting if something funny happens. Yan Wumei was thinking wildly, but Chen Hao's teaching did not stop. When Xu Hao let go, Yan Wumei's mind was still a mess. Not only did she not learn anything, she had ruined the original breakthrough. Ms. Yan, have you learned it? She wasted her time. Yan Wumei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did she think too much just now? Xu Feiyan and her sisters are Xu Hao's biological daughters. It's possible that she didn't react. After all, which decent father would have any thoughts about his daughter? Is there any? I'll find a chance to ask Xu Feiyan later. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Xu. I think I may be too untalented to realize. That's not a problem. Hearing Xu Hao's words, Yan Wumei couldn't help but wonder. She hadn't learned it yet, so how could it not be a problem? The next moment, she heard Xu Hao say, I'll treat you to a lollipop. Yan Wumei's face changed. She took a step back and distanced herself from Xu Hao. Her face turned cold, and she said in a distant tone. Mr. Xu, please respect yourself. Xu Hao spread his hand, and a lollipop appeared in his palm. He looked at her in confusion. Swish. Yan Wumei was stunned. It turned out that she had misunderstood. Xu Hao treated her to a real lollipop. Teeks. There's nothing wrong with thinking this way. After all, they are adults, who doesn't know a few words. It's very embarrassing. Yan Wumei wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it herself. Her cold face froze. She showed an awkward but polite smile. That Mr. Xu, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. After a pause, she looked at the lollipop in Xu Hao's hand. She refused awkwardly. I don't eat lollipops. Yan Wumei was mad. How old is she? Can you not use the same tricks on a 3-year-old child on her? She is 30, not 3. Eat it, it will be good for your understanding. Xu Hao's eyes showed a playful look. She didn't take her hand back. Yan Wumei wanted to refuse, but she was moved by Xu Hao's hidden meaning. She thought of what happened to several sisters who ate lollipops before. She understood it without asking Xu Hao. Could it be there is something wrong with this lollipop? Yan Wumei took it with doubt. At Xu Hao's eye signal, she opened the package and put it in her mouth. Her eyes lit up. It tastes so good. It's more delicious than any dessert she has eaten since she was a child. Xu Hao's voice came again. Have you learned everything I taught you just now? Yan Wumei was about to say that she was distracted just now and didn't learn anything. She opened her mouth, but before she could make a sound, the feeling of Xu Hao teaching her step by step just now appeared in her mind. Yan Wumei was stunned. She closed her eyes slightly, and felt the way of using the power. After a while, she suddenly opened her eyes. A burst of momentum burst out from her body. She actually broke through the bottleneck and reached the late stage of dark power. Yan Wumei's accumulation had already reached the point, and she was just missing an opportunity to break through. This lollipop is the opportunity. Yan Wumei felt her own surge of power. There was confusion and puzzlement in her eyes. She picked up the lollipop and looked at it. This was too dreamy. Eating a candy could lead to a breakthrough. At this time, she finally knew why Xu Feiyan reached the dark power of the feat so quickly. Xu Hao brought candy back for them every day. It was hard not to break through. Miss Yan, congratulations on the breakthrough. Xu Hao's voice came, and Yan Wumei pulled herself out of shock. She thanked him sincerely. Mr. Xu, thank you. Yan Wumei felt guilty. She just thought that Xu Hao was just like Luo Yan said, deliberately taking advantage of her. He was so close to his daughters under the pretext of teaching them step by step. In fact, she misunderstood. Through teaching step by step, whether you have learned it or not, you will have physical memory. As long as you eat a lollipop at this time, you will understand it in an instant. This is all for the sake of the daughters. Miss Yan has taught almost everything today, enough for you to digest. If Miss Yan is still interested, we will continue later. I am more experienced in some boxing moves. Xu Hao first raised a wave of expectations. Then he invited Yan Wumei to the pavilion over there for tea. Yan Wumei nodded in agreement. Then, the two walked towards Su Wanchou and Xiao Wanling. At the entrance of the villa, Luo Yan sensed Yan Wumei's aura suddenly surged. She had broken through. His face was extremely ugly. Xu Hao was really lucky to teach Yan Wumei to break through. 15. He was still thinking about Yan Wumei coming out later. Saying that kind of teaching was useless was just taking advantage of her. Let her stay away from Xu Hao. That's fine. After the breakthrough, Yan Wumei shouldn't come to Xu Hao, right? The pavilion was located on a lake. Colorful fish chased and played. Sandalwood was wafting in the pavilion, and two stunning beauties were chatting happily. What are you talking about? You look so happy. Xu Hao came over, and both girls were happy. Seeing Yan Wumei, who was with him, they greeted each other. After introducing each other, Yan Wumei always felt that something was wrong with the way Xu Hao's wife looked at her. She couldn't tell what it was for a moment. Su Wanchou cast a resentful look at Xu Hao. A rabbit doesn't eat grass near its nest. Xu Hao couldn't do anything to his daughters. So he did to his daughter's friends. The third daughter's best friend next to him was a lesson learned. Xu Hao also set his sights on the fifth daughter's good sister. Of course, she just gave her a scolding look, that's all. Since she got pregnant, her heart has completely surrendered to Xu Hao. Of course I won't interfere with what he does. On the contrary, I will support him. After some greetings, the relationship became familiar. Xiao Wanling made tea and poured a cup in front of everyone. Yan Wumei likes to drink tea. She was intoxicated as soon as she smelled the tea fragrance. She quickly picked up the teacup and took a sip. She closed her eyes and enjoyed it for a moment, then exhaled. She sighed. It's good. She was impressed by the good tea leaves. She was also impressed by the outstanding craftsmanship of the tea maker. He looked at Xiao Wanling with burning eyes. I just introduced that this is Xu Hongzhuang's best friend. She said in a familiar and friendly way. Wanling, your tea art is too good, right? I seem to see the spring in March. 11. Can I ask you for your experience in making tea? To be honest, I like drinking tea very much. Xiao Wanling smiled modestly. You want to ask for your experience in making tea, but you found the wrong person. The real tea art master is right next to you. Quote. Yan Wumei looked at Xu Hao beside her. Xiao Wanling continued. My talents were all taught to me by Uncle Xu, but I only learned the basics. Yan Wumei was shocked. Drank a sip of tea to calm her down. Such a good tea art, but he only learned the basics. How good is Xu Hao's tea art? Although she had heard that Xu Hao had talents before. But she didn't expect it to be so outrageous. For a moment, she looked at Xu Hao as if she was looking at a god. The curiosity in her heart grew stronger. It was time for dinner. Yan Wumei was about to go back, but was forced to stay by Wanchou. She left after dinner. This was hard for the protagonist Luo Yan, who was waiting outside. She hadn't eaten all day, and wanted to have a snack in the evening. But after discovering that Xu Hao was plotting against Yan Wumei, he didn't dare to leave at all. At night, Xu Hongzhuang's room. Today Xu Hongzhuang pestered her bestie to sleep together again. Hongzhuang. Quote. Xiao Wanling called softly. She sniffed her breath again. She confirmed that Xu Hongzhuang was asleep. Then she got up carefully. She opened the door and walked out. At this time, Xu Hongzhuang, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up with a suspicious look on her face. She noticed several times that something was wrong with her best friend. Xu Hongzhuang decided to investigate in person. Following her all the way, she saw her best friend sneaking into her father Xu Hao's room. Chapter 156, Caught in the Act. Daughter's interrogation. What did you do with your father? After Yan Wumei left, only the Xu family was left. Oh no, there was also Xiao Wanling. But she had long been Xu Hao's woman, so it was no exaggeration to say that she was a member of the Xu family. Xiao Wanling was a small rich woman, and she didn't have much work. She just helped her best friend Xu Hongzhuang do some things at Hongzhuang Media. At this time, Xiao Wanling was sitting on the sofa, next to Xu Hao, watching TV obediently. If someone looked closely, they would find out. She looked serious, so serious that her body was tense. A hand was stroking her white and flawless legs. Xiao Wanling stared at the TV, but in fact, she was paying attention to the Xu sisters from the corner of her eyes. She was afraid that they would discover her little secret. She rolled her eyes at Xu Hao next to her. Uncle Xu knew how to torture her. If the Xu sisters saw her, she was secretly doing something with their father. Why don't you cut her into pieces? Ding Xiao Wanling is worried, emotional value plus 567. Xu Hao smiled. This is why his strength has improved rapidly in the past 6 months. Whenever he has a chance, he stimulates the heroine and constantly provides her with emotional value. He even hopes to be discovered by his daughter. The heroine is full of shame and cuts more leaks. Glanced at the 4 daughters not far away. They are chatting with their mobile phones. Group 7 fairies with beautiful faces. The little girl selling nuclear bombs. There was a loud bang in the sky, and the beautiful girl made a shining appearance. JPG. Chinese medicine YYDS. Technology is the primary productive force. Only want to make money. Draw a circle to curse you. Please call me queen. I'm really not a big star. Seeing that several sisters were lured out, Xu Wei typed. The little girl selling nuclear bombs. The votes are 4-3, big sister, you lost, 433. Come back quickly, we won't laugh at you. Technology is the primary productive force. Ha, childish. Chinese medicine YYDS. You are such a good daughter, you come out every day to speak well of him, what is your intention to trick us back? Draw a circle to curse you. 4th sister, this is not a lie, right? When you come back, we sisters will be united and our strength will break metal. Isn't it good for the family to be together happily? Technology is the primary productive force. You only have your father in your eyes, where are we sisters? Please call me queen. 2nd sister, how can you say that? Dad is also our family. The 3 sisters still remember the past. Xu Feiyan promised them when she went back. Even if she died, she would not forgive Xu Ju even if she jumped off the building. What was the result? In order to please Xu Hao, she served tea and water and wore a maid outfit. Chinese medicine YYDS, look how angry you made the eldest sister. She even brags about him openly. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, what do you mean by praising Dad? Dad is already very powerful, okay. He built the Xu group into a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate in half a year. Our Xu family has also become the top family in Shanghai. You don't know how glorious it is. Come back and enjoy the honor with us. Draw a circle and curse you. Yes, Dad is super good to us. Take the 3rd sister for example. Zhao Media banned the 3rd sister before. Dad bought that company and let the 3rd sister manage it. It was a multi-billion-dollar company. He didn't worry about the 3rd sister losing money. Then Dad wrote many songs and pianos for the 3rd sister, which made the 3rd sister directly become a god in the entertainment industry. I believe you will also develop rapidly with the help of Dad. Please call me queen. Sisters, please go home quickly. We are all Dad's daughters. I was not sensible before, but my father would not care. Just like me, I used to have conflicts with my father, but now we are treated equally. I am not a big star. Big sister, 2nd sister, 4th sister, I know you all have dreams, and our father can do anything. As long as you come back, Dad will help you achieve your wishes. The 4 sisters who have recognized Xu Hao have sent invitations one after another. Seeing the achievements of Xu Hao sent by several sisters, The group was silent instantly. In a simple office. It was already night. Xu Mingkong was still working overtime. She sat in front of the computer, looking at the messages in the group. She fell into silence for a while. The reason why she chose to start a business after graduation instead of staying in school for graduate school. The purpose is to surpass Xu Hao one day. To prove her ability to Xu Hao. In fact, she is indeed very business-minded. In just a few years, she has developed a small studio into a scale of tens of millions. Another half a year has passed. The company's assets have reached hundreds of millions. She is working hard to improve herself and catch up with Xu Hao. But she is being pulled further and further away. She has improved a lot in the past 6 months. Xu Hao has improved even more like a rocket. If the market value was 10 billion before, she still had a chance to catch up. Now it is hundreds of billions. It's overwhelming her. Let's not talk about comparing with Xu Hao. Let's take the third sister Xu Hongzhuang as an example. Controls a media company worth nearly 100 billion. It only took half a year. The market value of a company with only tens of billions has increased dozens of times. In comparison, she has nothing after several years of entrepreneurship. The most depressing thing is that the company controlled by Xu Hongzhuang was given to her by Xu Hao. Doesn't it mean that her years of hard work are not as good as Xu Hao's words? I'll hand over the company to you, you go and manage it. It was a big blow to her. Not only her, the other 2 sisters were in a similar mood. Seeing Xu Huai and the other 4 sisters start to panic. One by one, they quit. Chinese medicine YYDS, what if the company grows to a scale of hundreds of billions? He is such a cold-blooded person, leave him to his coffin. Technology is the primary productive force. You can praise him as much as you want, and you think he can do everything. That's outrageous. Who cares about his help? Who cares about his opinion? We didn't do anything wrong, why should he care about it? Only wanting to make money. I won't be defeated by him, and you don't have to waste your thoughts here, it's impossible to go back. Chinese medicine YYDS, big sister. Now that I have learned medical skills, I plan to go back recently to see what drugs they have been given. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, wow. 4th sister, are you coming back? Family member +1. Draw a circle to curse you, family member +1. Please call me queen, family member +1. I am really not a big star, family member +1. Group 3 sisters who love each other. The 3 sisters moved to this group. Technology is the primary productive force, a traditional Chinese medicine YYDS. 4th sister, do you really want to go back? I feel that Xu Hao is very evil, otherwise you should not go back. Traditional Chinese medicine YYDS, it's just an evil way. 2nd sister, you don't know my current medical skills, as long as there is a breath, I can save it. If the sisters are poisoned, I can easily remove it. And I am very strong now. Xu Hao wants to deal with me, but he is not my opponent. Technology is the primary productive force. The 5th sister is also very strong. Traditional Chinese medicine YYDS, she is just in the early stage of Ming Jin, and she is indeed better than those special forces. She has nothing to do with masters, and I am now at the peak of Ming Jin, and I can beat 20 of her. Only want to make money. 4th sister is capable and knows medical skills, so she can go back to sea, but be sure to be safe. Technology is the primary productive force. 4th sister, you won't be like 5th sister, going without return, right? At that time, only my eldest sister and I will fight side by side. Chinese medicine YYDS, big sister, 2nd sister, don't worry, even if I die. Technology is the primary productive force. Stop, don't set a flag here, I'm scared. Snap. Xu Hongzhuang finished chatting. Seeing her bestie sitting next to Xu Hao, Xiao Wanling stepped forward and patted her. Xiao Wanling's body was tense and she turned her head stiffly. Wanling, let's sleep together tonight and discuss the project plan you wrote together. Xu Hongzhuang suggested. No need, right. Xiao Wanling didn't want to agree. Because she had an appointment with Uncle Xu. Go to Uncle Xu's room at night. Sleeping with a bestie, it would be cold if she was discovered. That plan is not difficult, we can just find a time to talk about it. Xu Hongzhuang looked at her suspiciously. Her eyes were full of scrutiny. She seemed to see through her bestie. She invited her bestie to sleep together, but it was intentional. Because of the last few times they slept together. She felt her best friend leave in the middle of the night. When she woke up the next day, Run was lying next to her. She thought her best friend went to the bathroom, so she didn't care. But once her best friend left, she waited for a long time but didn't come back. She fell asleep in a daze. The more she thought about it these days, the more she felt something was wrong. So she invited her best friend to test it. Being stared at by Xu Hongzhuang, Xiao Wanling dodged her eyes and felt guilty. Xu Hongzhuang is now the god of music, and her status in the entertainment industry is unique. She also controls a nearly 100 billion consortium. The sense of oppression is very strong. Xiao Wanling finally compromised. Okay, I really can't do anything about you. You are so grown up and still want to sleep together. Xu Hongzhuang gritted her teeth. It seems that she must sleep together. Isn't it to test your intentions? Before going to bed, Xu Hao washed up without him. Good daughter Xu Feiyan took out the toothbrush and squeezed toothpaste. She stood in front of him to help. She also prepared warm water to wash her face. She brought the basin over and squatted down to wash her feet. If it wasn't inconvenient to take a bath, she would go through a set of procedures. Unlike before, Xu Feiyan did these things under punishment. Now she is sincere. After washing up, Xu Hao returned to the room. Su Wanqiu was already 6 months pregnant and couldn't toss around. Xu Hao said that he would just hug her, do nothing else, and sleep quietly. Su Wanqiu refused, and the two slept in separate rooms. She knew that Xu was doing it for her good. But she couldn't be so selfish. Considering Xu Hao asked Xiao Wanling to accompany him every day until dawn. The night gradually deepened. After confirming that her best friend Xu Hongzhuang was asleep, Xiao Wanling quietly got up. She came to the door of Xu Hao's bedroom. She looked around, turned the doorknob, and walked in. She didn't notice that there was a tail following her in the dark. Xu Hongzhuang's eyes showed doubt. It's so late, why did her best friend run to her father's room? She walked forward in confusion. Just when she was about to open the door and go in to check the situation, her footsteps suddenly stopped. Hearing the sound coming from the room, her face changed and her face flushed. A burst of anger suddenly rose up. Hard fist. Xu Hongzhuang gritted her teeth. You are so good, Xiao Wanling, I treated you as my best friend, but you seduced my dad. You want to be my stepmother. Xu Hongzhuang couldn't help but think of the last time Xiao Wanling told her that she wanted to share her dad's love for her. As expected, she succeeded. Aren't they in love now? Dako. Think about it, I treated her as my best friend before. I think of her in everything. What does Xiao Wanling think? Will she think that it is the filial piety of her cheap daughter? No wonder she thinks that her best friend's eyes are always a little strange when she looks at her. Too scheming. Xiao Wanling must have taken advantage of the fact that her stepmother Su Wanqiu was pregnant and couldn't be with her dad. So she took advantage of the opportunity. That's right, she attributed everything to her best friend. It was her best friend who seduced her Xu Hao. Because Xu Hao's personality is there. Since he changed, he is not only good to the sisters. He is also good to the beautiful stepmother. The couple has a very good relationship. It must be because of her best friend. Among them, of course, Xu Hao knew that she was following and deliberately led Xiao Wanling to say something. Ding Xu Hongzhuang was furious, emotional value plus 666. Ding Xu Hongzhuang was ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 777. Ding Xu Hongzhuang's heartbeat accelerated, emotional value plus 888. Xu Hao laughed. Sure enough, if her daughter knew about the affair with Xiao Wanling, she could get more wool. In the end, Xu Hongzhuang still suppressed the idea of catching the adulterer. That would make Xu Hao lose face. She thought about waiting outside and catching her best friend when she came out. But she waited and waited. She couldn't wait any longer. She ran back to the bedroom quickly with a red face. Boss Xiao Wanling usually looks quite dignified and elegant, but I didn't expect her to be so shameless. You are not your father's daughter, why do you call your father? Are you really that happy? At this moment, Xu Hongzhuang's heart was in turmoil. Her mind began to have random thoughts. Shaking her head, she quickly dismissed those terrible thoughts. Then she said angrily, it's all Xiao Wanling's fault. When she comes back, she must teach her a lesson. If she doesn't explain it clearly to her, this girlfriend can't continue. She clearly came back from outside Xu Hao's door. It was late at night, and Xu Hongzhuang seemed to be able to hear some sounds. Knowing that her girlfriend would come back later, she wanted to make up for her sleep. She tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep. Since taking the marrow-cleansing pill given to her by Xu Hao on 1.1, no matter how busy she was at work, she had never suffered from insomnia. And now, she actually suffered from insomnia. Time passed in a flash. It was just dawn outside. Xiao Wanling hadn't come back yet. Xu Hongzhuang was so angry that her teeth itched. This probably only took away a part of her father's love for her. Did he also take away the love of several sisters? Click. Just when Xu Hongzhuang was indignant, there was a light, click, sound. The door opened. Xu Hongzhuang pretended to be asleep. As expected, Xiao Wanling followed closely and came to the bed carefully, ready to go to bed. Xiao Wanling was afraid of being discovered by her best friend. I didn't know what Chen Hao was stimulated by, but he kept her until now. Xiao Wanling was relieved to see that her best friend was still asleep. Just as she was about to go to bed, a voice suddenly rang out. Wanling, where have you been? Xiao Wanling froze, and saw Xu Hongzhuang staring at her with a scrutinizing look. I drank a lot of water last night and went to the bathroom, hee hee. Xiao Wanling laughed and tried to fool her. How could Xu Hongzhuang do what she wanted? Looked at the corner of her mouth. Are you sure it's because you drank too much water? I immediately asked coldly. There is a bathroom in the room, why did you go out? I'm afraid of disturbing your rest. Xiao Wanling felt that her bestie was not in a good state, but she still perfunctorily said it. Really? Then I really thank you. Can you tell me when you went there? Just now, not long ago. Xu Hongzhuang crossed her arms and stared at her with a sneer. Xiao Wanling's heart sank. A bad premonition surged. Chapter 157. Let's talk about our own things. I treat you as my best friend, and you call me my stepmother. Hongzhuang, what do you mean? Xiao Wanling was nervous. But she still frowned and asked in confusion. Should I ask you this? What do you mean? What did you do with my father just now? Xu Hongzhuang had no expression on her face. Xiao Wanling's mind was buzzing, her brain crashed, and everything was blank. She had only one thought. Her and Uncle Xu's affair was discovered by her best friend. Xiao Wanling was most worried about this day. If anyone found out that her best friend was with Xu Hao, they would not accept it. Even if she was not skinned. They definitely couldn't be best friends anymore. She and Xu Hongzhuang were really good friends. They had played together since college, and shared secrets with each other. She didn't want them to be strangers from now on. Xiao Wanling was panicked, confused, and asked blankly. Aren't you asleep? Hee although I haven't acted before, I am also in the entertainment industry. Who doesn't know some acting skills? When you left the room, I followed you from behind and saw you enter Xu Hao's room. At this point, Xu Hongzhuang couldn't continue. She quickly changed the subject. I noticed something was wrong with you a few times before. Tonight I asked you to sleep with me to test it out. Sure enough, I caught you in the act, right? Xiao Wanling suddenly realized. No wonder she felt something was wrong when Xu Hongzhuang invited her to sleep with her at night. It turned out that she was deliberately testing you. She couldn't help but regret that she didn't think about it carefully at the time. Xiao Wanling suddenly found the bright spot. She opened her eyes wide and looked at her bestie in disbelief. She said that after she left the room, she followed all the way. She saw herself enter Uncle Xu's room. With her bestie's personality, it was impossible for her to wait for her to come back before asking. Why didn't she go in to find her and ask her clearly? There is only one answer. She knew what she was doing with Uncle Xu in there. When she thought about her embarrassing voice, her best friend heard it. The identity of this best friend is still. Xiao Wanling's face was flushed. She was so embarrassed that she was about to smoke. Ding Xiao Wanling was so embarrassed, emotional value plus 654. Ding Xiao Wanling was ashamed, emotional value plus 987. She noticed her expression change. Xu Hongzhuang knew that this smart best friend had guessed the truth. She was immediately flustered and argued. I don't know what you did with Xu Hao, and I didn't hear your voice. Xiao Wanling. Both of them stopped talking. The bedroom was very quiet, and only their heartbeats could be heard. Xu Hongzhuang was the first to come to her senses. That's not right. It was obviously her best friend who seduced Xu Hao, and she was sorry for her. Why did she act as if she had done something bad? She immediately asked in a cold voice. Why did you do this? Knowing that he is my father, you took advantage of the opportunity to seduce Su Ma during her pregnancy. Xu Hongzhuang was very angry at her best friend's behavior. Seduced, Xiao Wanling was stunned for a moment, recalling how she got together with Xu Hao. At first, she asked Xu Hao to teach her tea art. The two taught each other closely, and their relationship warmed up. In Xu the day Hao invited her to the study room for tea, the relationship had a breakthrough. At that time, she felt that Uncle Xu was too tired to teach. So she stood up and Uncle Chen gave her personal guidance. With her figure, no man could resist. Not to mention that Uncle Xu was so strong. It was okay to say that she was seducing, but Xiao Wanling still wanted to say that she and Uncle Xu were in love. It was not just her seduction, but Uncle Xu took the initiative later. Xiao Wanling gradually calmed down. Uncle Xu and I are truly in love. Xu Hongzhuang was vomiting blood in her heart. You are truly in love with my father. Then what is my stepmother? For a moment, she looked at her bestie with such a strange look. How did you become like this? He is my father. Do you think you are doing this to my mother Su? Xiao Wanling rolled her eyes. Why do you think I live in your house? Go to Uncle Xu in the middle of the night. Aunt Su knows everything that Uncle Xu and I said. It was she who asked me to go to Uncle Xu at night. What? Xu Hongzhuang was dumbfounded. Her eyes were wide open, her mouth was wide open, and she was stunned. She had many assumptions about her bestie being with Xu Hao. The seduction of her bestie. Xu Hao's initiative. The only thing she didn't expect was the matchmaking of her stepmother. What's going on? Explain clearly. Seeing her best friend's serious face, Xiao Wanling felt that if she didn't explain clearly, this best friend would be gone. She didn't want to lose this best friend, so she had to speak slowly. Xiao Wanling said. Xu Hongzhuang listened, her face was uncertain. It turned out that Xu Hao and her best friend's affairs started when her best friend moved into Xu's house, or even earlier. She even invited her best friend to live in her house at that time, letting a wolf into the house. Before that, her best friend had always been sneaking around. The reason why she moved into her house was because her stepmother Su Wancho discovered their relationship. She invited her to live in her house. Hearing this news, Xu Hongzhuang was shocked again. Then Xiao Wanling told her the reason why her stepmother did this. It turned out that her stepmother had to restrain herself because of her pregnancy. Xu Hao was very powerful, so she found a helper for herself. This helper was her best friend Xiao Wanling. Hongzhuang, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have kept it from you. If you want to hit or scold me, just come at me. Uncle Xu is really nice, and he really cares about you. Xu Hongzhuang was in a complicated mood. What else could she say? Her beautiful stepmother agreed that her best friend was with her father because she was thinking about her father. If she, a daughter, insisted on it, wouldn't it be too immature? Xu Hongzhuang finally sighed. She didn't plan to pursue it further. Her best friend didn't do anything to let her down except hiding this matter from her. Logically speaking, she helped her father solve the problem. She should thank her. Xu Hongzhuang looked at Xiao Wanling. You didn't sleep all night, did you? Take a good rest while it's not completely light now. Xiao Wanling was a little embarrassed. She was with Uncle Xu all night, and she really didn't sleep. But she didn't feel tired at all, but very energetic. Somehow, she was with Uncle Xu. She felt that her body, which had been cleansed and hair removed after taking the marrow cleansing pill, was getting better again. Whether it is her figure, skin, overall charm, or mental state, it is better than before. She didn't know. This is Xu Hao's special ability, the effect of the dual cultivation of the imperial concubine. Xiao Wanling suddenly reacted and was refreshed. She looked at her bestie with burning eyes. Hongzhuang, you blame me. She was ready to be scolded by her bestie, who knew that not only did she not blame her, but she also cared about her. Xiao Wanling was ecstatic. What can I do? Su Ma has agreed. As a daughter, I can't separate you and your father, right? Xu Hongzhuang said helplessly. $73. Xiao Wanling hugged her bestie in surprise. When she was with Uncle Xu, the most worrying thing was that her bestie would find out. She thought she was dead when she was found out today. Who knew that her bestie would not pursue it? A big stone hanging in my heart fell to the ground. In the future, when I am with Uncle Xu, I don't have to worry about being discovered by my best friend. As Xiao Wanling hugged me, a faint smell of hormones hit my face. Xu Hongzhuang's body trembled, and her heart skipped a beat. Don't be happy too early. I don't care about you and Dad, but you still have to restrain yourself and don't let your sisters find out. Hongzhuang, don't worry, I am most worried about you. I am afraid of losing you as my best friend. Thank you for your understanding. Xiao Wanling was touched. If you want to thank me, don't take advantage of me. Xu Hongzhuang thought of the strange look her best friend gave her in the past. Now when facing her, I don't know what she will think. Want her to call me mom? Impossible. Xiao Wanling noticed her best friend's thoughts, patted her on the back, and comforted her. Hongzhuang, who is our relationship? From now on, we will talk about our own things. I call you my best friend, and you call me my stepmother. Xu Hongzhuang's face changed, and she glared at him. Xiao Wanling smiled awkwardly. Just kidding, we are not best friends. You are tired all night, don't you sleep? Seeing that her best friend was very energetic, Xu Hongzhuang asked in confusion. No way. I haven't heard that she will become more and more energetic. I'm not tired, I feel very good now. Ah, are you sick? It shouldn't be. Xu Hongzhuang was shocked and worried about her best friend. Don't worry, I'm not sick. Although it's a bit strange, it's normal for your father to happen, isn't it? Xiao Wanling said as a matter of course. Xu Hongzhuang couldn't help but think of Xu Hao's omnipotence. Not only does he have so many skills, but he can also take out delicious candies. Dad is indeed a magical person. But no matter how magical it is, there must be a limit. What the hell is it that I feel more energetic when I am together? In fact, I used to feel tired, but I haven't felt that way in the past 2 months. Instead, I feel refreshed. Xiao Wanling added. What's the reason? Xu Hongzhuang fell into deep thought. Xiao Wanling seemed to think of something and said excitedly. Not only am I in better spirits, but look at my skin now, isn't it better than before? If I look at it myself, I just have a feeling. Can you help me take a look? Xu Hongzhuang looked carefully. The skin and physique have indeed improved a little. It's also a little younger than before. The charm has also improved slightly. She asked doubtfully. What's going on? Did Dad give you the marrow cleansing pill again? No, it's all because of being with Uncle Xu. It turns out that my feeling was right. Not only will you be in better spirits, your skin will get better, and you'll even look younger. Oh my god, if Uncle Xu and I stay together forever, won't we stay young forever? Xiao Wanling was very excited at this time. It's a fact that being with Xu Hao will definitely bring benefits. Xu Hongzhuang was confused. What is going on? You stay young forever. But seeing that her bestie has indeed become younger. Maybe it's true. Xu Hongzhuang's heart was pounding. Which girl doesn't want to stay young forever? Immortality doesn't exist at all. But she saw a glimmer of possibility in her bestie. Thinking that she can stay young forever with her dad. Xu Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Shaking her head, she quickly put aside this terrible idea. She cast a speechless look at her bestie. If you don't sleep, I will sleep. Quote. Xu Hongzhuang lay down to rest. She couldn't fall asleep. Not only did her little heart not slow down, but it was beating faster and faster. A seed was quietly planted. Waking up in the morning. Xu Hongzhuang looked a little listless. On the other hand, Xiao Wanling was still full of energy even after a night of hard work. A worry was solved. She kept smiling. She wanted to tell Xu Hao about this and got her daughter's consent. But when she walked out of the bedroom in the morning, Xu Hongzhuang warned her not to let Uncle Xu know. Xiao Wanling had to give up with regret. Eat together. Xu Hongzhuang always avoided her eyes when looking at Xu Hao. I don't know how to face it. After all, I found out that my best friend was with her father last night. Xu Hongzhuang was confused. Emotional value plus 789. The Xu family was having dinner. A luxury car drove to the door of the villa. The charming and seductive Yan Wumei got out of the car. After informing the security guard at the door, she went into the villa with her follower sisters. Considering that Luo Yan didn't listen to her yesterday and sneaked into the Xu family. Today she didn't let Luo Yan follow. Accompanying her was a girl with short hair and a cold face. Yan Wumei called her Shaoqi. Shaoqi has been following her since she came to the Magic City. He is her most trusted confidant. Yan Wumei never expected it. A figure was following her stealthily. Who else could it be but Luo Yan? Knowing Xu Hao's true identity, he was worried that Yan Wumei would go to Xu's house alone. What if Xu Hao attacked Yan Wumei one day? Wouldn't his protection mission fail? Although Yan Wumei's strength is good, but in front of the Huajin strongman, it is still not enough. So, seeing Yan Wumei coming, Luo Yan quietly followed behind. He planned to protect her secretly. Nanos. Yan Wumei came to Xu's house this time, of course, to learn from Xu Hao. Yesterday I just taught her hand in hand and ate a lollipop. Not only did she break through to the late stage of dark energy, she also learned new fighting skills. Her strength has improved a little bit. This was only taught once. If I ask Xu Hao for advice for a while, can she be like Xu Feiyan, invincible in the same realm, or even defeat enemies across levels? Yan Wumei is looking forward to it. As long as she reaches Hua Jin, not reaching the peak of An Jin. 2. Even if the two forces join forces, they are not her opponents. As for teaching with Xu Hao, there will be embarrassing problems. Yan Wumei decided to grit her teeth and hold on. From yesterday, Xu Hao was able to control himself. And he taught those daughters for so long, and nothing happened. She still believes in Xu Hao's character. Xu Hao did not disappoint her. After dinner, he taught her some skills step by step. Testing is necessary. This time Yan Wumei felt something strange, and did not think about it for long, blushing and learning. The hand-to-hand teaching was completed. It was almost noon. Yan Wumei declined the invitation to stay for dinner and hurried back. In the car, she cursed herself for being confused. Knowing this teaching method, why did she still wear a skirt? Now she had to go back and change. I hope Xu Hao didn't notice anything. Xu Hao must have noticed. This is what Luo Yan thought. Seeing Yan Wumei's eyes that were about to drip with tears, he knew that he had ascended to heaven. Xu Hao, who was always a brave man, how could he not know? Damn it. Watching Xu Hao teasing the woman he liked. He could only watch in secret and could do nothing. He was so angry that he became autistic and separated. In the afternoon, Xu Hao came to Chu Group. In the office, he met his charming sister-in-law. Chapter 158, Sister-in-law knows how to play. The heroine calls daddy, and the heroine's mother is numb. Ding Yan Wumei is shy, emotional value plus 678. Ding Luo Yan is furious, emotional value plus 888. Watching Yan Wumei's slightly awkward back, a smile appeared in Xu Hao's eyes. This heroine is really mature. Just a simple teasing, it's out of control. There's more fun waiting later. His lightning control has not been used yet, that's a killer move. Let's see how long this heroine can hold on. Glancing at Luo Yan hiding in the dark, Xu Hao chuckled. Turning back to the villa. Afternoon, Xu Hao took a car to Chu Group. Sister-in-law Yao Xinrui got the news and waited at the gate of the group early. After receiving Xu Hao, the two walked into the gate together. Half a year has passed. This heroine is becoming more and more like a CEO. Wearing a CEO uniform, she exudes an intellectual and noble aura. In a short period of time, the market value of the Chu Group has increased several times. Now it has reached a scale of tens of billions. Another female CEO has emerged strongly. Admired and worshipped by countless people. What they don't know is that the goddess they worshipped, every night in front of Xu Hao, she was tactful and happy. Oh no, during the day, too. Now, the heroine has completely surrendered. Xu Hao also helped her get all the shares of the Chu Group. It all started a few months ago. Seeing that the heroine was almost surrendered, he began to let his sister-in-law control the Chu family. First, intimidate the shareholders in the company. Hand over the shares and leave the company obediently. Those who don't leave will be dealt with secretly. Then the father and son of the Chu family were dealt with. All the shares naturally fell into Yao Rui's panicked hands. Of course, the other members of the Chu family were dissatisfied, but they were stopped by Xu Hao. Yao Xinrui looked at the shares in her hand. She easily owned a billion-dollar group, as if she was dreaming. At this point, she had seen Xu Hao's true means. She completely extinguished other thoughts. She became Xu Hao's secret woman. Xu Hao also handed over some projects that conflicted with Xu's group that he learned from the protagonist Li Xiao to Yao Xinrui to handle. So the market value of Xu's group increased several times. Xu Hao controls Xu's group on the surface. In fact, his daughter Xu Hongzhuang's Hongzhuang Media is also his industry, and he also controls the Chu family in secret. Speaking of which, Lin Chuqing's company will also be used by him. The power he controls is getting bigger and bigger. But he is not satisfied yet, and he still wants to build the world's first family, and there is still a long way to go. All the way to the president's office. Yao Xinrui knew that Xu Hao liked to drink tea, so she brought the prepared tea garden. Pour it for Xu Hao. Then she posed as if she was ready to be picked. Jiaozi is getting more and more playful. Yao Xinrui is busy with a big plan recently. After giving his sister-in-law a heads up, Chen Hao left. With the help of Xu Hao, her mother's disease was cured. Mu Zijin was deeply moved. Under Xu Hao's temptation, they got together half-heartedly. After that, they would be affectionate every time they met. This lasted for a while. Mu Zijin suddenly vomited. Xu Hao took her pulse. Oh my goodness, she's pregnant. Mu Zijin was stunned when she heard the news. She's only in her 3rd year of high school this year. She still has to take the college entrance examination and go to university. Should she go to school with a big belly? Take the college entrance examination with the baby in her arms? Get rid of the baby, she can't do it. This is the fruit of her love with Uncle Xu. Just when she was at a loss, Xu Hao stood up and held her hand firmly. He said he would face it with her and encouraged her not to worry. He would solve any difficulties. At that moment, Mu Zijin felt like the happiest woman in the world. The pregnancy was kept secret. She went to school when she should go to school and went home when she should go home. During that time, Mu Zijin felt Xu Hao's care for her. He gave her all kinds of supplements and pregnancy-preserving medicine. She was deeply moved. She also became more determined to give birth to the child. As time passed day by day, Mu Zijin's belly gradually grew bigger. Seeing that she could no longer hide it, Xu Hao pulled her to follow her mother. Mu's mother suddenly learned that her daughter, who was still in high school, was pregnant and had been pregnant for several months. She was stunned and her mind went blank. What made her even more unacceptable was that it was Xu Hao who made her daughter pregnant. She was originally an ordinary person. She could not contact big figures like Xu Hao. After Xu Hao sponsored their family, she learned about Xu Hao's identity. The president of Xu Group. A well-known good man and a great philanthropist. But Xu Hao was 50 years old. He also had a beautiful family with 7 daughters. Now his daughter was pregnant with his child again. Mu's mother felt black in front of her eyes and almost fainted. Then she was angry and wanted to question. Mu Zijin stood up to speak for Xu Hao. She said that everything was her fault. It had nothing to do with Xu Hao, she did it voluntarily. Mu's mother was so angry that she wanted to beat her daughter. How old are you to seduce men? In the end, she couldn't do it. Biological, she's pregnant. Mu's mother wants to abort the child. Mu Zijin refuses to let her, and must give birth to the child. Xu Hao also speaks up. Mu's mother is helpless. Things have already happened, and she has no other choice but to accept it. Xu Hao arranged a small villa for the mother and daughter in a high-end community. The original house can no longer be lived in. Everyone in the neighborhood knows the mother and daughter of the Mu family. If they knew that Mu Zijin was pregnant before graduating from high school, wouldn't gossip fly everywhere? Xu Hao also smoothed out the relationship with the school. Let Mu Zijin keep her student status and don't have to go to school. Then she can take the college entrance examination directly. It doesn't matter if she doesn't take the college entrance examination. What school she wants to go to is just a matter of Xu Hao's words. At this point, Mu's mother doesn't have to go to work to earn tuition for her daughter. She takes care of her daughter and the baby in her daughter's belly at home every day. Xu Hao often comes to visit her daughter, and also brings various tonics and takes care of her meticulously. Mu's mother gradually accepted the fact. Although Xu Hao was not young, he looked only about 30 years old. He was a handsome uncle with infinite charm. No wonder her daughter couldn't help herself. Even her heartbeat accelerated at the time. Actually, it's not bad to think about it. Xu Hao and her daughter both have good genes. The child born will definitely be good. Xu Hao is rich and powerful, and he will definitely not treat the child badly. Most importantly, she has never seen her daughter laugh so happily. Mu's mother has seen her daughter's happiest side. She has also seen her rebellious side. For example, one night. In order to take better care of her daughter, she lives next door to her daughter. I can hear the sounds from my daughter's room. Hearing her babbling and calling Xu Hao daddy, she was so excited. I usually pay attention, but when I see Uncle Xu, I can't wait. Mu Zijin's face bloomed with a happy smile. I haven't seen you for a few days. Do you miss me so much? Xu Hao stroked her long hair. Of course, I want to be with Uncle Xu every day. Quote. Mu Zijin was not embarrassed. After all, she had the courage to fight against her mother for Xu Hao. She looked innocent and timid on the surface. She was actually strong inside. Then, the two walked towards the villa together. Xu Hao's eyes flickered slightly. It was quite interesting. Mu Zijin was the second of his women to get pregnant. The third one who got pregnant was from the same school as her and was also a school beauty. The two heroines had different temperaments. Mu Zijin was innocent and well-behaved. The other heroine was a little arrogant. When he and Mu Zijin were being intimate at school, Xu Hao found the heroine. After some investigation, he used various tricks to get her. Not long after Mu Zijin became pregnant, the other heroine also became pregnant. She is also on leave from school and is taking care of her baby at home. Mu's mother was waiting at the door of the villa. Seeing her daughter leaning against Xu Hao's arms came with a happy face. Pick up enthusiastically, Mr. Xu, do you think of you, what gifts do you take? Xu Hao smiled. Before her daughter was pregnant, she didn't blame it. Hao invited him in. Mu's mother had prepared dinner. Please give me flowers. It was very rich, filling up a large table. There were many dishes that were good for pregnant women, and some that Xu Hao liked to eat. I have to say that Mu's mother, a full-time nanny, did a great job. After sitting down, the three of them ate like a family of three. At a glance, you would definitely think that Xu Hao and Mu's mother were a couple. Mu Zijin was just their child. Who would have thought that Xu Hao and Mu Zijin were a couple? Uncle Xu, try it. This is what mom made for you. It tastes especially good. And this is also. On the dining table, Mu Zijin kept picking up dishes for Xu Hao. Seeing this, Mu's mother felt sad. She felt that she had raised her daughter for almost 18 years, but it was in vain. Okay, you eat it yourself. Xu Hao did not refuse. Picked up a piece of meat and put it to her mouth. Mu Zijin was stunned for a moment, then opened her mouth and ate it. Full of happiness. Then she followed Xu Hao's example and bought dishes for him. The two of them were so sweet and affectionate. Mu's mother couldn't stand it any longer. She felt awkward with their affectionateness, as if she was a light bulb. Mu Zijin stuck out her tongue. After dinner, they watched TV together for a while. Xu Hao proposed to leave. He had other plans tonight. Uncle Xu, it's so late, why don't you stay and rest together? Mu Zijin tried to persuade him to stay. In fact, Xu Hao, a busy billionaire, could spare time to accompany her. She was already very satisfied. Mu's mother beside her couldn't help but think of the day when her daughter called Xu Hao dad. She quietly glared at her daughter. You are pregnant now, don't you know what to do? You can't do bad things. Xu Hao touched her head. I have something to go back and deal with. I will accompany you next time, dear. Okay then. Mu Zijin was very sensible and didn't force it. Qingcheng Law Firm. In the office, a mature and beautiful woman was sitting at her desk, reviewing documents meticulously. The beautiful woman had a stunning face, wearing a lawyer's uniform, with an elegant and noble temperament. She sat upright with a serious expression on her face. There was a sharp aura between her eyebrows. It was hard to mess with her at first glance. In fact, it was true. In the entire legal community, almost no one didn't know her. The well-deserved queen of law. She has always maintained a 100% winning rate. Any lawyer who has a lawsuit with her must be extremely alert. Because if you are not careful, you might be sent to jail. There was once a time when the judge saw that she was beautiful and was interested in her. He just threatened her. The next day, she went to work on the sewing machine. Ding ling ling ding ling ling ding ling ling. A quick phone ring sounded. Yu Yun frowned. Picked up the phone, it was the secretary calling. She relaxed her brows. Clicked to answer. Sister Yu, it's bad, Xiaoshan has been kidnapped. There was a crying tone in her voice. She stuttered and told the story. It turned out, just now, Yu Yun had dinner with her daughter Yu Xiaoshan. When she was about to go home, she remembered that there was still a case in the law firm that had not been handled. So she asked the secretary to send her daughter back. She came to work overtime. Just as the secretary sent her daughter to the door of the house, two women suddenly rushed out. They ran away with their daughter in their arms. The secretary couldn't catch up and could only watch her daughter being taken to a van and taken away. Yu Yun's face was as gloomy as water. A calm face was now full of panic. Yu Xiaoshan was her daughter. Although she was not her biological daughter, she had raised her since she was a child. Not her biological daughter, but better than her biological daughter. Nothing could happen. She was very good at defending in the legal profession. She had saved many people, but she had offended even more people. She didn't know if this was a long-planned revenge. But it was certain that her daughter would not have a good ending if she fell into the hands of those people. Yu Yun panicked. She quickly picked up her phone and contacted her good friends in the police station. Policewoman Lu Yiren. Outside a shopping mall. A car stopped at the door. Xu Hao sat in the car, calculating the time. Not far away. Luo Yan was ruthlessly driven out because he said a few bad words about Xu Hao in front of Yan Wumei. He was walking down the street depressed. Suddenly, his eyes fixed. Seeing Xu Hao in the car, he could not help but burst into murderous intent. This guy dared to hit on his woman. He was going to die. He had planned to teach him a profound lesson in the past 2 days. Unexpectedly, he met him here. Luo Yan was ready to trouble Xu Hao. Swish! A van passed by. Through the glass window, a little loli could be vaguely seen. Her hands and feet were tied, her mouth was sealed and she could not open it, and a woman controlled her. Hey, isn't that his aunt's daughter? In the car, the target appeared. Xu Hao ordered Bai Ling to follow. Chapter 159, the protagonist's uncle is set. The cute little Lolita. The heroine takes the bait. Yu Shaoshan knows that he has been kidnapped. The kidnappers are 3 women. One woman is driving, and one is sitting on each side, responsible for guarding. At this time, her hands and feet are tied, and there is tape on her mouth. Yu Shaoshan is very panicked. But he behaves very calmly. He has been very well behaved. Until passing by a shopping mall. Taking advantage of the distraction of the woman next to her, she went down to the window. There are so many people in the mall, I hope someone can see her and help call the police. It would be best if there is a martial arts master, a Prince Charming to save her. The little Lolita didn't notice. The 2 women who were responsible for guarding her. I noticed her action at the first time, but did not stop her. But after a car passed by. It seems that they just noticed her abnormality and caught her back. Behave yourself. If you keep playing tricks on me, I'll feed you to the crocodiles. Yu Shaoshan is just a 12-year-old little girl. Although she usually behaves maturely, children are just children. When she heard that she was going to be fed to the crocodiles, her face turned pale with fear. Luo Yan noticed the little girl poking her head out. After years of struggling in the dark world and carrying out countless missions, a word popped up in his mind. Kidnapping. The car was moving very fast, and Xiao Mengli's face only flashed by. But he still caught it. Luo Yan was shocked. Isn't that his aunt's daughter? His original purpose of returning from the dark world was to meet that aunt. Until he saw the person he was going to protect, Yan Meimei. Protection was just an excuse. The purpose was to take down the charming and seductive queen. For that person who looked tall and noble and elegant aunt who is actually serious and cold. Of course, Luo Yan also visited her. But their relationship was very distant and they didn't say much. One reason was that Yu Yun worked as a lawyer and gradually developed a cold personality. There was no emotion in front of the law. Second, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. If he hadn't taken the initiative to tell his identity, his aunt wouldn't have recognized him. He had also met his aunt's daughter. That little Lolita was a face control. She didn't like him at all. As soon as they met, she said he was ugly. Luo Yan was embarrassed. Appearance is innate, what can he do? And he didn't think he was ugly. Just waved his hand, and a group of beauties would still come around. Although the little Lolita didn't like him. But after all, she was his aunt's daughter. Seeing her being kidnapped, Luo Yan couldn't remain indifferent. He immediately locked onto the van and ran to catch up. Sitting in the car, Xu Hao also ordered Bai Ling to follow. Why did he wait here early in the morning? That's right, all this was his plan. He ordered the kidnapping of the little Lolita. The protagonist Luo Yan is very powerful. Xu Hao wants to deal with him, so of course he has to do a detailed investigation. The investigation not long ago found that he had visited a beautiful woman. After seeing the photo of the woman, Xu Hao immediately determined that it was definitely another female protagonist. After a detailed investigation, the beauty's name is Yu Yun, known as the Queen of Law, and has never failed. Xu Hao now controls a lot of power. The intelligence organization, Wushang, under his command has expanded to the whole world. The investigation was naturally very detailed. The intelligence clearly shows that Yu Yun has never been married and has never had any contact with the opposite S*X. Her daughter Yu Shaoshan was adopted by her. The relationship between the protagonist Luo Yan and her was naturally found out. Yu Yun turned out to be Luo Yan's aunt. Seeing this information, Xu Hao immediately said. He is determined to be the protagonist's uncle-in-law. Finally today, his strength is enough to deal with the protagonist, and he decided to take action against Yu Yun. Yu Yun's status in the legal profession has made countless people dread her. Her personality is also unique. It's hard to know where to start. Xu Hao plans to use her daughter as a breakthrough point. Let someone kidnap the little girl. As long as the relationship is closer, the following things will be easier. His Shu group is still short of a legal advisor. Yu Yun is the best candidate. Then, subdue this heroine and arrange her to work in the company. More leaks to increase the emotional value. Bai Ling just started the car. Xu Hao saw a figure flashing by and chasing the van. At a glance, Xu Hao found that the person was the protagonist Luo Yan. Worthy of being the protagonist. Once there is a chance to increase the favor of the heroine, it will always fall on him inexplicably. If he hadn't been there today, it was Luo Yan who saved the little loli and won the favor of his aunt. DJ1. Xu Hao chuckled. Let Bai Ling keep a distance and follow behind silently. Being in a bustling urban area, Luo Yan couldn't show too strong strength. Just lock the van. Follow behind slowly. He wanted to see who kidnapped his aunt's daughter and uprooted her. Following all the way to a company building. Saw the van drive into the gate. Luo Yan's eyes were cold. Glancing at the car following behind him, it was the one he saw, the one Xu Hao had. Saving people is important, let this guy go for now. Luo Yan retracted his gaze and strode towards the company gate. Who are you? A tattooed security guard stood up with a baton and yelled in a scoundrelly manner. Luo Yan didn't mean to pay attention to him. He reached out and pushed the security guard to the ground. He could tell at a glance that this was a nest of power. The gangster aura on the security guard shouldn't be too obvious. He walked straight into the company building. Damn, you dare to push me, you're looking for death. The security guard stood up cursing, his eyes full of resentment. Picked up a pager and said, "Brothers, someone is looking for trouble, grab your weapons and kill him for me." Quote. After saying that, two figures came over. The security guard was furious. Just as the words came out, the cold woman next to the handsome uncle took action and kicked him. This kick was very powerful. He was kicked more than 10 meters away. He fell to the ground and was already dizzy. Xu Hao didn't even look at him. Glancing at the company building, Luo Yan was blocked by a group of thugs with knives, guns, sticks and clubs. Xu Hao looked strange. He originally planned to let Bai Ling lead the way when he rescued the little loli. Now it seems that Bai Ling doesn't need to do anything. The protagonist is responsible for the effort, and he goes to improve the little loli's favor. Interesting. Xu Hao smiled and went around to the upstairs from the other side. Several thugs who didn't fight Luo Yan saw the two of them, picked up knives and rushed up. They were easily solved by Bai Ling. Xu Hao just strolled to the door of a room. In the room, a little girl who looked like a porcelain doll was lying on the bed with her hands and feet tied up and her mouth blocked. The little girl's eyes were full of fear. The two female kidnappers left after throwing her here. She didn't know what was waiting for her, and she was terrified. If only a Prince Charming appeared to save her. The little girl watched a lot of cartoons and often had wild thoughts. Not long after, there was a sound of fighting outside. The little girl was puzzled. Could it be that her mother had asked someone to save her? Hope rose in her heart. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise. The door was kicked open. The little girl's face turned pale. Then, her frightened eyes gradually turned into astonishment. It was a handsome uncle with a very good temperament. He gave her a feeling of closeness, and it was obvious that he was not one of those kidnappers. Xu Hao looked at her in surprise. The little girl was very cute, like a porcelain doll, with a tender and immature face. But her figure is inversely proportional to her young face. Big Bear and Little Bear are a bit exaggerated. Trapped by ropes, they show perfect curves. It's hard to believe that this is the figure of a 12-year-old girl. It's more exaggerated than some of his women. This is just the second. What really surprised Xu Hao was the top of her head. The aura of luck fell. Character Yu Shaoshan. Identity the heroine of Peerless Killer in Wadu. Charm 93, full value 100. Strength 7, ordinary people 10. Physique 8, ordinary people 10. Spirit 9, ordinary people 10. Favorability 10. Good guy. She's also a heroine. This little Lolita is only 12 years old. Do you have to be so crazy? Little friend, are you okay? Xu Hao came over. Pull off the tape on the little Lolita's mouth. Remove the ropes on her hands and feet. Saved. The little Lolita moved a little, and her eyes were still a little confused. She was just thinking that a Prince Charming would come to save her. So her wish came true. As expected, a handsome uncle came. After escaping from danger, Yu Shaoshan was pleasantly surprised and looked at Xu Hao curiously and asked, "Uncle, did my mother ask you to save me? Who is your mother?" Xu Hao asked in a puzzled manner. "I happened to be at the entrance of the mall, and a van passed by and saw you being kidnapped." "What happened to the kid? How did you fall into their hands?" Yu Xiaoyao felt a sense of accomplishment when she heard that it was because of her sudden whim to ask for help that Xu Hao was attracted. She remembered why she was kidnapped. She shook her head. "I don't know either. As soon as I arrived at the door of my house, 2 people rushed up and kidnapped me." "Then do you know your mother's phone number? Your mother must be very worried now. Call her to let her know that you are safe." "I know." Quote. The little girl nodded, took Xu Hao's phone, pressed a number, and dialed it out. Ding ling ling ding ling ling ding ling ling. Yu Yun was distracted from work by her daughter's kidnapping. Found her friend Lu Yiren from the police station. At this time, she was checking the surveillance of her daughter's kidnapping in the community. Yu Yun picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, and her heart sank. The daughter had just been kidnapped. An unfamiliar number called. Most likely it was the kidnapper. Take a deep breath, Yu Yun pressed the answer button. "Mom, it's me, I've been kidnapped." "Mom knows, Shaoshan, don't worry, I'll find a way to save you now." Hearing her daughter's voice, Yu Yun said guiltily. It was she who failed to protect her daughter. "I'm safe now, a handsome uncle saved me, just come over." Quote. Yu Yun was startled and asked quickly. "Where are you now?" The little girl looked at Xu Hao with an inquiring look. "Nancheng Haitang Street." "Okay, Shaoshan, you just wait there, I'll be there soon." Hang up the phone. Yu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. The worry was finally relieved a little. "What's going on?" A puzzled voice came from the side. Yu Yun looked at her good friend, Lu Yiren, who was dressed in a police uniform and looked heroic. "My daughter is fine. I heard that she was rescued by someone. I'm going to rush over now." "Is it a trap?" Lu Yiren frowned. Yu Yun's eyes flashed with wisdom. She believed that what her daughter said was true. If you want to lure her over, there is no need to say that. Just threaten her. Why bother with so much trouble? To be on the safe side, I'll take someone with you, just in time to bring those kidnappers to justice. You dare to kidnap people in public, too arrogant. Policewoman Lu Yiren said righteously. Then, Yu Yun got on the police car and rushed to Haidang Street. In the room, after the call, Shaoli returned the phone to Xu Hao. "Okay, let's go out and wait for your mother to come." Xu Hao put away the phone and said with a smile. "Yeah." The little Loli nodded. Just when she wanted to get up, she fell on the bed again. She said aggrievedly, "Uncle 153, my legs are numb." Xu Hao reached out and picked her up. The little Loli has a huge body, like a young tree bearing fruit, but she is very light. For him, it's like playing. Throwing herself into Xu Hao's arms, Yu Shaoshan felt so warm and safe. Snap! She slapped her head. Uncle came to save her. She didn't even say thank you. She quickly thanked him. "Uncle, thank you for saving me, otherwise Shaoshan would be bullied by them." "Hee, your name is Shaoshan. My name is Yu Shaoshan, uncle, you don't even know my name yet." The little girl blinked her star-like eyes. "My name is Xu Hao." The little girl muttered. It was familiar, as if I had heard it somewhere. But I couldn't remember it for a while. As soon as Xu Hao walked out of the room with the little girl in his arms, a figure rushed up from downstairs. There were traces of blood on his body. It was all from those gangsters. Seeing the daughter of his aunt being held in Xu Hao's arms, Luo Yan's eyes were red with anger, because of the roar. He had seen what kind of person Xu Hao was. A hypocritical hypocrite. Taking advantage of Yan Meimei in the name of teaching. He is an old pervert. He has seen a lot of darkness in the dark world. Most of these old perverts are interested in young girls. And this aunt's daughter is very beautiful, just like she walked out of a painting. She is too well developed and bears the pressure that she shouldn't bear at her age. He has reason to suspect this guy and set his sights on his aunt's daughter. He was furious. When he entered the door, he found Xu Hao following him. He was in a hurry to save people and ignored him. Unexpectedly, he took advantage of him to deal with the gangsters and saved his aunt's daughter behind his back. He took the effort to deal with those people, and Xu Hao saved them effortlessly. Look at the grateful eyes of the little loli. This guy succeeded. The moment the murderous aura emerged from Luo Yan, Bai Ling resolutely stood in front of Xu Hao. She knew that Luo Yan was very strong, even if it was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot, she would not hesitate. The little loli sounded familiar. She turned her head in confusion. She was a little surprised to see Luo Yan. She had seen this person before, and he had come to her house to look for her mother. He also said that he was her brother. Yu Shaoshan was not impressed at all. How could she have such an ugly brother? Hearing him yelling at Xu Hao, the little girl was not happy. What are you yelling about? You are not allowed to yell at your uncle. Luo Yan was confused. How could he not see that this little girl was quite fierce? Seeing her speak for Xu Hao, Luo Yan's face was gloomy, and he said earnestly, Shaoshan, come here quickly, he is not a good person. Yu Shaoshan did not have a good impression of Luo Yan. Hearing him slander the uncle who saved her life, the little girl was angry. You are not a good person, your whole family is not a good person. Chapter 160, The Stunning Policewoman Calls Daddy. It's the first time for my aunt. The protagonist goes crazy. You are not a good person, your whole family is not good people. The little girl said to Luo Yan angrily. Isn't this little guy too fierce? He just said one sentence to Xu Hao, and he exploded. Is it really appropriate for you to say that? I am your brother, we are a family. But obviously, the little girl didn't treat him as a family member. Don't bother with children. Luo Yan comforted himself in his heart. Looked at Xu Hao coldly. Are you going to let go or not? Shaoshan, he asked me to let you go, is your foot better now? Xu Hao gave Luo Yan a mocking smile. Then he looked at the little girl. Holding the little girl's legs tightened slightly. Just touched the acupuncture points on the little girl's legs. With his current master-level medical skills, it is not too easy to find an acupuncture point. The little girl wanted to say that she was feeling better. She was embarrassed to let her uncle hold her all the time. But the next moment, she felt a wave of numbness again. If her uncle put her down, she would definitely collapse to the ground. So she said pitifully, Uncle, my legs are not numb. Well, Uncle will hold you like this, if Shaoshan doesn't think that Uncle is a bad person. Xu Hao smiled and weighed his hands. The holding posture is more comfortable. The little girl hurriedly said, How can Uncle be a bad person? Uncle saved me and is a great hero in my mind. The little girl wanted to say Prince Charming. She was a little shy and didn't say it out loud. After a pause, the little girl continued. Uncle, don't bother with some people, and don't care what he says, because you can't bite back if a dog bites you, right? Haha, the little guy knows a lot, this metaphor is very vivid. Xu Hao smiled, reached out and scratched the little girl's upturned nose. But there is one thing I want to correct. Puppies are our loyal companions. You compare some people to dogs. Isn't it an insult to our companions? The little girl's eyes lit up. Ah, Uncle, are you saying that some people are worse than dogs? I see. I will never make such a comparison again. It turns out that he is worse than a dog. Ding Luo Yan is angry, emotional value plus 852. Ding Luo Yan is furious, emotional value plus 963. The two of them, one big and one small, said something to each other. Luo Yan's mouth twitched. He was angry. Xu Hao actually induced his sister to say that to him. He asked coldly, Xu, who are you saying is worse than a dog? Xu Hao didn't say anything. The little girl spoke first. She turned around and glared at him fiercely. Whoever you say is right, you are saying bad things about Uncle without knowing the truth. It's Uncle who saved me. Luo Yan opened his mouth. In the end, he said nothing. You can't argue with a child, right? That would be worse than a dog. Luo Yan was very depressed. It was me who saved you, okay. He just appeared in front of you first. I took care of all the people who kidnapped you. The innocent little Lolita obviously didn't care about these. She only knew that it was Xu Hao who kicked open the door and pulled her back from despair. And Luo Yan blamed Xu Hao right away. The first impression was not good. Let's go out, your mother is coming. Xu Hao carried the little Lolita out. Luo Yan could only watch his young sister being carried by Xu Hao, a guy with ulterior motives, and walked by him. He couldn't do anything. Luo Yan's face was gloomy, and his head was clenched. He turned around and followed silently. His sister was innocent and cute. We must not give Xu Hao a chance. Look at the way Xu Hao holds the little girl. He can't help but think of Xu Hao's step-by-step teaching to Yan Wumei. We must not let his sister be molested like Yan Wumei. Not long after, a siren sounded from far away. Several police cars drove over. The first police car stopped. A beautiful mature lady in a lawyer's uniform got out of the car in a hurry. Seeing her daughter standing there holding hands with a familiar man, Yu Yun ran over in a hurry. She picked up the little girl and said with concern, "Xiaoyao, are you okay? Did they hurt you?" The little girl shook her head. "Mom, I'm fine. My uncle saved me. I was so scared at the time that I thought I would never see my mother again." "Mom, you have to help me thank my uncle." The little girl shook her head. She looked at Xu Hao with gratitude. Yu Yun followed her daughter to see Xu Hao and was startled. "Just now, I was concerned about my daughter and didn't see Xu Hao's face clearly. I just felt familiar with him. Now I recognize him. He is the CEO of Xu Group, which has a market value of 100 billion. She is a lawyer and often deals with some companies. Naturally, she knows Xu Hao. I didn't expect that the person who saved my daughter would be such a big shot." Putting away her surprise, she thanked ABCJ. "Mr. Xu, thank you for saving my daughter." Xu Hao waved his hand. "It's just a small favor. I was just going to do something and saw this little girl being held hostage, so I asked my bodyguard to drive over to take a look. And I didn't do anything. It was this little brother who defeated the kidnappers. He should be thanked." Xu Hao pushed away the credit. Instead, he gave it to the protagonist Luo Yan. This wave is called retreat to advance. The eyes fell on the luck halo above Yu Yun's head. Character: Yu Yun. Identity: Queen of Law, heroine of Peerless Killer in Flower City. Charm: 95, full value 100. Strength: 10, normal person 10. Physique: 11, normal person 10. Spirit: 12, normal person 10. Favorability: 20. Yu Yun noticed Luo Yan standing aside. Some of the unexpected rescues of the daughter also had the share of this sister's son. Aunt. Luo Yan stepped forward and greeted her. Yu Yun responded and asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" "I was also at the entrance of the mall, saw a van passing by, and found that Xiaoshan was kidnapped." Luo Yan explained. He knew Xu Hao's strength. The van passed by in front of him, and his strength was also Hua Jin. He must have noticed the situation in the car. So he didn't doubt it. Yu Yun looked at her daughter in her arms. The little loli raised her head proudly. "Mom, let me tell you, you don't know how dangerous it was when I was kidnapped by those kidnappers. But I wasn't afraid at all. I acted very well. When they let down their guard, I rushed to the car window and begged. I didn't expect that I would really attract uncle. Hehe, am I smart?" The little girl showed an expression of, "I am very smart, come and praise me." The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Luo Yan was shocked. If the little girl didn't say it, he would have forgotten it. Where are the kidnappers? He could see it clearly from outside the car. The kidnappers were 3 women. He just rushed into the company building and killed all the way to the room where the little girl was held. He didn't see a woman. Could it be solved by Xu Hao? However, when he followed Xu Hao out, he took a look inside the room. There was no sign of the kidnappers. Luo Yan was a little doubtful. He felt that this matter was not simple. Seeing his daughter's smug look, Yu Yun said unhappily. "How dare you say that? What if you angered the kidnappers? You're lucky that nothing happened this time." After scolding her daughter, Yu Yun thanked Luo Yan. Luo Yan said that he should do it. Originally, saving his aunt's daughter and getting her thanks was a happy thing. But he couldn't be happy. The reason was naturally that he was intercepted when he was saving people. "There are still many doubts that I can't figure out. It's like drinking a mouthful of delicious soup and drinking a screw. I don't know how depressed I feel. Mr. Xu, no matter what, you are Xiaoshan's lifesaver." Yu Yun thanked Xu Hao again. Who is Xu Hao? A business legend with a net worth of 100 billion yuan and a market value that has increased more than 10 times in half a year. Such a big man. Seeing his daughter in danger, he immediately rescued her. Yu Yun couldn't help feeling guilty. She is a lawyer and has seen many crimes. She has seen all kinds of people and knows all the tricks. Xu Hao often participated in charity activities, built Hope Primary School, and donated money to mountainous areas. I thought this was just a way for Xu Hao to create a persona. In fact, this person is very cunning. Judging from the fact that Xu Hao saved her daughter today, she was wrong. Xu Hao is really kind-hearted. Xu Hao smiled. Then he pretended to be puzzled. Have we met before? I feel a little familiar. Yu Yun remembered it. She was so excited when she saw her daughter just now that she forgot to introduce herself. After hesitating for a moment, she smiled and stretched out her hand. Mr. Xu, my name is Yu Yun, and I'm a lawyer. I was wondering how I felt familiar. It turned out to be Lawyer Yu. I've heard of you for a long time. Xu stretched out his hand and shook it gently. They separated as soon as they touched, without any nostalgia. There was really no need to linger. Because it won't be long before this heroine is his whole body and mind. Next to him, Luo Yan, who noticed all this, had his pupils shrink sharply. It was obvious that when shaking hands, the aunt trembled slightly. He knew that the aunt was cold. Even if the client paid her to defend him, she would not shake hands with him. This must be the first time for my aunt. Luo Yan was so angry that his teeth itched. This was a blatant deception. It was obviously the little Lolita who was saved by him. Xu Hao did nothing but won the favor of my aunt. Seeing Xu Hao being thanked by my aunt and sister. It was more uncomfortable than being ignored. Sister Yun, is your daughter okay? A figure in police uniform, with a beautiful face and heroic spirit came over. It was the policewoman Lu Yiren. Yu Yun looked relieved and scared. It's okay, it was President Xu and Xiaoyan who saved my daughter. Lu Yiren looked at Xu Hao. Lu Yiren had just finished speaking. Coughed a few times. When I was with Xu Hao, I often called him Dad. Almost blurted it out, and quickly changed my words. Mr. Xu, we meet again, what a coincidence. It's indeed a coincidence. I haven't had time to thank Officer Lu for his hospitality last time. I was thinking of inviting Officer Lu to be my guest someday. Xu Hao smiled meaningfully. It was a pun. Lu Yiren's pretty face blushed slightly. But the night was thick at this time. Others couldn't see clearly. But it didn't represent Luo Yan. A woman with a face that was no less beautiful than my aunt came over. She was also a policewoman. With the blessing of her status, it was simply awesome. Just thinking about taking her down made me happy. She was a police officer and represented justice. The sense of conquest was maxed out. Before Luo Yan could get excited for long. Seeing this beautiful policewoman flirting with Xu Hao, she froze for a moment. No way. Could such a heroic policewoman have an affair with an old man like Xu Hao? The question of, could it be, was removed. This beautiful policewoman has indeed become the shape of Xu Hao. I don't know how many times she has played the police and criminal game. She begged for mercy and called him daddy every time. The story started half a year ago. On the day when the elder brother Chu Shang was put in jail. It was the policewoman Lu Yiren who took the lead in arresting Chu Shang. At that time, he only had a mask. Xu Hao has always been obsessed with it. With the threat of the invincible rebellious son, he will not miss any opportunity to improve his strength. Of course, he cannot miss the fat leak of Lu Yiren. After some investigation, he found out. Lu Yiren is an angry young man with justice in his heart. The goal is to eliminate all evil in the world. It is very unrealistic. But this is the dream. Xu Hao is not afraid of her having dreams, but is afraid that she has nothing, no desires and no demands. That is really difficult to deal with. With justice in mind, fight against violence and protect the good, right? No problem. Xu Hao deliberately arranged several man-made disasters and created several encounters. Show a righteous image of eliminating harm for the people. Gradually reverse the impression in the heart of the policewoman, and slowly improve the favorability. Then there is another series of routines. Just when the favorability is raised to a certain level, it only takes an opportunity to win over the policewoman. Xu Hao brought in an internationally notorious organization. Then inform Lu Yiren of the news. The beautiful policewoman who can't tolerate any sand in her eyes will certainly not allow such a cancer to sneak into Jojo. So she started to deal with it. However, these international criminals are not so easy to deal with. I don't know how many lives they have stained. In the end, Xu Hao naturally appeared at the critical moment. Get rid of a group of criminals and save the beautiful policewoman. On the same day, I took advantage of the policewoman's thanks and drank some wine, and naturally went to third base. Now half a year has passed. This policewoman has been completely conquered by him. although she had a little temper after knowing that Xu Hao had many women. But in front of Xu Hao's lightning control, it didn't take long for her to beg for mercy and call daddy. At this moment, a commotion came. It turned out that the police officers following Lu Yiren broke into the company building and pressed dozens of gangsters out. These people were more or less injured. The more serious ones had broken bones, which was very miserable. A few people were not convinced and kept shouting, "What are you doing? It was obviously that guy who broke into our company and beat people. Why did you arrest us?" Lu Yiren went up and kicked him. "Be honest, I usually turn a blind eye to you rats. But this time you have passed, and you are getting more and more courageous. You kidnapped people in public, which is very impressive. Do you think no one can control you?" The president of the Xu Hao society was confused. Today, someone suddenly ran into their gang headquarters. Without saying a word, he rushed forward with his weapons, and was completely beaten. Now the police came to arrest them again. They said they were kidnapping. Who did they kidnap? I have no idea. They had been staying at the headquarters honestly, and Yiren glanced at everyone coldly. Waved her hand. Take them all back to the police station. Luo Yan also wanted to go back with him to record his statement. As for Xu Hao and Yu Yun, their identities were there. Do you want to go to the police station? It's up to you. Yu Yun considered that her daughter was frightened and planned to go home. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao actually agreed to go back with him. And when they arrived at the police station together, Xu Hao asked her to take him to the office. Lu Yiren then knew the reason why Xu Hao came with him. He wanted her to kneel down and call him daddy in the police station, in her office. Chapter 161, Kiss. Little Loli wants Xu Hao to be her father and educate her mother. What kidnapping? I don't know. The president of Xiaodahui was confused. These police officers were aggressive. It didn't seem like they were making fun of them. This was strange. He didn't give any kidnapping orders. Lu Yiren was too lazy to explain to them. He planned to take them all away. Luo Yan's eyes were stern. He was keenly aware of something wrong and stepped forward to ask. It's that little girl. Didn't you ask someone to kidnap her? 3 women were kidnapped. The president followed the direction of Luo Yan's finger and saw Yu Yun and her daughter. The older one was mature and cold, and the younger one was petite and lovely. They were all top-notch. Luo Yan slapped him. The president was terrified. He would never forget what happened just now. Dozens of his brothers were holding machetes, batons and other weapons. They were knocked down by this guy like cutting melons and vegetables. I am the boss of Xiaodahui. I didn't give the order. Who arrested the person? The president said weakly. Why don't you tell the truth? Luo Yan grabbed his hair. He was going to knock it on the ground a few times. If the police officer next to him hadn't stopped him, this guy's head would have exploded. I clearly saw 3 women tying my sister here and driving a van in. Your guards didn't stop them, you're telling me it wasn't you. The president was really scared and hurriedly called a group of gatekeepers who were caught by the younger brother's hand. It was the guy who was pushed down by Luo Yan with one hand before. He was kicked by Bai Ling again and it took him a long time to recover. Zhaofeng, what the hell is going on? The younger brother called. Zhaofeng was also scared. He looked at Xu with trembling hands. Bai Ling next to Hao. He will never forget the cold look of this woman. The guard said with a start. 7, 2, 3. That's the car driven by the third boss. The third boss. The president was stunned. The third boss is the third in command of their Xiaodao society. She is also his sworn sister. He scanned the group of younger brothers. Sure enough, he didn't see the third boss and her 2 female followers, and his heart stomped. Where is your third boss? Luo Yan raised his eyebrows. I don't know. Quote. All the younger brothers shook their heads, looking confused. The president's face was uncertain. The third in command kidnapped someone, and now the person is missing. And he was completely unaware of it. It already explains a lot of problems. Is this the rhythm of selling them out? If you want to arrest someone, arrest Chen Wan. It's none of our business, and we don't know anything about it either. Lu Yiren sneered. Don't worry, we won't let the third in command go. Before that, cooperate with the investigation first and take him away. Quote. She waved to her subordinates. Xu Hao watched all this coldly. He always pursued the truth. He did these shady things to avoid being investigated later. He had found scapegoats in advance. For example, this kidnapping. He asked Lao Mo to subdue the third leader of the Xiaodao society. He put all the blame on these people. It was not his power anyway, so he didn't feel bad. By issuing orders layer by layer, even if they investigated, they would only find the Shui-Tu society. They couldn't find him at all. Suddenly, an excited voice came. A bruised figure stumbled out of the crowd and came to Xu Hao. Mr. Xu, do you still remember me? I'm Xiao Zhang. We've met. I was responsible for the demolition of the Li family and subsidized a villa. It turned out that he was the vice president of the Xiaodao society who forced the Li family to demolish the house last time. It was also luck that he was indirectly used by Xu Hao twice. He came out at this time, obviously wanting to step on the relationship. Xu Hao is now a billionaire. He has become one of the top families in Shanghai. His status is extraordinary. As long as the other party says a word, he will be guaranteed to be fine. Xu Hao responded lightly. It turned out to be you. Yes, it's me. It's rare that you still remember me, Mr. Xu. Whether it was the members of the Xiaodao society or Yu Yun's mother and daughter, they all looked over here. The gangsters were surprised. Hope rose in their hearts. Whispering quietly, FCK the second in command actually knows Mr. Xu. Too awesome, right? This is going against the will of heaven. If our Xiaodao society can get the support of this big shot, we will have the final say over the entire underground forces in Shanghai, not to mention South City. Okay, these cops are so arrogant, and Mr. Xu will just say one word and they will let us go. The second in command got to know Mr. Xu, and we were there at the time. We have to admire his wit and decisiveness. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. Quote, really? When did you get to know Mr. Xu? Knowing that the second in command knew Xu Hao, the members of the Little Knife Society were very excited. Among them, several hooligans who followed Vice President Zhang to participate in the demolition jumped out to show off. Do you know Mr. Xu? Lu Yiren looked at Xu Hao with an inquiring look. In fact, she was asking how to deal with it. In the past, no matter who the other party was, he would not stop her from handling the case. But since she surrendered to Xu Hao, this character who hates evil and hates evil has to take the place of listening to Xu Hao. I'm not familiar with him, how to deal with it? Xu Hao said in a flat tone. Lu Yiren asked his men to arrest him. Vice President Zhang's flattering expression froze. He was taken away by a police officer. He remembered the last time a villa was demolished. Thinking that he had done it with Xu Hao established a relationship. Who knew that people didn't take him seriously at all? Xiaodao will be caught in one fell swoop. Luo Yan stood there, frowning. He had many doubts in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was strange and problematic. But he wanted to figure it out. He had to find that third boss. But she ran away. I don't know where she is, how can I find her in the vast magic city? A police officer came up. You hit the person, right? Please go back with us. Don't worry, you hit him to save him, just a simple record. Quote. Luo Yan withdrew his thoughts. Knowing that this was in accordance with the procedure, he nodded. Lu Yiren asked Xu Hao and Yu Yun. One of them was a victim. The other was less involved and was a big shot. It didn't matter whether they went to the police station or not. Yu Yun said that her daughter was frightened and she would not go to the police station. Xu Hao planned to go and see. Speaking of which, he and this policewoman had only played games together at home, in hotels, and in police cars. Haven't tried it in the police station or in the office. It should provide him with a lot of emotional points. Next, Xu Hao will separate from Yu Yun and her daughter. Little Lolita Yu Shaoshan was reluctant to leave. Seeing Xu Hao was leaving, she spoke. Uncle. Xu Hao looked at her. What's wrong, Shaoshan? Uncle, come here, I have something to tell you. The little Lolita was still in Yu Yun's arms at this time. Xu Hao walked over. The little girl motioned him to lower his head slightly. Then she struggled in Yu Yun's arms, poked her head out, and kissed Xu Hao on the face. Thank you, uncle. Xu Hao touched her head. Listen to your mother's words. Luo Yan had been paying attention to Xu Hao. He happened to see this scene and clenched his fists. He was furious. Originally, everything should have been his. He defeated the bandits and saved his sister by himself, improved the relationship with his aunt's family, and got close to his sister. It was ruined by Xu Hao. He took away everything that should have belonged to him. He saw his sister, who was like a porcelain doll in his aunt's arms, and gave her a very intimate kiss. He felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to kill someone. Ding Luo Yan is furious, emotional value plus 999. Ding Yu Shaoshan feels shy, emotional value plus $45. Ding Yu Yun feels resentful and jealous, emotional value plus 555. Watching the police cars drive away, Yu Yun then talked about her daughter. Shaoshan, you are too abrupt. The little girl blinked in confusion and asked in confusion. Mom, what did you say? The kiss you just gave me. Yu Yun reminded her. Her tone was a little bit jealous. As her daughter grew up, she didn't kiss her mother that much. The little girl suddenly realized. She tilted her head and said. Doesn't kissing express a close relationship? Mom, you don't know how scared I was when I was locked in the room alone. Uncle is like a Prince Charming who appeared on a colorful cloud. What's wrong with me getting close to him? Yu Yun's face turned black. What colorful clouds? And Prince Charming, scolded her daughter. Watch less cartoons in the future. The little girl narrowed her eyes, and heard Yu Yun's jealous tone, and giggled. So mom is jealous, then I'll kiss mom too. After that, the little girl pouted and kissed Yu Yun's beautiful face. Yu Yun's face was stiff. She didn't mind her daughter's closeness. She even often ignored her daughter because she was busy with work. She wanted to get closer. But her daughter just kissed Xu Hao, and then kissed her face. Yu Yun always felt a little awkward. Uncle is good, mom is good, it would be better if uncle became Shaoshan's father. Yu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and knocked on her daughter's head. That's right. The little girl covered her head and pouted. When mom encounters trouble, she always faces it alone. If there is a dad, mom won't have to worry so much. Quote. And mom always has a cold face. It should be the legendary menopause. Finding a father will cure it. Uncle is so handsome, he is a perfect match for mom. Mom, I strongly suggest you chase uncle. The little girl's words touched Yu Yun. It turned out that her daughter was thinking about her. Seeing that she was too tired, she wanted to find someone to help her share the burden. She is really obedient and sensible. But the more she listened, the more she felt something was wrong. What do you mean she is in menopause? And let her pursue Xu Hao. Shaoshan, who are you talking about in menopause? I think you deserve to be punished. The little girl looked at her weakly. A mother in menopause is really scary. I really want to find a father to educate my mother. Yu Yun paused when she noticed her daughter's eyes. The daughter was kidnapped and was frightened. Not angry. But still warned sternly. Don't say such things anymore. Your uncle is a married man, and his 7 daughters are older than you. Who would have thought that after hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean that as long as my mother and uncle are together, I will have 7 more sisters? Not only do you have your parents, but you also have 7 sisters who love you. You must be happy, right? Mom, please think about it. Uncle is really good. He is handsome and has good temperament. He also feels safe. Yu Yun's face darkened. What was her daughter thinking? She almost threw her daughter out of her arms. If she can't speak, she should say less. Considering her daughter's age, she doesn't understand these things. Yu Yun felt that it was necessary to teach her some knowledge. She explained patiently. This behavior is immoral and destroys other people's families. The law emphasizes monogamy. The little girl tilted her head. But I have seen the documents you brought back. There are women being kept. Isn't it nothing? Mom, you don't have to destroy your uncle's family. Isn't it better to be with your uncle secretly? By the way, what is this called? I thought of a lover. Single quote. Yu Yun's mouth twitched. Asking her, a top lawyer, to break the law and be someone's lover. This daughter can really say it. I can't stand it any longer. I have to teach my daughter a lesson. Otherwise, I don't know how bad she will grow. In the police car, Xu Hao and the policewoman Lu Yiren were in a separate car. Lu Yiren drove, and Xu Hao sat in the passenger seat. While driving, Lu Yiren said sourly, I didn't expect Mr. Xu to be so free. A billionaire president would coincidentally take Xiaomengli. Xu Hao didn't care about her tone. He reached out and put his hand on the policewoman's leg in the driver's seat. I can't help it. I'm just so helpful. Lu Yiren rolled her eyes. She said nervously, don't move. I'm driving. It's okay. You drive yours and I drive mine. Quote. Lu Yiren drove more and more attentively. There was no other way. If one was not careful, the car would crash and people would die, which would be a tragedy. Are you targeting Sister Yu? She is the queen of law and is not easy to mess with, and she is my good sister. Lu Yiren wanted to dispel Xu Hao's idea of attacking his bestie. Good sisters, shouldn't we share a blanket? Xu Hao gently stroked her, his tone neither hurried nor slow. Lu Yiren knew what Xu Hao was thinking. He wanted her to be with Sister Yu. Think about her identity as a policewoman. Yu Yun is the queen of law. They are both the embodiment of justice. Xu Hao must want to suppress these two professions. Look at them sisters kneeling on the ground. It must be a sense of accomplishment. I don't know what you are thinking. Sister Yu's temper won't let you succeed. So, I came with you just to ask you to do me a favor and say something nice to your sister Yu. Xu Hao investigated the relationship between the two and said so. She was embarrassed to share a husband with other women. If she dragged her sisters to serve Xu Hao together. Just thinking about it, she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Xu Hao's mouth curled up slightly. Dare to refuse him, you still deserve to be punished. The police station arrived. After Lu Yiren gave her orders to her subordinates, she was about to interrogate. Xu Hao stopped her. Let her take him to the office for a tour. Lu Yiren's heart beat faster. She has been with Xu Hao for quite a while. She has played many tricks. But she has never tried it in the police station. Xu Hao spoke, and she couldn't refuse. She had to take Xu Hao all the way to her own exclusive office. Close the door. Xu Hao looked at the stunning policewoman with interest. Where are your handcuffs? Lu Yiren took out the handcuffs helplessly and put them on herself obediently. Now say it again, do you want to help me catch your good sister? Chapter 162, Role-Playing. Visiting the policewoman's office. Daughter standing guard outside the door. Seeing the police car about to drive into the police station, Xu Hao reminded him. You need to interrogate Luo Yan carefully. Lu Yiren glanced at him with a strange look. She just heard Luo Yan call Yu Yun, auntie. Xu Hao's meaning was very clear. Not only was he planning to take advantage of his aunt, he was also going to teach him a lesson. I don't know how he offended Xu Hao. I mourned for 2.5 seconds in my heart. This isn't good after all, he helped save Sister Yu's daughter. Lu Yiren hesitated. Although she submitted to Xu Hao, she still had a sense of justice in her heart. If it wasn't for Xu Hao's strong request, she wouldn't distort the facts and use her power to pressure others. Xu Hao knew her character. Of course there was a plan to deal with it. Aren't you curious about why he can beat dozens of people alone, and every move hits the vital points, and his methods are somewhat similar to that of the criminal group? Lu Yiren didn't care about the feeling of being scratched by a cat, and her expression became solemn. Is he also from the dark world? You will know if you investigate it. I can only tell you that he is in the middle stage of Hua Jin. Xu Hao persuaded her. Lu Yiren's pupils shrank. She herself is a master of the late stage of Dark Jin. After getting together with Xu Hao, her strength was improved by a small realm. She knew what the concept of the middle stage of Hua Jin was. Combined with Luo Yan's style of doing things, it is indeed very likely that he came from that place. Even if he wasn't, it was clear from the ruthlessness of his attack that he had definitely stained his blood. He felt no guilt during the interrogation. People from the dark world act perversely and disregard the law. He might get into trouble at any time. Once the identity is confirmed, he will either be controlled or deported. Xu Hao smiled after taking in her expression. He did not clearly point out Luo Yan's identity. This strength was just right. He would teach Luo Yan a lesson, but he would not kill him with one blow. What's the big deal about deportation? He still has to harvest leeks. Arriving at the police station, the members of the Little Knife Society got off the car one by one. A police officer came to Lu Yiren. Asked for instructions on how to treat these people. Lu Yiren behaved normally. She was still the cold and beautiful policewoman in their bureau. But Luo Yan, who was observant, found the problem. Her watery eyes were full of spring love. Her skin was also slightly red. Combined with this beautiful policewoman and Xu Hao in the same car. Xu Hao must have done something in the car. Luo Yan felt empty inside. You are so beautiful, and you are still a police officer. Why did you fool around with Xu Hao? Do you have any professional ethics? Do you regard your profession as a hobby? Seeing the admiration and love of the surrounding police officers when they looked at Lu Yiren one by one. Luo Yan felt sad. You regard the policewoman as a goddess. Little did he know that on the way back, Xu Hao had played with her all over. Thinking of Xu Hao teasing such a beautiful policewoman, he couldn't help himself. Luo Yan vomited blood in his heart. However, what made him vomit blood was still to come. Take them all to the detention center. Lu Yiren waved her hand. Yes. The police officer took the order and turned around to go. Come back. Lu Yiren called him again and pointed at Luo Yan. Take him to the interrogation room number 0 and interrogate him thoroughly. The police officer was surprised. Interrogation room 0 is for warriors, and the methods used are cruel and vicious. The policewoman said that she would take this man there, and she was ready to take ruthless action. They were used to the fact that policewoman Lu Yiren had a hot temper and often took people to the interrogation room to torture them. Because Lu Yiren interrogated the most vicious criminals. They are powerful, but lawless. They even speak rudely. Lu Yiren's way of dealing with them is simple and rough. They were taken to interrogation room 0, where they were electrocuted and whipped. The whole process was enough to make him suffer half his life. In the end, he honestly admitted his crime and was punished. Although he was surprised that this man was obviously trying to save people, he beat up these gangsters. Why were they taken to interrogation room 0 for questioning? Since it was the order of the policewoman, they just had to obey it. When Luo Yan was about to be taken away, he heard Xu Hao's voice. It's my first time in the police station. I feel quite fresh. Can the officer take me on a tour? Especially your office. Xu Hao's words were full of meaning, and his eyes were meaningful. Lu Yiren's legs were a little weak. She was almost eaten alive by Xu Hao just now when she was driving. Now he specifically asked me to take him to the office. What else can I do? Lu Yiren glared at Xu Hao and pretended to be calm and told his subordinates to do things. I took Xu Hao to the office. Luo Yan noticed the expressions of the two. He knew what they were going to do in the office almost instantly. His face was as gloomy as water. You are a police officer after all. Do you know how sacred the police station is? You actually took Xu Hao to the office to mess around. He accused Lu Yiren in his heart. In fact, he was so envious and jealous. If he had such a beautiful and top-notch policewoman wife, he would be so excited. However, he didn't even dare to think about it. Xu Hao did it. He also trained the policewoman to be so obedient. Sister's name, Jayati plus 888. Let's go, what are you doing here? The police officer urged dissatisfiedly. Two police officers took Luo Yan to a somewhat remote interrogation room. When he walked into it, Luo Yan realized that something was wrong. The police officer asked him to sit on a chair made of alloy. The interrogation began. Tell me the truth, you knocked down a gang by yourself, and beat dozens of people to tears. What kind of job did you do before? Luo Yan frowned. What do you mean? Let me make it clear. I am the one who saved people. You also told me that you just came here to record a record. Just answer the questions honestly, why are you talking so much nonsense? A palm hit the table, the police officer said coldly. Confess leniency, resist severity, don't force us to use means. Quote. Another police officer also said. This is what their police captain said. This guy has a problem, let's investigate. Luo Yan leaned back in his chair casually, squinting his eyes lazily. It's obvious that he doesn't intend to listen. He didn't dare to say it. Jojo is known as a forbidden land for mercenaries. All contacts with people from the dark world are prohibited. You have to know his identity as the killer Yan Luo. The country will definitely explode. Even if he is very confident in his own strength, he is not confident enough to confront a country. So he decided to play dead. Anyway, he did it to save people. Even if it aroused the suspicion of these people, they couldn't do anything to him. A police officer smiled coldly. You don't want to say it. Then don't blame us. Quote. He pressed a button on the table fiercely. Luo Yan didn't care about the police's threats. He had been in the dark world for many years. What kind of people have not seen it? This is nothing. Suddenly he realized something was wrong. Several metal clamps extended from the seat, locking his hands and feet and fixing his body. Luo Yan's face was as gloomy as water, and he struggled secretly. He found that the seat was extremely solid. It would take a while to break free. Don't waste your energy. This is a special seat in our bureau, specially designed for you martial arts butchers. If you know what's good for you, tell me the truth, so as not to suffer physical pain. Luo Yan's face was uncertain. I was careless. It's been more than half a year since I returned to the city. Before meeting Xu Hao, he had never been threatened. He gradually lost his vigilance as a top killer. Mainly because he didn't expect these people to suddenly attack him. He was obviously saving people, okay. Although this seat is made of special materials, it is specially designed for warriors. But if he wants to break free, it won't take long. But what can he do after breaking free? These guys are obviously going to make trouble for him. It will be even more troublesome after breaking free. If he is charged with a crime of resistance and attracts the attention of the superiors, it will be bad. After thinking for a while, Luo Yan said in a deep voice. I'm not a prisoner. It's not appropriate to treat me like this, right? Does your leader know? The police officer said disdainfully. Our leader is Captain Lu. Lu Yiren has a special status in the police station. He acts domineeringly and interrogates prisoners privately for countless times. With the support of the captain, they are certainly not afraid. I'll give you one last chance. Where are you from? What did you do before? I'm just an ordinary citizen. Luo Yan acted innocent. It seems that you won't confess unless I teach you a lesson. The police officer pressed another button next to him. The seat under Luo Yan emitted an electric current. He immediately felt numb, but he was physically strong and could still bear it. The police officer increased the power to the maximum. Luo Yan was numb. The police officer turned off the switch only when Luo Yan couldn't hold on any longer. At this time, Luo Yan's hair stood up, black smoke came out from time to time, and his eyes were dull. Can you talk now? Another police officer picked up a whip and stood in front of Luo Yan. It seemed that if he didn't say anything, he would whip him. They learned all this from the police captain. You can't use your hands to deal with these vicious criminals. Luo Yan gradually came to his senses. A cold gaze swept over the two police officers. He had never suffered such a big loss before. When Luo Yan looked at them, the two policemen felt cold all over. Goosebumps appeared all over. At that moment, they felt like they were falling into an ice cave. After looking at the two people, Luo Yan restrained his murderous aura. That feeling only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. The two policemen returned to normal, with a look of doubt. They felt more and more that there was something wrong with this guy. A policeman plucked up his courage and asked coldly. I'm asking you a question, didn't you hear it? Are you deaf? Luo Yan just looked at them coldly and said nothing. Damn, who are you trying to be tough with? The policeman holding the whip was frightened by Luo Yan's look. He took a breath. He whipped him hard. In the quiet little dark room, there was a snap sound, the sound of the whip hitting the body. After the whip fell, the policeman felt much more comfortable. He whipped several times in succession. Luo Yan had a strong physical fitness, and these whips fell on his body without breaking his defense. But he felt extremely humiliated. He was the king of assassins. He was the feared Yama in the dark world. Now he was reduced to a prisoner and bullied by two small characters. He was really a tiger in a plane and bullied by a dog. He was furious and could not release it. This was the most aggrieved thing. What happened? The police captain's attitude towards him was not good, but not too bad. She also knew about his relationship with his Aunt Yu Yun. Why did she suddenly think of teaching him a lesson? The scene of the policewoman Lu Yiren giving orders appeared in his mind. Her eyes were moist and charming because of Xu Hao's teasing. A flash of inspiration. Luo Yan figured it out. It must be Xu Hao who ordered her to target him. The two had an ambiguous relationship, and Xu Hao took the policewoman to the office to have fun. But he was locked up in a small dark room and tortured. Ice dog. Ding Luo Yan was furious, emotional value plus 987. Ding Luo Yan was furious, emotional value plus 999. It was just as Luo Yan thought. Xu Hao was galloping on his horse at this time. What do men like to hear women say the most? I want. What do men fear women saying the most? I want more. Xu Hao is not an ordinary person. No matter how much you want, he will accompany you to the end. He can be called a human perpetual motion machine. More than an hour later, policewoman Lu Yiren breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she didn't have to hold back and not make a sound. She was really a little scared. Outside the office, colleagues passed by from time to time. If she heard any sound, she would be ashamed to see people. While tidying up her clothes, she looked at Xu Hao with resentment. As if saying, "It's all your fault." Xu Hao touched his head, as if comforting his good daughter. It was already past 10 o'clock when he left the police station. Xu Hao took a car back home. The protagonist's beautiful stepmother, Su Wancho, paid attention to the health of her baby and went to bed early. Several daughters were still awake, playing cards intently in the living room. They didn't even notice Xu Hao coming back. What are you playing? Seeing the daughters playing intently, Xu Hao approached and asked in confusion. Xu Wei explained, "We are playing cards. Whoever loses will be responsible for Dad's washing." Quote. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw away the cards in her hand. A burst of triumphant laughter. A unknown currency, A unknown currency, A. 74,747 pounds M. Immediately afterwards, Xu Shiqing and Xu Feiyan also threw away their cards. They finished first. It depends on who will win first, the third sister Xu Hongzhuang and her best friend Xiao Wanling. It was not over after a long while. It ended in a draw. How do you calculate this? Xu Hongzhuang looked at the cards in her hand and suggested. How about another round? Xu Wei refused. How can that be? Anyway, you two have lost, what are you still fighting for? Let's play together. Quote. Xu Feiyan also said with a bad taste. No problem, it just so happens that Sister Wanling is serving Dad for the first time, and the third sister can take care of her. Xu Hongzhuang glared at her sisters unhappily. She complained in her heart. Is it Xiao Wanling's first time? I don't know how long ago she was with Dad. Come to the bathroom. Xu Hao waved his hand. I'll take a bath today, so you don't need to bother me. Quote. Originally, she was going to help wash her face, brush her teeth and wash her feet, but when she heard Xu Hao say that he wanted to take a shower, Xu Hongzhuang gave up. Unexpectedly, her best friend Xiao Wanling was determined. No, I will accept the loss. I will help Uncle Xu wipe his back. Anyway, her relationship with Uncle Xu was already known by her best friend. Xiao Wanling became bolder. On the contrary, there was a different feeling. Then, in Xu Hongzhuang's shocked eyes, her best friend slipped into Xu Hao's bathroom. A moment later, her face turned green and red. Hard. Not only the fist was hard. Her best friend was too bold. She really didn't take her seriously at all. Several younger sisters were still in the living room. Don't you know to speak softly? Third sister, are you done? It's time to go to bed, ya. Xu Shiqing poked her head around the corner. Seeing Xu Hongzhuang standing at the door, she asked in confusion. Xu Hongzhuang shuddered and hurried over. She had a deep resentment in her heart. What's going on? Her best friend and Xu Hao was in the bathroom, standing guard at the door. 163 Mother and Daughter. Lowly Self-Attack Strategy. Uncle, do you want a wife? Chapter 163, Mother and Daughter. Lolita Self-Conquest. Uncle, do you want a wife or not? Xu Hongzhuang thought it was her best friend's shameless seduction. In fact, it was the opposite. Xiao Wanling was also helpless. She really just wanted to give Xu Hao a back rub. But she was subdued by Xu Hao. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. This morning, Xu Hao did not go to the company, teaching several daughters at home. At this time, Xu Hao was sitting in a rocking chair. Daughter Xu Shiqing was helping with massage, so leisurely. Ding ling ling ding ling ling ding ling ling. A phone rang. Xu Shiqing took the phone sensibly. Handed it to Xu Hao. Give her daughter an appreciative look. Xu Hao picked up the phone and saw that it was the little Lolita's mother, the Queen of Law, Yu Yun, calling. An unexpected smile bloomed on his face. Answered the call. Mr. Xu, I'm Yu Shaoxin's mother. Not knowing if Xu Hao had saved her phone number, Yu Yun introduced herself. It's Lawyer Yu, what's up? It's like this, you saved Shaoxin last time, and I haven't had time to thank you yet. After finishing the cases at hand these 2 days, can you invite Mr. Xu to have dinner together? Yu Yun explained the reason and then made an invitation. Lawyer Yu is too polite. I didn't help much last time, and you also thanked me. Xu Hao said, hard to get. Mr. Xu, don't say that. Yu Yun said hurriedly, and after a while of pulling, she finally said. Mr. Xu, don't refuse. Shaoxin has been crying and missing his uncle these 2 days. If you don't come, I will be annoyed to death by her. As soon as Yu Yun finished speaking, her phone was snatched away by the little loli. She said to the phone. Uncle, Shaoxin misses you. He left just like that. Uncle, come over at noon. Mom will cook for you. It tastes very good. Shaoxin, are you naughty again? I told you to listen to your mom. I will always be obedient, but I miss you especially these 2 days. Hee hee. Okay, I'll come over at noon. If you are naughty, don't blame uncle for teaching you a lesson. Hang up the phone. The little girl showed a smug look to Yu Yun. As if to say, see, the uncle you couldn't invite, I got it done with just a few words. Yu Yun sent her daughter away in a bad mood and went to the kitchen to prepare meals. Near noon, Xu Hao came to Yu's house. It happened that someone came to visit Yu's house. It was Luo Yan who had just been released. Policewoman Lu Yiren listened to Xu Hao's words. He thought Luo Yan had a problem, so he locked him up in a small dark room for 2 days and 2 nights. Luo Yan didn't say anything in the end. There was no choice but to let him go. But Lu Yiren didn't give up. Let someone investigate secretly. Once Luo Yan was found to have a problem, he would be arrested immediately. After being released last night, Luo Yan realized that someone was following him. He was very depressed, although he could easily get rid of the civilian police officer who was following him. But it made him feel constrained. After leaving the police station, he wanted to seek revenge on Xu Hao. Seeing the tail behind him, he had to give up the idea. He was filled with hatred. He was locked up in a small dark room and tortured for the past 2 days. He must take revenge. What? Why not blame Lu Yiren who gave the order? Because he knew. It was Xu Hao who ordered the policewoman to target him. Besides, the policewoman was so beautiful, what could she do wrong? It was all Xu Hao's problem. He swore. He must never let Xu Hao know about the torture he suffered. How? After a night of rest, I got my spirits back. Luo Yan thought of his aunt and her daughter. Xu Hao did nothing but made them so grateful. I was afraid they would be deceived by that hypocrite. So I came to visit. Tell my aunt about Xu Hao's character. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Unexpectedly, he met Xu Hao at the gate of my aunt's community. Luo Yan was furious. The killing intent could not be stopped. 2 days of torture and repression poured out at this moment. The strong murderous aura, overwhelming Xu. However, this trembling murderous aura had no effect on Xu Hao at all. It was still so calm. Xu Hao, after all, you are also a billionaire, your means are too despicable, right? Considering that the surrounding environment is not suitable for action, Luo Yan took a deep breath, suppressed the killing intent, and said disdainfully. It is indeed quite despicable. If you want to deal with him, you have the ability to do it openly. What's the matter with asking the official to take action? Xu Hao pretended to be at a loss. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Luo Yan gritted his teeth. Pretend. Keep pretending. You know what you did. If you have the guts, come at me openly and honestly. Don't use some dirty tricks. Xu Hao said 2 words calmly. He walked straight into the community. Luo Yan clenched his fists fiercely. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. This guy actually didn't take him seriously. Seeing the direction Xu Hao was walking, it seemed to be his aunt's house. Luo Yan immediately became alert. He asked coldly, "Why are you here? The little girl invited me to dinner." Xu Hao said with a smile. "You were invited too. What a coincidence." Quote. Luo Yan's face changed. Of course he knew who the little girl Xu Hao was talking about. Aunt's daughter, that is, his little Lolita sister. Invite her to dinner. Why didn't he receive any news? She didn't invite him at all. I am your real savior. Is it appropriate to treat them differently like this? Just entered the community. A little Lolita came running over. It was Yu Shaoshan. She opened her hands from a distance. Under Luo Yan's gloomy eyes, she fell into Xu Hao's arms. Uncle, you are finally here. Shaoshan misses you so much. Have you made your mother angry again these days? Xu Hao pinched her collagen-filled face and said with a smile. No, I'm not very talkative these days. The little Lolita looked innocent and cute. Looking at the two interacting like father and daughter, Luo Yan's face was gloomy as water. The little Lolita wore a princess dress today. She looked like a porcelain doll, like a princess from a fairy tale. At this time, she was held in Xu Hao's arms. Her exaggerated figure was pressed against her body, and she didn't see it at all. Sister doesn't treat Xu Hao as an outsider. Do you know how sinister he is? Xu Hao is ambitious and wants to attack you and your daughter. You still call him uncle. Luo Yan was furious and wanted to cut Xu Hao into pieces. The little girl felt a little cold for some reason. She leaned into Xu Hao's arms. Strange, it was a little hot just now, why did it suddenly become cold? The little girl looked at the sun in the sky. She accidentally found Luo Yan beside her. She said with an unhappy face. Why are you here? Luo Yan's mouth twitched. It seems that you invited Xu Hao, so I can't come, right? After all, I am your brother. He was speechless, and a self-proclaimed charming smile appeared on his face. I came to see you and your aunt. No need to see. The little girl waved her hand unceremoniously. Our family is going to entertain uncle today, so you should go back to where you came from. Then he showed Xu Hao the way. Uncle, our home is over there. The two of them left, leaving Luo Yan with a dazed look on his face. Luo Yan was dumbfounded. How much did he dislike him? It was fine if he didn't invite him, but he was driven away when he took the initiative to come to the door. What kind of magic did Xu Hao have? The little guy had only met him once, and he was so dependent on him. It was indeed just one meeting. But that one meeting was when Xiao Li was desperate. The significance of his appearance was extraordinary. In addition, the little Lolita was a face control, and she also had a spring breeze temperament. Only then did she achieve such an effect. Luo Yan's eyes flickered. It was impossible to leave. Xu Hao, this guy, was planning to take advantage of my aunt and her daughter. He must keep a close eye on him. Ding. Luo Yan was in a bad mood, emotional value plus 876. On the way home, Xu Hao held the little Lolita in one hand and spread the other hand in front of the little Lolita. Xiaoshan, uncle can perform a magic trick for you, okay? Magic. Children love this kind of strange things the most, and their eyes light up. Children love this kind of strange things the most, and their eyes light up. What magic trick? Look at my hand, is there nothing? The little girl pulled Xu Hao's hand, checked it repeatedly, and then nodded. Xu Hao turned his wrist. An exquisite box appeared in his hand. The little girl opened her eyes wide in surprise, her mouth opened into shape. It's so magical, right? Don't you want to open it to see what's inside? Xu Hao smiled. Of course the little girl was curious. After hearing what Xu Hao said, she curiously opened it.